Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Excellent. Good morning. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Anyone turning on the television in past months will have seen the terrible effects in South Australia of the river flooding, and I thank everyone, including many people from my electorate, who pitched in and supported our communities along the river. With the river in high flow, it's all too easy to forget the Murray-Darling is frequently in drought, exacerbated by relentless over-extraction. Of course, we have the $13 billion Murray-Darling Basin Plan designed to address this problem. Within the larger plan are the very important efficiency measures designed to return 450 gigalitres to the lower lakes, the Coorong and the mouth of the Murray. $1.575 billion was set aside to spend between the 1st of July 2014 and the 30th of June next year to recover this extra 450 gigalitres. However, we're now 9 years into that budget allocation, and a mere 4.5 gigalitres, or just 1%, has been recovered, and that's been at a cost of around $275 million. So there's 1 year left until the plan ends, with 99% of the recovery still to be achieved and 1.3 basically sitting idle, 1.3 billion. You don't have to be a genius to work out that the 450 gigalitres will not be delivered by the 30th of June 2024. The government's had their scientists look at it, and they say, with optimism that really, quite frankly, I don't share, that with the time and money left, we'll get to 60 gigalitres recovery. They estimate that to get to the full 450 gigalitres, we're going to have to now spend between $3.4 billion and $10.8 billion. And to put that into context, that's the value of the water debt that will be owed to South Australians by July next year. Now, I know Minister Plibersek cares about the 450 gigalitres. In marked-up briefs released under FOI, she's clearly concerned about the failure to deliver this water recovery. But we need more than earnest care. We need a strategy beyond the current plan that's due to expire in June next year. There was a time when the health of the river was so important that the Wetherill Labor government established a Royal Commission into the Murray. We need to approach the river with the same sense of importance as we did back then, because these floods will be gone. Floods don't last forever, and we will be back in drought. And we need to ensure that this river is healthy for our generation, but importantly for the many generations to come. And we are all sitting idle and allowing this river to die. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Mayo, and I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We know people are doing it tough right now. It's harder to pay the mortgage, to pay the rent, harder to pay bills, the essentials. Australians are walking away from the supermarket with much less in their shopping bag than the money they've been spending in the past. The Albanese Labor government is acutely aware of how difficult it is right now for people just to get by. We are absolutely focused on doing what we can to relieve the pressure. Now, you would know, Deputy Speaker, we're experiencing sustained and unprecedented pressure on global energy markets. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is has pushed energy prices to historic highs all over the world. That's one of the big factors in energy prices, and the Albanese government brought back Parliament in December last year to actually take action on rising energy costs. We passed the Energy Price Relief Plan to protect Australians from the worst of the rising energy costs. We delivered targeted relief on power bills to households receiving income support, pensioners and Commonwealth Seniors Health Card holders, Family Tax Benefit A and B recipients and small business customers. There is no doubt more work to do, but we took these actions to shield Australian families and businesses from the worst of the energy price spikes. We're also delivering cheaper medicine, Deputy Speaker. From the 1st of January this year, we reduced with the maximum PBS co-payment from $42.50 to $30. Since then, Australians have paid up to 29% less for their pharmaceutical benefits scheme prescriptions. The maximum out-of-pocket cost for medicines on the PBS is now $12.50 lower. So for a family relying on 2 or 3 medications, Deputy Speaker, and there are many families that do rely on that, this can put as much as $450 back into their household budget. That's a significant assistance for those families. Over 3.2 million prescriptions were cheaper in the first 2 months of this year, and thanks to our policy, patients have saved more than $36 million. We've also expanded access to the Seniors Healthcare Card. More Australians can access cheaper medicine and visits to the GP. We also fought and secured a pay rise for 2.8 million workers on minimum wage. We've delivered fee-free TAFE, making it easier for people to invest in their skills and training. And our changes to childcare, making it more affordable and accessible, come into effect on the 1st of July this year. Deputy Speaker, we know there is much more to do. Reducing pressure and giving relief where we can, as quickly as we can, is what the Albanese Labor government is focused on and will continue to be focused on. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Wills. Before I give the call to the member for Lindsay, could I just ask members to keep their conversations down, because it's making it hard for the members to be heard. And I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A number of young people, in fact a growing number, have been diagnosed with type 1 diabetes due to contracting COVID. And the research is showing that COVID does have an impact on the whole of the immune system. And my son, Byron, who's 19, is one of these people. And we've been dealing with this over the last 6 months or so and managing his type 1 diabetes. And I'm really proud of him and all the thousands of young people in our country who continue as normal as possible with their lives. But like the 15,000 Australians who use FIASP, I was quite surprised to find out by the media the other day that FIASP is being removed from the PBS. This means that FIASP, which is a fast-acting insulin, it's the only one of its kind on the PBS. It means that people with type 1 diabetes can use this insulin and then eat pretty much straight away. Or they can do sport like every other kid, and if their blood sugar levels go too high, they can inject a bit of insulin, they can keep going on with their sport rather than having to sit on the sideline. This really does change lives. It changes the lives of 15,000 families across our country. And like these people, that's what I was saying, it was a real surprise that the government is removing FIASP from the PBS. It is quite upsetting because all these families will now have to pay thousands of dollars more if they want to obtain FIASP. And in addition to that, if you're privately funding it, you may not be able to actually obtain it. There'll be restrictions in place as well. So this means ordinary, everyday Australians who are already struggling with cost of living pressures, they want to have a normal life for their kids, want them to achieve their best, will now be having to pay thousands more. So the question is to the Prime Minister and to the Health Minister, what sort of negotiations have you been having with Novo Nordisk to ensure that you're fighting for all these Australians, all these young people, to make sure they don't remove it from the PBS? And I know the Prime Minister was asked a question about this, and he said that our Health Minister will look at that, as we do. I'm sure that the government has known about this for some time. What have you been doing? Please be transparent with Australian people. Please be transparent with the 15,000 families who rely on FIASP for their children's lives. This is a life-saving drug. Insulin is absolutely essential, and this particular insulin, FIASP, changes the lives of young people who want to have a normal life like everyone else. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Lindsay, and I give the call to the member for Burt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian Government is committed to providing practical services and supports for defence personnel, veterans and families, and we're delivering. In December, I had the opportunity to open 2 new Veterans and Families hubs, one in Nowra, led by the RSL Lifecare, alongside by my colleague and the member for Gilmore, and one in Wodonga, led by RSL Victoria, alongside the member for Indi. Now, those local veteran communities can access tailored services, including support for transition to civilian life, advocacy services and social connectedness, physical and mental health services, and a range of community activities, including volunteer and sporting opportunities. The federal budget, handed down in October, includes $46.7 million to deliver 10 Veterans and Families hubs across the country to improve access to the specific services and supports that local veteran communities need and frankly deserve. In January, I announced the lead organisations for the new Burnie Veterans and Families Hub, the North West Tasmanian Veteran Welfare Board, and in Caboolture, I announced Lives Lived Well will bring their mental and physical health expertise to a hub to support veterans in Brisbane's North and the Sunshine Coast, in conjunction with the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia Queensland branch. I've also been travelling the country meeting with veteran communities on the next round of hubs. We know that each local community is different. What works at Anzac House in Perth now is different to what's needed at the Oasis in Townsville. We're taking that principle forward in these new hubs. We do not want a cookie-cutter approach. And the feedback we've been getting around the country reflects that. To name a few key takeaways, veterans in the Tweed that I visited with the member for Richmond want to be sure that no matter what side of the border someone lives in, whether it's New South Wales or Queensland, there will be easy access to the hub and for locals across the region to the services it will provide. Meanwhile, in the defence industry-heavy Newcastle and Hunter region that I visited with the member for Paterson, there is a fantastic acknowledgement that veterans in the defence industry continue to contribute to sovereign capability of our nation. They want to be sure that the hub supports more veterans into employment. Veterans in Ipswich that I visited with the member for Blair want a safe place that's welcoming for veterans and families of all ages, something that we want for all hubs. And in Torquay that I visited with the member for Corangamite, the veteran community spoke of the need for ease of access to the hub itself and for services that it could provide to the wider region. I want to pay tribute to the defence personnel, veterans, families and ex-service organisations around the country that have been so generous with your time, contributing to consultation sessions about the new hub set to pop up around the country. With this and other engagements, I've also been able to speak with a broad cross-section of veterans about the Albanese government's Veterans Legislation Reform Consultation Pathway. I can't wait to see what we can achieve together for a better future for our veterans and families.
And I thank the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. And I give the call to the member for Flinders.
This week I will be rising in the chamber to talk about a number of much-needed infrastructure and road improvements across the Mornington Peninsula. I've spoken both before here and elsewhere about the troublesome roads and long fought-for upgrades at the intersections of Forest Drive and Uralla Road with the Nepean Highway in Mount Martha. The previous coalition government fully funded the $20.5 million for the upgrade of these intersections back in 2019, initially with a $10 million commitment, but later doubling the funding. There have been many false starts, promised timelines that were dropped, and all the while the number of dangerous accidents and near accidents at these intersections keeps mounting. So I was relieved to read in the Mornington Peninsula Leader last week that the state government will finally be moving on the intersection of Forest Drive. According to that article, which appeared on 2 March by locally based journalist Lucy Callender, work on upgrading the dangerous Mount Martha junction is expected before the end of the year. The end of the year. Well, tomorrow sounds good, certainly better. But you know, when you've already been waiting the better part of a decade since my predecessor, the member for Flinders, Greg Hunt, first announced funding for it, 10 months is better than never. Of course, the Victorian Roads and Road Safety Minister, Melissa Horne, didn't alert me to the new plan, despite the fact that the road improvements are fully funded by the federal government. In fact, nor did she alert my state counterpart, Chris Cruther, the member for Mornington, with whom I have been advocating for this fully funded project to get started for well over a year. But let's be blunt. Our local community is tired of the he said, she said huff-puffery of politics. They just desperately want to see it done. It has taken far too long for these critical works to reach this point, but worryingly still, there is very little detail about the progress for the Uralla Road upgrade. In the 10 years leading up to March 2020, there were 11 reported crashes at the Nepean Highway and Uralla Road intersection, of which 5 crashes resulted in serious injuries. During the same period, there were 6 reported crashes at the Nepean Highway and Forest Drive intersection. Tragically, 1 person lost their life in these crashes and 3 people were seriously injured. But these figures do not account for the countless near misses and close calls to which I personally have been witness more times than I would care to recall. And whilst I am relieved to see a public plan for progress at Forest Drive, residents in my electorate will rightly demand that the safety concerns at Uralla Road be addressed now. Please, Victorian Government, please, just do your job.
I thank the member for Flinders and I give the call to the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. There's only one country in the world today where women are banned from education. That's Afghanistan. This horrendous attack on human rights reverberates every day in my community, as we are home to the highest number of people born in Afghanistan of any electorate in this parliament. Despite promising both the Afghan people and the international community that rights to education, work and full participation in civic life would be protected, the Taliban have instead imposed increasingly restrictive policies on women and girls. Women in Afghanistan are now unable to freely express their views, generate livelihoods or contribute to their country, or even move around society without a man accompanying them. At a protest in the heart of my electorate in Dandenong last month, we heard from Roya, a young woman recently arrived in Australia, fleeing Afghanistan. On the day of the Taliban's takeover, Roya received a message from her friends telling her how lucky she was to be able to go to school. And as she so bluntly said, it is inconceivable that in 2023 there are still places in this world where women are denied a right as fundamental as that of education. Roya is a remarkable, strong, well-educated young woman, the type of person capable of making an extraordinary contribution to Afghanistan, or indeed any country, now luckily for us ours. Yet the Taliban have made it clear that women like Roya are no longer welcome so long as they hold power. But Roya's story is one of just millions, just one of millions. I couldn't possibly count how many constituents have come to me with similar stories of what confronts and awaits the women in their family who remain. Sisters, mothers, wives, daughters, stranded due to visa delays, border rules or just the vagaries of life and timing. They are traumatic in their grief for loved ones, family and friends living under the Taliban, facing not just discrimination but forced marriage, sexual slavery and a wasted life of repression. Deputy Speaker, it's difficult to actually describe to my colleagues who don't deal with this every day the ongoing, daily trauma for people from Afghanistan. It's like a nightmare or a natural disaster, but one that just never ends. At every neighbourhood forum, every street stall, every community event, my staff and I bear witness in conversations to this trauma, day in, day out. And I firmly stand with the Afghan people in expressing my unequivocal support for Afghan women to participate fully, equally and meaningfully in all facets of life. The Taliban regime and its abhorrent treatment of women and girls must be vigorously opposed here and by like-minded nations. So long as Afghanistan remains under Taliban control, the world must treat it as a pariah state, just as we do North Korea or the Myanmar military junta. The Taliban must be excluded from the international community as long as they exclude women and girls from Afghan society.
I thank the member for Bruce and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to give voice to 15,000 Australians, 15,000, and their families, who only a week ago were told that an insulin drug that they'd become very reliant upon has been taken off the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, the PBS. 15,000 Australians have been using this drug called Fiasp. Now, Fiasp improves the blood sugar control for people with type 1 diabetes. Not one of these people were told in advance. There was no consultation. For a family that buys the Fiasp drug today, a script costs $7. $7. Now that it's taken off the PBS, that script will cost $280. $280 per script. Putting back everyday Australian families thousands of dollars a year, right now amidst a cost of living crisis. There was no consultation with these people by the government. Despite me writing to the Health Minister, there has been no explanation from the government. There is no suggestion of a fix from the government. Now, I only became aware of this because of a 14-year-old girl in my electorate. Her name is Freya Goldston. Now, Freya's a 14-year-old. She's a great swimmer. She uses this FIASP drug. It keeps her energy up. It allows her to participate, like all of her classmates do, in sport and in school. But Freya and her mum Jackie will now have to scramble before the 1st of April. The 1st of April is when this becomes effective. To get in, to see a doctor, to get scripts, and to go and pay $280 instead of $7. What have we heard from the government on this? Zilch. Nothing. It is an absolute disgrace. And I talk about Freya, why? Because I met the girl. I met her about 6 years ago when she first came and saw me again about her type 1 diabetes. She was an 11-month-old little baby when she inherited this disease. But she's only one. She is one girl, one of 15,000 Australians that have been left wondering what to do now that they cannot pay for this drug. The government must answer the questions and they must fix this problem.
And I thank the member for Fairfax, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like the member for Bruce, I rise today to acknowledge the ongoing hard work of the Afghan members of my community in Bennelong, who support and advocate on behalf of Afghan refugees seeking asylum here in Australia, but also across the world. Recently, I met with the Afghan Women Wellbeing Group and the Resolution Community Service to discuss the ongoing and tireless efforts they make to provide support to their members of the Afghan community who have had to flee their home in the face of ongoing turmoil and persecution. The people of Afghanistan are faced with a Taliban-incited violence. There are thousands of Afghan Australians in our community who have family members facing grave risk. Family homes are being targeted, family members are disappearing. In Bennelong, members of the Afghan community have banded together to provide support to these refugees. Since the rise in turmoil in Afghanistan, they have worked tirelessly to provide administrative, financial and emotional support to their community. The Afghan Women's Wellbeing Group and Resolution Community Services have become the voice in Bennelong for the Afghan community. They have made themselves available 24 hours a day to provide support to those who are seeking to flee Afghanistan. They've worked together to sponsor visas for hundreds of citizens, dedicating countless hours of their time to fundraising so that they can cover application fees, provide support in seeking passports and ensuring that these citizens have the paperwork they need. One of the first meetings I held in my office when I became a member for Bennelong was with one of these groups. They told me the deeply sad and traumatic experience the people of Afghanistan have experienced, and also their family who are here in Australia. Their groups attempted to work with the previous government and the former member to provide support to their community and were faced with a series of closed doors, unreturned calls and unanswered emails. It wasn't until the government changed that they were welcomed back into offices across the country to discuss these issues. They've had opportunities to meet with MPs in Bennelong, of course, and around ministers, and worked closely with members of the department to advocate on behalf of Afghan refugees. They thank the government for the commitment of thousands of existing places to accommodate desperate Afghan civilians. As a rich and prosperous country, they urge us to continue to provide the support and advocacy they need and those who are in undeniable and immediate need. The Taliban continue to demonstrate their contempt for the rights and freedoms and welfare of the Afghan people, particularly women and girls, and their disinterest in normal relations with the international community. Deputy Speaker, I'll continue to work alongside these important organisations in my community and alongside the government to provide support to the Afghan Australian community.
And I thank the member for Bennelong, and I give the call to the member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wide Bay has a proud reputation when it comes to motorsport. Whether it's the breathtaking action of the Australian Rally Championship that sees man and machine and woman and machine combining the most incredible reflexes and skill with the latest technology, with rally cars hurtling through country stages in the Imbil Forest at speeds completely foreign to mere mortals like us. Speedway at Mother Mountain and Maryborough also draws big crowds, with our nation's best drivers regularly competing in Wide Bay. But when I did some local research into some of my favourite categories of motorsport, motorcycling, I came into contact with Jeff from Maryborough, who educated me on one of our oldest motorsport clubs in the region, the Maryborough Motorcycle Club. Like me, Jeff is hooked on motorbikes, and he says in some ways being a motorbike rider is like going to prison. Once you're behind the bars, you're there for life. Jeff told me the Maryborough Motorcycle Club was first established in 1915. In 1928, the club established a facility where the present cricket ground in Ariadne Street are located at Newtown Park. Newtown Park was a 1/3 of a mile long race course, and races were held over 3 laps. During that era, the Maryborough Motorcyclist Club also held races on the beach at Scarness, as well as on a track on the present site of the Maryborough Aerodrome and Island Plantation boundaries. The club started hill climbs at Copenhagen Bend in 1935, and at that location work began on a short-circuit track called McAuliffe Park, which was used by the club for about 20 years before the property was sold. The search for a new site began, ultimately ending in 1967, where the current Action Park track exists at Maryborough West. The first motorcycle short-circuit race meeting was held at Action Park in 1969, and in the 1970s the club ran a number of different competitions such as short-circuit racing, observed trials in the Tyro area and scrambles at Action Park and at Tanana on the grounds of the Maryborough Speedway. The Maryborough Motorcycle Club held the first of many Australian titles in 1983. In 2016, I was really pleased to help out the club with an $11,600 grant towards a new multi-purpose shed. To Jeff, thanks for the history lesson, mate, and to Jeff and all the members of the Maryborough Motorcycle Club, stay upright and watch out for tin tops.
And I thank the member for Wide Bay, and I give the call to the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tangney is a beautiful, diverse and rich with unique ecosystems. Today, I wish to shed light on a section of the Swan River foreshore in the suburb of Efford Cove, in my electorates where some passionate members of the community have been able to restore and rehabilitate what was once used as a rubbish tip. It is through these local community groups who have recognized the area's extraordinary natural values all those years ago that we as a community can benefit and learn about the wildlife that thrive in this place. Efford Cove has the largest remaining stretches of samphire, salt marsh, and seagrasses in the Swan River estuary. They form a federally protected, threatened ecological community. Samphire plants were a bush food used by the Noongar Aboriginal and are, with the exception of one species, endemic to Australia. Importantly, samphire is 40 times more effective than virgin rainforest in capturing and storing carbon and pumping oxygen into the air, water and mud flats. This ecosystem supports 149 species of birds and provide a nursery for crustaceans and young fish. These also include some species of bird that fly all the way from Siberia to come to Efford Cove just to feed. It is also visited by the river dolphins, which you would not be surprised to hear that they are close to my heart. I applaud the City of Melville, which has been active over the last 2 years in developing a master plan for the area in collaboration with the community. But many of the important environmental aspects of the master plan are not expected to be achieved for 10 to 20 years due to funding requirements. I'm hoping that funding will be made available well before then. I know that when government and active community groups like CIRAC and Melville Bird Sanctuary work together, great things can be achieved, and we must make use of such opportunity. I'm looking forward to seeing this beautiful space thrive, and I encourage my fellow parliamentarian friends to visit this place with me whenever you come to Tangney. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Tangney. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. The clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1, investor state dispute settlement.
And I give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the investor state dispute settlement in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, before I get to the specific things about ISDS and why they're not scary things and they're things that we should be happy to negotiate with someone or another country when we are doing free trade agreements with them, I want to talk more generally about, literally, Deputy Speaker, the golden goose that trade is, and put that in the context of why I'm then going to go into ISDS provisions and other things. Deputy Speaker, you may be aware that global trade measured in US dollars has gone from something like $6 trillion to in the mid-20s, so more than tripled over the last 2 decades. And during the same time that global trade has taken off and many more countries have become involved and realised their specialty in trade and got into that world, global poverty has gone from 30% of the global population to 10%. Now, Deputy Speaker, I would put that those two are integrally related. As countries start to open up, they trade, they work out what their natural advantage is and whatever it may be, they become more wealthy. And that obviously is a good thing. And why is it a good thing? Well, it's obviously good financially for those communities and those people and those families and those countries. But what also happens is as a country gets richer, as a country, there's almost a GDP net person per wealth, that when a country gets to that level, they start to become more environmentally sensitive, they start to become more environmentally aware, and things like labour laws get better. I mean, a country might start off, if we go way back, a country like Japan, post-World War II, started off with a low-wage advantage. But they have evolved through being an open trading economy. They have opened and evolved and become, and their natural advantage is now high-tech or whatever, not low wages. So it's a good thing environmentally. It's a good thing for employees as a country gets wealthier and starts trading. Just in Australia, Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you're probably aware of this, Australia, and I give a bit of credit here to in the 80s, the Hawke and Keating government started to talk the trade case. When we came into government, Deputy Speaker, 20-odd% of our goods and services were covered by free trade agreements in 2013, and over the 9 years we were in government, that increased to nearly 80% with the deals done with the UK and India. And what has that meant for Australia, Deputy Speaker? Well, that's meant a lot of positives. That has meant that 1 in 4 jobs in Australia is related to the export sector. Jobs in the export sector pay higher than jobs that don't, that more domestically focused jobs. So just in Australia, it has been, a wonderful story as well. So I put that in the case of why I brought up this private members' motion today, because we are seeing, I think, really, Deputy Speaker, for probably the last 2 or 3 decades, there has been a similar theme from both sides of politics about the benefits of trade and the importance of trade. But what I think where there's becoming a bit of a discrepancy is in the statement by the new government that they would review the ISDS provisions in some of our free trade agreements. I'm going to go into that, and also some of the other things that they're starting to talk about, which I think puts at risk the bipartisan agreement we have on some of this stuff, and I think in some cases they're putting the cart before the horse. So investor-state dispute settlements, not all the time. There have been a number of countries that have requested that that provision be put into a free trade agreement. For a country like Australia, it's not a big deal because we are a transparent country. We follow the rule of law. We're transparent with the way we do things in our legal system as well. So there's been, I think, 1 court case where someone took us as a country through that process and we won that case. and again, it wasn't necessarily a major deal. However, if we are to go to some countries and say those provisions need to be removed, that puts at risk the free trade agreement we have with those countries. And some of them are major trading partners, Deputy Speaker, and those free trade agreements have brought great benefits to our exporters. So that's why this is an important point to talk about. The other thing that there has been started to be with the new government as well, Deputy Speaker, they are starting to throw other things, and I think they're almost saying, especially to some of the developing nations, who need to get trading, and then they'll become more environmentally conscious, and then they'll become better with their labour laws. There's some countries, and the Labor Party's talking like this, they want to throw a whole lot of conditions on everything right now. All these environmental outcomes that they want, all these labour law outcomes that they want. Now, there are very important environmental outcomes that we have to do as a globe, which should be handled within COP, within other environmental institutions and programs, and the way you do that, as there are labour law programs when you can talk about this thing. So I tell the Labor Party, do not kill the golden goose of trade.
Is the motion seconded? Motion seconded, and I reserve my right to speak. And I thank the member for O'Connor. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to speak to this motion and to help the member for Page with some key facts and even a little bit of relevant history. I'm actually going to talk about ISDS. First, let me say very clearly, Labor has always supported fair and free trade and investment. The Albanese government has not wasted time in ratifying 2 agreements within the first 9 months, namely the Australia-UK Free Trade Agreement and the Australia-India Economic Cooperation Agreement. We're also now in a position to ratify the Joint Initiative on Services Regulation that applies common high standard principles for managing trade in service exports between some 70 countries. But, Deputy Speaker, we don't support the use of investor-state dispute clauses in trade and investment agreements because they aren't necessary for enabling secure and fair treatment of Australian investment overseas, but they do put at risk Australia's capacity to regulate in the best interests of our community. For anyone at home who's never heard the term ISDS, these clauses allow companies to resolve a dispute with a foreign government using an international tribunal system rather than relying on the judicial review processes that exist in a given country or on country-to-country resolution mechanisms within a trade agreement. And to some extent, they're regarded as a shortcut for companies to challenge obstacles to their operations or to overcome unfair treatment, particularly if that includes the expropriation of assets. But over a period of time, these tribunals have been found to have severe shortcomings in terms of their integrity, and there have been numerous cases where large multinationals have used ISDS to attack sensible public policy regulations in areas like environmental protection and workers' rights simply because those regulations affected company profits. For example, ISDS cases have included the French Veolia company's action against the Egyptian government seeking compensation for a rise in the minimum wage. In August last year, the British oil company Rockhopper won £210 million through an ISDS action against the Italian government because in 2015 the Italian government had the temerity to ban new oil and gas projects within 12 nautical miles of its coast. Even when those ridiculous ISDS cases fail, they still impose significant costs on the countries that defend them, and they have a chilling effect on countries contemplating the kind of regulation that's been challenged. Deputy Speaker, we have our own experience in Australia of being on the end of these dangerous, dodgy legal actions. It wasn't that long ago that tobacco company Philip Morris used an ISDS clause in seeking to overthrow Australia's very effective plain packaging reforms. That action ran for several years. It cost the Australian taxpayer tens of millions of dollars, and it delayed other countries, including New Zealand, from implementing their own plain packaging reforms. We didn't win that case. Philip Morris only lost on a jurisdictional issue, so we don't know whether they might have succeeded if they'd been able to use a more relevant agreement as the basis of their claim. And perhaps the Shadow Minister for Trade might go and have a bit of a closer look at that rather than claiming we won it, which is simply not true. More recently, it was argued that the Western Australian legislation used to ensure Clive Palmer couldn't sue the WA government for billions of dollars might be capable of being challenged through an ISDS mechanism. And just last year, there was interest shown by energy companies in Japan and Korea about using ISDS to challenge our regulation of domestic energy supplies and prices. Deputy Speaker, that is what is at stake with ISDS clauses. They allow big foreign companies to challenge and obstruct good public policy, and they detract from a sensible focus on supporting robust legal systems in developing countries and from strengthening country-to-country dispute resolution mechanisms. We've already seen how ISDS clauses can allow foreign companies to interfere with Australia's sovereign capacity to regulate in our national interest. That is what those opposite would like to enable. They would like to enable foreign multinationals to interfere with Australian environmental and workplace laws and with Australian management of our own energy resources. Deputy Speaker, we're currently in negotiations on the settlement of an historic trade agreement with the European Union. Does the Shadow Minister for Trade argue that we should be pursuing the inclusion of an ISDS clause in those negotiations? Because the EU will not accept such a clause, and indeed is active in seeking to reform and move away from existing ISDS arrangements. That's because ISDS clauses are unnecessary and they're dangerous. This Labor government will continue to pursue, settle and support fair and free trade agreements, but I can tell you we will not support a system that puts Australian sovereignty at risk, a system that subjects Australia to enormously expensive legal action in dodgy tribunals with no appeal processes, a system that could stop us from regulating to protect health services, safe workplaces and our environment. If the member for Page, if the Shadow Minister for Trade, thinks that that is a sensible and winning proposition to take to the Australian people, well, good luck to him.
Yeah. And I thank the member for Fremantle. I give the call to the member for Flinders.
I rise to speak on this motion by my colleague, the member for Page, and the Coalition's Shadow Minister for Trade, and indeed to support the Coalition's remarkable success in the trade portfolio over the last decade, of which I've been proud to play a small part. It is worth remembering where we stood in global trade terms when the last Coalition government came to power in September 2013. On election night, Prime Minister Tony Abbott declared Australia open for business, and he backed it up with the most aggressive and ambitious trade agenda of any Australian government. The Prime Minister set the mighty task of completing 3 free trade agreements within a year: the free trade agreement with South Korea, a free trade agreement with Japan and a free trade agreement with China. He gave that mandate and torturous timeline, I might say, to my friend and then boss, the Honourable Andrew Robb AO, former member for Goldstein. I had the privilege of being Andrew's Chief of Staff and serving with him in the trade portfolio throughout his tenure. Those first 3 free trade agreements were concluded within 14 months, but the first agreement of the trifecta with Korea was completed quite quickly. Why? Because it had sat, largely completed and yet unsigned, because an election was coming and the Australian Labor Party was not allowed by its union masters to ink the deal, despite 5 years of negotiating effort, almost entirely conducted under the former Labor government, going to waste. That delay had a real impact on Australia's exporters, who were held back from enjoying an eventual reduction of tariffs of up to 300% on our Australian agricultural exports, such as beef, wheat, sugar, dairy, wine, horticulture and seafood, the elimination of tariffs on resources, energy and manufactured goods, and new opportunities and avenues for Australian education services, but also telecommunications and a range of other professional services, including financial, accounting and legal services. Australia's union movement has always had a bizarre allergy to investor-state dispute agreements, and as we have seen so well here as in other domains, the union movement is the tail that continues to wag the ALP dog. ISDS clauses provide a level of certainty and confidence for Australian businesses investing overseas. Equally, Australia is a highly attractive place for foreign investment, underpinned by our robust legal system and general protections for investors, both under contractual and consumer laws. But we understand that not all governments and not all countries, and indeed not all subnational governments, act as we do. Nor do we always share the same legal systems and practices, nor necessarily the same political and institutional cultures. ISDS clauses provide safeguards for investors against arbitrary government actions, such as expropriating of property or property rights, discrimination and the denial of justice. Australia has negotiated ISDS clauses for over 30 years, firstly in investment treaties and more recently in free trade agreements. There are ISDS provisions in our FTAs with China, South Korea, Chile, Singapore, Thailand, ASEAN, Peru, Hong Kong, Indonesia and indeed in the CPTPP. Australia has ISDS provisions in 15 investment treaties with Argentina, China, the Czech Republic, Egypt, Hungary, Laos, Lithuania, Pakistan, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Poland, Romania, Sri Lanka, Turkey and Uruguay. there have been barely a dozen instances where Australian companies have used ISDS clauses to bring a claim against other countries to protect Australian investments there. Importantly, an ISDS clause has been used against Australia on only one occasion, the tobacco plain packaging case, which Australia won, perhaps on a jurisdictional point, but won nevertheless. So why does Labor hate ISDS clauses? Because the unions tell them so. Until 2011, there had been a bipartisan approach on ISDS in this country to provide certainty to Australian businesses investing overseas. But strangely, in Gillard's Trade Policy Statement of 2011, the ALP declared it would no longer include such clauses in our investment agreements. The ACTU asserts that ISDS provides an avenue for foreign corporations to threaten and lodge claims for actual or potential harm resulting from changes in policy and regulation in the country in which they are investing. This reminds me of the ACTU's vast nationwide scare campaign against the Chinese-Australia Free Trade Agreement in late 2015, on the basis that it would cause the loss of thousands of Australian jobs in favour of imported Chinese labour. The sky didn't fall in then, and nor has it fallen in as a result of any ISDS clause. It is no surprise that the Coalition wears the crown for achievements in trade. Under Coalition steerage, the share of trade covered by FTAs shot up from 25% at the start of the last Coalition government to over 70% by the time the Coalition lost government, and almost 80% if you include India and the UK.
I thank the member for Flinders. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, like occurs in this place occasionally on technical matters, we find ourselves immersed in rather dramatic, overblown, hyperbolic discussion with dark conspiracy theories. But what we're talking about here is really quite a sensible step forward in the way in which we're going to undertake free trade agreements. Can I just say from the outset that my first job after finishing university was in the international trade law section of the Attorney General's Department. I taught after that international trade law and the benefits of international trade in the Monash Economics Department. So I'm someone who's been committed to the benefits of trade for a long time. It is something that has benefited the Australian economy and Australian people for many, many decades, indeed for longer than that. But on this side, we are committed to free, fair and inclusive trade. It's not free as in a free-for-all. It has to be done in a way that is balanced and that takes into account the overall benefits for the economy. Minister Farrell, in a speech in November, talked about the four overarching principles which are going to guide our approach. First, that deepening and diversifying our trading relationships is critical to ensure that we have a more resilient nation. Secondly, that we need to defend and reform the rules-based multilateral trading system. Third, that we need to invest in ourselves, and that has been an absolute priority of this government since it came to office. And fourth, that the enormous benefits of open trade should accrue ultimately to the Australian economy. And that is why, based on those four principles, we are not going to allow ISDS clauses in future trade agreements. They are not transparent. They threaten to impinge sovereignty, and they do hamper legitimate public policy in a number of instances which can be pointed to around the world. We need to preserve this government's ability to govern in the national interest. Minister Farrell has already incorporated this new approach in negotiations in a number of free trade agreements, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and as the previous speaker on this side indicated, the European Union Free Trade Agreement. That is going to be a significant agreement that will benefit our economy and our community more broadly, but it is with a party that, that has itself said that it will not accept ISDS provisions in the future. Now, I think it's absolutely critical at this point to point out that the international community is moving away from ISDS clauses to more sustainable and sensible and holistic ways in which to protect the national interest in relation to international investment agreements. One example is to look back to the 2015 European Commission establishment of a multilateral investment court as a permanent body to decide investment disputes, which was one of its first steps in moving away from ISDS clauses. In November 2016, the European Commission signed the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA, between the EU and Canada. This agreement included an investment court system and was a very important step for both of those economies in moving away from bilateral ad hoc arrangements in which, as the previous speaker on this side indicated, companies can take governments to court in ways that hamper their ability to deal with important public policy initiatives. The European Commissioner for Trade at the time noted that establishing CETA is a clear break from the ad hoc system of private arbitration known as ISDS, which exists in many bilateral investment treaties. This is a move towards a system that I believe and that the Labor government believes will set up a much more comprehensive and sensible and appropriate way in which to govern disputes moving forward. We've even seen this shift taking place in the United States. In May 2020, then presidential candidate Joe Biden committed that his administration would end the inclusion of ISDS clauses in future deals. We see the same with South Africa, we see the same with Brazil. What we see is a whole range of countries moving towards a desire to see investor disputes dealt with in a more rules-based multilateral system rather than allowing individual corporations to take governments to court where they're trying to govern for the interest of their people. So we remain committed to free, to open, to inclusive growth, but it has to be done in a way that is in the interests of the Australian people.
I thank the member for Fraser. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I can't commence a discussion on free trade today without mentioning the late and great Bert Kelly, former member for Wakeland, who fought for free trade back in the days when it wasn't fashionable, and I'm talking about the 1960s and 1970s when he was a member of this place, but then post his parliamentary career with a column in the Financial Review known as The Modest Member, which was required reading in my household, and it was his family. His son Tony has moved to Mount Barker in Western Australia, or in South Australia, and great supporters and great friends of mine. So just a quick shout out to Bert Kelly, who understood, Deputy Speaker, the importance of free trade and the free flow of goods and services and capital to the most efficient form of return on that capital. And Australia has been a massive beneficiary, and I'll give a shout out to the Hawke Keating governments who did lead the free trade and dismantling of the tariff arrangements that this country had and held us back for so many years, through to the most recent coalition government, who inked 10 of our 16 free trade agreements, and 13 of the 16 free trade agreements have been implemented under coalition governments. And I'm very proud of that record, and look forward to, in the future, the coalition being part of constructive discussions around many more free trade agreements. Although there's not a lot of room left, Deputy Speaker, we've under coalition government from 2013 to 2022, we lifted the amount of trade covered by free trade agreements from 27% in 2013 to over 70% in 2022, and of course, if you include the UK and India free trade agreements, that takes that number to over 80%. Now, Deputy Speaker, for those watching today who might wonder what an ISDS is, I have, for their convenience, a definition provided by the Parliamentary Library. Investor-state dispute settlement is a mechanism included in some free trade agreements and investment agreements. ISDS provides foreign investors, including Australian investors investing overseas, with recourse to an independent tribunal if they believe their investments have been unfairly treated by the government of the host country. The aim of ISDS provisions is to protect foreign investors and thereby encourage increased investment flows between the signatory countries. Now, Deputy Speaker, why is this important? When I look at some of the significant businesses across my home state of Western Australia, which is pretty representative of Australia, both in the ag and mining sector, they see diversification and investment overseas as a critical part of their business plans and their security of their businesses going forward. And so, for example, Cooperative Bulk Handling, the largest grain handler in the country, handling a 26 million tonne record crop this year, has significant investments in flour mills and maltsters in both Indonesia and Vietnam. So these are strategic investments. They're very important not only to that particular business but to the West Australian farmers who supply grain to those businesses and own it via the cooperative structure. Now, the ISDS provisions provide security on those investments in terms of governments changing the rules midstream, and so that is why we include ISDS provisions in our free trade agreements. Now, mining companies, the mining industry, which is currently paying the bulk of the bills in this country at the moment, once again, they see divestment and investment in overseas mining projects as a key part of their business plan. And of course, investing in overseas country in high capital intensive businesses like mining can be very risky when governments change the rules midstream. So that is why ISDS provisions are critically important for not only the free flow of trade but also the free flow of investments, not only for countries investing in Australia but for Australian companies investing overseas. Now, as has been pointed out previously in the debate, there has been one example of a case being brought against the Australian government, and that is the Philip Morris case. Yes, on a technicality it was jurisdictional, but I will note that company has not tried, after that case was thrown out on a jurisdictional basis, to bring a case through the ISDS mechanisms. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for O'Connor. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And this is a classic case of those opposite, just trying to rewrite history in what has happened in relation to ISDS clauses, and going further, just trying to have a kick at the Labor Party and the union movement at the same time. Labor has held a position against having ISDS clauses in future trade and investment agreements for some time, and it comes out of exactly what those opposite are saying, why we should not be opposed to this change. The previous Labor government under Julia Gillard adopted this policy, and it's been our policy ever since. And it did come out of the fact that, for the first time in a very long time, company, which those in this debate have cited, Philip Morris Australia, a tobacco giant, decided to sue Australia over plain packaging. It was the previous Labor government that did make huge milestones in terms of plain packaging in relation to tobacco. That court cost alone cost the Australian government over $40 million to defend our right to make decisions around plain packaging in the health interests of Australians. The Australian government only received back $12 million in cost. It was after that point that our party took a very different position and approach to ISDS clauses. It is our position currently that we do not support the inclusion of ISDS clauses in future trade agreements or investment agreements. We are saying where they already exist and have evolved over time, we are saying that the government will ensure the approach is preserved, the rights to regulate, and the government is able to preserve the right to regulate in public interests of the Australian people, including environment and public health. The case with Philip Morrison proved to us that we needed a change in policy. It wasn't just the unions calling for it. Our own rank and file, a number of peak not-for-profit organisations, health organisations, all of those who believe that the Australian government should be governing in the interests of Australians and not be subjected to court cases as what we saw with Philip Morris from a foreign country. We in Australia have to do something about the previous government's free trade agreements. It isn't just in the area of ISDS clauses where they failed the Australian people. The overpromises that they made with the China free trade agreement, you have to say, in retrospect, what we're seeing through that agreement is failure in a number of areas that they were saying were a success. The wine industry, for example. The promotion that they said that we should support this agreement for the support it will give our wine industry alone was a clear example of deliberately overpromising. They promised that the industry would be more attractive to invest in the China market. 5 years after the agreement came into action, they said that there'd be zero tariffs for Australian wine exporters. This is true. But right on the eve of those zero tariffs kicking in, China shut the door to Australian wine. It was stuck on ports. Small producers in my own electorate lost hundreds of thousands of dollars with wine stuck on ports. What the previous government failed to do was address those classic non-tariff barriers, which free trade agreements don't deal with. Wine industry was not the only one to be burnt by the China Free Trade Agreement, failing to deliver what it promised. Beef, coal, other major exports to China also suffered the same. So what did we get in return? The loss of more jobs. Economic modelling proved that the gains under China Free Trade Agreement were grossly overestimated by the previous government. And it's not just the China Free Trade Agreement. Other free trade agreements have failed to deliver the jobs that they promised. Yes, we need to do better when it comes to free trade agreements. We also need to do better when it comes to the non-tariff barriers. We need to do better when we're talking about engaging with countries and how they treat our imported products. Increasingly, under the previous government, free trade agreements also included a number of side agreements around visas and labour mobility, again, bringing in workers only to be exploited here in this country because of the unscrupulous nature and the treatment of migrant workers. All failures of the previous government. I am proud to be part of a team that is trying to address one area which the previous government failed and trying to improve the existing ISDS clauses that we have. We stand strong in saying future trade agreements will not have these clauses. We need to modernise and have modern agreements that do not involve these clauses.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and indeed I rise to speak in favour of this motion. And I do actually agree with the previous speaker's critique of elements of the Chinese-Australia Free Trade Agreement. One might proffer that a robust investor-state dispute mechanism would be helpful to address some of those criticisms that were made around the way in which our producers and our companies have been appallingly treated through non-tariff activities at the border. In my electorate and indeed in yours, Deputy Speaker, many industries have been impacted seriously by that, and that's why I embrace, and we in the Coalition embrace, the most comprehensive rules-based system to assist us to engage with the rest of the world, particularly in economics and in trade. And the concept of investor-state dispute mechanisms within these agreements enhances that. It does indeed give an opportunity for Australian businesses through an agreed mediation process in those agreements to deal with instances of them feeling unfairly treated by a particular government outside the spirit of a free trade agreement that we might have. And of course, if the position of the now government is that they want to weaken the standing of Australian exporters in their dealings with foreign governments in their export markets, then we will absolutely stand up against that. I've had a lot of experience, not just in China, but many countries, in dealing with governments at a border level and circumstances where a business has very diminished influence or power against, say, a customs agency or against measures that a government might put in place. And we have to be honest. Everyone loves free trade agreements, in the principle, but all nations work to limit the benefit for the other nation within that free trade agreement against their own domestic producers. And the World Trade Organisation dispute resolution process is littered with examples of measures that many, if not most, nations within the WTO framework take to try and disadvantage someone exporting into that country versus a domestic producer, despite the fact that they want the access for their own export industries into other markets. And that's why the dispute resolution process is in place under the WTO framework, because it is almost always a situation of a country putting measures in place that disadvantage businesses, including investors. And at the moment, it's usually at the nation-to-nation level. So Australia, on behalf of our businesses and our industries, very regularly take actions through WTO. And the examples related to China, of course, we did on barley and wine and other things. But there are, of course, many examples where businesses appreciate, our businesses that are investing in other markets, appreciate the added protection of them having an avenue of litigating a dispute they might have with another government. And let's not forget that the sort of investment we're really talking about is supply chain investment for our exporters, investing in supply chains in other countries. They want protection over those investments, and it's actually enhancing and expanding the export capability and potential for producers in our nation. So the government's attitude is we want to make it harder for people to export, and we want to reduce the confidence that our businesses have to undertake investments and have a proper resolution process in place if the rules and the goalposts are moved on them by the in situ government that they're investing with. And that is only going to disadvantage production and export from our own country. Now, I won't relitigate points that have been made about why the unions want this, and I don't dispute that there obviously, like in any judicial process, there are examples. You can cherry-pick and use particular examples that most of us would agree is a disappointing outcome through that system. That's like saying, oh, if someone we think is guilty of murder is acquitted, then we should junk the whole judicial system because it didn't achieve the outcome we wanted in that one particular case. That's obviously completely ridiculous. And in the Coalition, we're going to stand up for exporters and growing our economy through export at every opportunity.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagajaga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Australia's trade and investment relationships are, of course, critical, and they're something that our government takes very seriously as we work to further Australia's prosperity, both here and abroad. And as this motion notes, investor-state dispute settlement, or ISDS clauses, have been a part of investment treaties and free trade agreements in recent decades. But like many things, over years and decades, there are changes in how we do things. And this is a good thing. As we practice, as we learn from experience, we necessarily update the way we operate. And this is absolutely the case with ISDS clauses. ISDS is a mechanism that is outdated. It gives power to foreign investors over communities and over governments here in Australia. In fact, it gives foreign companies the right to sue Australian governments, federal, state and local, for introducing laws that they argue have harmed their interests. These clauses can put taxpayers at risk of significant payouts. They can be used, in fact, against legitimate government policy. And it is entirely possible for us to negotiate trade agreements that are beneficial to Australian businesses, that are beneficial to our country, without needing to include ISDS clauses. And so our government does not support the inclusion of ISDS clauses in future trade and investment agreements. This place here, our parliament, is the lawmaking body of this land, and we should be free here in this parliament to respond to the needs and the views of Australians as they arise and as they change, and that is exactly what is happening here. This parliament should not be swayed on the basis of threats of being sued if changes are made to laws that affect foreign investors. When, for example, our parliament wants to legislate to protect the environment, we should not have as a concern being stopped in our tracks because an ISDS clause may mean we have to pay compensation to a foreign company who believes that they may have had their interests damaged by that case. And as I said, we've been really clear that trade agreements can be successfully negotiated without these clauses and in our interests. If we look at the two most recent free trade agreements that our country struck with the United Kingdom and with India, these do not include ISDS clauses. And in fact, they were negotiated by those opposite while they were in government at the beginning of those negotiations. These do take some years to conclude these negotiations. So it does seem strange that we're now here debating a motion where the opposition is in fact saying these clauses are essential while they were in government negotiating trade agreements that support our country without including these clauses. So, you know, I shouldn't be surprised that the opposition is once again backflipping on what they did while they were in government. It does seem to be a current theme of what they're doing, but it is worth noting that that is what they're doing. And this focus that the opposition is bringing to ISDS just doesn't make sense. Both the ACCC and the Productivity Commission have highlighted their concerns with ISDS clauses, suggesting that they risk impeding domestic reforms that are actually in the public interest. The Productivity Commission has said that evidence shows that ISDS provisions do not have a significant impact on investment flows. The Productivity Commission went on to say that Australia seeking to insert ISDS clauses through trade negotiations, and in doing so also trying to seek rights that might be held over foreign governments, is just not worth our while. And instead there are other avenues that Australian investors could make use of or have in their back pocket rather than making use of ISDS. And of course we do know where clauses like this have been used in the past, and it is important that those opposite and those of us on this side do remember the case that Philip Morris brought against Australia over plain packaging of cigarettes. This was a 4-year case that thankfully ended with that company being put back in its place, but it is a demonstration of how ISDS clauses can be used to interfere with the work of Parliament and the intentions of Parliament. The disruption that ISDS enabled Philip Morris to cause to a health measure that was supported by experts, was non-discriminatory and based on substantial research, goes to show how these clauses can be used against the interests of government, Parliament and, in fact, our country. We shouldn't see further actions in this vein. So this government is absolutely committed to supporting Australian businesses and trade. It is vital to our national interests. But we will continue to do that while also working to avoid empowering foreign companies who might try, just as Philip Morris tried, to get in their way to the detriment of Australians and to the public good.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Notice number 2, teachers.
And I call the member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to teachers in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. In my first speech to Parliament, I paid tribute to the teachers who helped shape me. Teachers like my history teacher, Frank Federico, who taught me about the role individuals can make in reshaping our society. He, like so many of our teachers, demonstrates the power of education to change lives. It's the most powerful tool for good that we have. Teachers make extraordinary contributions to our society. They are educators, role models and mentors for our kids. But over the last few years, it's clear we have failed them. After years of stagnating wages, increasing administrative workloads and a pandemic, our teachers are exhausted. Up to 50% of teachers are quitting within the first 5 years, and many experienced teachers are leaving the field. We've seen a 16% fall in the number of people starting teaching degrees, with a further 50% not completing their degrees. By 2025, there is a projected nationwide shortfall of about 4,100 high school teachers. That's the projected shortfall in 2 years, but the shortfall is already here. Last year, in just 1 week in one school in my electorate, there were 43 classes that did not have a dedicated teacher. That meant the students were not receiving the education they needed. This is not a new crisis. While the COVID-19 pandemic may have exacerbated the issues, the problems have been growing for years. Last December, the Federal Education Minister and I held a principals forum in my electorate. I wanted him to hear directly from local principals about the challenges they were facing with staff shortages. I thank all the principals who attended for their engagement and honest feedback. They said teachers were leaving the profession because of 2 main reasons: pay and condition. They also spoke about the ever-increasing workloads and administrative duties and the public perception of the profession. Fixing this crisis won't be easy. It will take time. But I'm proud to be part of a government who respects teachers and the important work they do. I'm proud to be part of a government who is committed to fixing this crisis. We are listening to those who know our education system the best: teachers, principals and support staff. We are investing $328 million through the National Teacher Workforce Plan to attract, train and retain teachers. We are investing in more university places for teachers, incentivising mid-career professionals to transition into teaching, and building the Teacher Workload Reduction Fund. We are working closely and collaboratively with state and territory governments, and I'm pleased to hear in my home state of New South Wales, the opposition Labor leader Chris Minns announce a suite of policies to fix this crisis. Since the federal election, it's been clear there has been a marked change in the tone. The work our government is doing is about restoring respect for teachers. I think it speaks volumes that the first action the member for Blaxland and the Federal Education Minister took was to return to his primary school to thank Mrs Fry, his former primary school teacher. He has launched a campaign to nominate more teachers for Order of Australian Awards, so they are recognised for their service to our community. On the weekend, I was fortunate to get an opportunity to catch up with Alice Leung, the President of the Inner West Teachers Association. We had a frank discussion about the challenges for teachers at the moment. And as we wrapped up our coffee and catch-up, she reminded me that people get into teaching because they are passionate about educating young people. While there is more work to do, I think the steps the Albanese government is taking are the first crucial steps towards offering teachers fair pay and conditions and the respect that they deserve, and most importantly, making sure that they can get back to what they love doing, teaching.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak later.
I thank the member for Holt, and I call the member for Indi. Yep. State the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the member for Reid for this very important motion, and alongside her I stand here to give my utmost respect and gratitude to the teachers who walk amongst us right across this nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, teachers in regional, rural and remote Australia are critical to giving our kids the best education they deserve. We know that people living in rural and regional Australia have much lower educational outcomes than our city cousins. We are less likely to complete Year 12, less likely to gain a Certificate 4 or above qualification, and less likely to apply and then even to accept a university offer. And that's not because we don't have the capacity. We're missing out on the opportunity. This educational inequality between metropolitan and regional Australia simply must be addressed. Tackling the unprecedented teaching shortage is indeed one step. In Indi, we are sadly at the forefront of this severe teacher shortage. Wodonga Senior and Middle Year Colleges and the North East Flexible Learning Centres combined are the largest public schools in Indi. When the member for Reid talks about the critical and unprecedented teacher shortages, I hope it doesn't get worse than what it is in Wodonga right now. Executive Principal of the colleges, Fern Hilditch, a Wodonga school principal for over 30 years, says that finding and keeping qualified teachers in Wodonga has never been harder. The school has been advertising 11 positions since the end of last year and so far has received 0 applications, not one. On top of this, last week they lost 3 much-needed casual relief teachers from Ireland who were here on the first year of working holiday visas. Because their first year is over, they now need to complete 3 months working in agriculture to qualify for working a second year in Australia. So this means they can no longer teach in Wodonga, where they are loved and needed most. The effects of these shortages on students are profound. This includes a cohort of kids that are still recovering from the isolation and stress of remote learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. We know these students are resilient, but without continuity of teachers, their wellbeing is impacted. Kids are missing out, and the teachers that we already have are under enormous stress as their workloads increase. Now, the government says it's taking measures to attract, train and retain teachers. But unfortunately, in Wodonga, we're not seeing any of these measures working right now. I want to work with the government on finding long-term sustainable solutions to addressing educational disadvantage in Indi, including ways that we can attract and retain the highest quality teachers. In the interim, I offer some simple ways the government can address the teacher shortage right now. Firstly, regional teaching should be added to the approved agricultural industries work list for visas. Like we see in Wodonga, there are teachers from across the world who are keen to live and work in regional Australia. Let's make the most of this. I've contacted the Minister for Immigration and the Minister for Education, and I look forward to engaging with them on this immediate solution. Secondly, the government must expand La Trobe University's Nexus program, which receives federal government funding. Participants in the program must have completed an undergraduate degree and then study a Master of Teaching, secondary, while gaining practical skills working as education support workers in a school. Now, the key driver of this program is to address the challenge, especially in regional and rural areas, of attracting, preparing and retaining high-quality teachers in often hard-to-staff schools and schools in low socio-economic communities. The Nexus program has been running since 2020, and this year Wodonga has taken on 6 new students. And Vern Hilditch, the principal, tells me they could take on 10 students. The government should increase the funding to this valuable program. Also, Nexus should be expanded to the VET programs. There's currently only 1 teacher at Wodonga Secondary College training almost 100 students in their Certificate 3 for early childhood education and care. So let's expand Nexus so we can train much more needed childcare, disability, building and construction workers. And thirdly, the government must add teachers to the list of professions eligible to have their help debts partially or completely forgiven if they work in regional, rural or remote areas. Already under this scheme, doctors and nurse practitioners are incentivised. We need to add teachers to this list as well. They are some of the most important members of our society. They equip our children. We need to protect them.
The member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Australia faces a teacher shortage 10 years in the making. Teacher shortage is a complex issue with a number of factors contributing to the problem. While school enrolments have grown considerably, the number of students who study teaching is on a constant decline. Over this period, enrolments in teaching degrees have fallen by 16%, and only half of the students who enrol actually completing their degree. As a result, the demand for secondary teachers is forecast to exceed the supply of graduates by around 4,100 between 2021 and 2025. Demand surpassing supply means the teachers currently engaged in the profession are overworked and underappreciated. Nearly a third to a half of teachers leave the profession within the first 5 years, often due to low pay and poor public image of the profession. A whopping 71% of those employed consider leaving the profession due to the high workload, particularly being required to do far more hours than they are paid for. My sister-in-law, a primary school teacher in Melbourne's southeast suburbs, is among one of them. The Productivity Commission found full-time teachers usually work 50% more than their paid working hours and more hours than their international counterpart, according to the OECD. As a result, 61% of teachers find the profession too stressful, which in turn has an enormous impact on their mental health and well-being. It is important to remember that the effect of this shortage is systematic, affecting everyone from newly employed graduates to even principals. 2/3 of whom identify heavy workload as a fact, limiting their effectiveness. This not only leads to a significant burden on existing staff who are often required to take on additional responsibilities, but is also detrimental to the quality of education that students are receiving. Furthermore, the shortage of teachers is having a particularly substantial impact on the disadvantaged areas like my electorate of Holt. These areas are already facing a range of challenges, including a lack of infrastructure and services, and the shortage of teachers only serves to compound these issues. Urgent action is required to address the teacher shortage in Australia, and I am proud the Albanese Labor government is leading the way in doing so. The government is investing in Australia's teachers with $328 million in target funding through the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan to turn the situation around. It sets out 27 actions the Commonwealth, state and territory governments will implement, including $159 million to train more teachers, offering more additional Commonwealth support places in 2023-2024 for bachelor and other courses in early child and primary and secondary education, $56 million for scholarships worth $40,000 each to encourage the best and brightest to become teachers, $68 million to triple the number of mid-career professionals shifting into teaching, $10 million to boost professional development, $10 million on a campaign to raise the status of the teaching profession, and instituting $30 million teacher workload reduction fund to trial new ways to reduce the workload on teachers and maximise the time they must teach. This plan will boost the number of students choosing to study teaching. It will provide the support they need to finish their studies and invest in programs that will reduce workload and increase the status of the profession in the community. Our children's education is too important to ignore, and we cannot afford to let this problem continue to go unaddressed. I am confident we can build a nation where teachers are respected, supported and encouraged. I would like to thank all teachers across Australia. We in this House appreciate the hard work that you do to educate the leaders of tomorrow. I thank the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to commend the member for Reid for this motion. Like all of us, we've got great memories of our teachers, and we understand how important education is, not just for the current generation, but future generations as well. And I was at my old high school, Mount Liddell Mercy College, for graduation, their graduation ceremony in December, and Mr Rogers, who was my Year 9 homeroom teacher, was there, and I couldn't bring myself to call him John. I still had to call him Mr Rogers 25 years later, which he thought was a little bit weird, but it was a reminder for me of the impact that he'd had on my life as a young man. I know everyone in this House has stories of the important work that teachers do, and not just teachers, but teachers' aides, the administrative staff, everyone in that within a primary school or a high school come together. So I firstly want to start by thanking all the teachers, all the teachers' aides. I've got family that are involved as teachers and teachers' aides. So I want to thank not just in Casey, but across the country. Thank you all for everything you do. We all know firsthand, I've got a 7 and a 9-year-old, and the last 3 years have been extremely tough for all families and all students, but teachers have really been on the front line in schools, doing learning from home. They are overworked, they are stressed. There are a lot of factors that bring this together, and I just want to thank them all for the work they've done in our community to make sure that the students were able to get through the last 3 years. But it's also really important that we acknowledge and understand that we're not through the challenges. And when I go to schools, I was in Hillsville, at Hillsville Primary School last week, and Hillsville High School and Warrawa College, which is a boarding school for Indigenous female students, and talking to the principals and the teachers. And there are many students that are struggling with the isolation and some of the challenges that they had through COVID and the lockdown. So it's an ongoing challenge. It's really important that we recognise while we're back out and about in the community for schools, there is still an impact that they're feeling, and that's why it is so important that we continue to support schools. It's not always just about the money. It's about supporting those teachers. And there's some initiatives that we can look at in the coalition government. We linked federal university funding for teacher education to course quality. We initiated the initial teacher education review, which was delivered in February of 2022, and it made 17 recommendations. So there's a strong blueprint for meaningful reform, and it's sitting there ready to go. In December of 2022, the Education Ministers agreed on the National Teacher Workforce Plan, and this is a step in the right direction. But the 28 recommendations largely mirrored the Coalition's teacher education review. So these delays, we can't really have them. We need to initiate these straight away. A lot of these are being pushed back to mid to late 2023, and that's too late for a lot of these schools. So we need to look at rolling these initiatives out as soon as possible. But we also need to look at other options and how we can make it easier for teachers. My mum is a teacher, and I know for her there's a lot of administration, a lot of paperwork outside of hours that they do that they don't get paid for. So how do we unlock technology and allow systems where they can have more uniform class lessons? We can use things, dare I say it, which is a bit controversial in education at the moment. How can they use things like ChatGPT and artificial intelligence to actually help them prepare their work plans and not do the work for them, but give them a base load so a lot of that administrative workload is taken off? And that's what we need to do. We know we face challenges for teachers. They're overworked, they're stressed. It is a bipartisan initiative to support education, to support our teachers and our teachers' aides, because once we invest in those future generations, they're delivering returns today, but they're also delivering returns for the future. And it's important that we acknowledge and recognise, Deputy Speaker, for teachers, that it's not just the education that they deliver. There's a lot of care that teachers and teachers' aides provide, whether it's breakfast programs, whether it's providing lunch, whether it's buying gifts to give to students that just their families aren't able to provide those for those students. So they do amazing work, teachers and teachers' aides. It's important that we continue to support them. It's important that we recognise that action needs to be delivered at a systematic level for the federal government to work with state governments to make sure we're addressing these work shortages and keeping teachers that are in the system there as long as possible. I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Reid for bringing this important motion forward. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, education is one of the most important parts of any society. It should be one of the highest priorities of any government, and certainly is one of the highest priorities for this Labor government. Young people are our future of our country and our world. They will be our future doctors, lawyers, accountants, architects, builders, electricians, plumbers, boilermakers, fitters, plasterers, neurosurgeons, farmers. So many options we have here of what they will be. So it is vital these young people have access and receive the best education in the world to make sure that our country continues to punch above its weight and thrive into the future. But in order for this to happen, Deputy Speaker, our students need teachers. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, this country is facing a shortage of teachers, and it's not only the students that will pay the price for this, but it will also impact the future of our nation as well. Deputy Speaker, this is a shortage 10 years in the making in this country. We have falling enrolments in teaching degrees and a forecast demand that will exceed the supply of secondary teachers by 4,100 teachers between 2021 and 2025. Not only are fewer students enrolling in teaching, but those who do study teaching are less likely to complete their studies than other students, with only 50% of teaching students completing their degree. This is just not good enough. Deputy Speaker, there are fewer and fewer people enrolling in teaching and even less completing their degrees. But the figures show that once those who do complete their degrees become a teacher, teachers between 30 and 50% will leave within their first 5 years of being in a classroom. Deputy Speaker, as with many of the problems created by those opposite, it is electorates like mine that are even more affected with this shortage of teachers being more severe in rural and remote areas. This has been highlighted recently with 2 schools in the Hunter facing chronic shortages. Muswellbrook High School has 8 permanent teacher vacancies and 221 lessons a fortnight are being taught by teachers outside their expertise. Merriwa Central School has 5 permanent vacancies and, according to the New South Wales Parliamentary Inquiry, had 3,800 split or merged classes during the 2021 and the first half of 2022. Once again, Speaker, regional Australia was forgotten about by those who love to throw their slogans on every telegraph pole they can find. Deputy Speaker, these issues are complex and have developed over a long period of time, but we do have an idea of some of the reasons of these issues. The most commonly cited reasons for leaving the profession is high and increased workloads. The Productivity Commission has found that teachers work about 50% more than their paid hours each week, and according to the OECD, our teachers are working more hours than teachers in other countries. Now, Deputy Speaker, one may think that teachers working so hard is great for our students and great for education in Australia, but this is not the case. Teachers are too often being caught up in administrative tasks, and only 40% of their time is actually spent in the classroom face-to-face with their students. Deputy Speaker, this is a government who actually cares about education and the future of young Australians. We're implementing measures to address the teacher shortages, like investing in Australia's teachers with $328 million in targeted funding through the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan. This plan will provide $159 million to train more teachers, $56 million for scholarships worth up to $40,000 each to encourage the best and brightest to become teachers, $68 million to triple the number of mid-career professionals shifting into teaching, $10 million to boost professional development and make sure that our teachers continue to improve. This plan will also see $10 million go towards a campaign to raise the status of the teaching profession, and $30 million teacher workload reduction fund will look at ways to reduce workload and maximise the time spent in the classroom with students. Speaker, this plan will increase the number of people studying teaching and will also help them finish their degree. This plan will reduce workloads and give teachers the recognition they deserve in the community. Speaker, this is a solid plan from a solid government with a strong focus on education. And I just want to say thank you to all the teachers out there. They put up with me as a student, and they put up with many students that are different and challenging, and I thank them for all they do. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge the member for Reid and her important motion to the House. I acknowledge the member for Lalor and her important contribution to the teaching ranks and what she did to help students, because teachers can be transformational. And I remember well my schooling years. I remember teachers such as John Egan, my Year 7 form master, who still contacts me regularly and tells me what I should be doing and how I should be doing it. And yes, he did wield the strap once or twice, so thank you, Member for Forrest, and I deserved every one of them. Brother Felix Augustine O'Connor, John Zogelman, Bob Stampton, Lynn Kenzie, all wonderful educators who put themselves out to ensure that they went above and beyond the call of duty to get those students of St Michael's Regional High School at Wagga Wagga the way they should be, ready for society. W.B. Yeats said, "Education is not the filling of a pot but the lighting of a fire." Robert Frost, "I am not a teacher but an awakener," and how true those words are. And I'm very, very proud that my daughter Georgina Bell, she recently was married, is a teacher, and making sure that English and English language and drama is the focus of her teaching. And I know from reading some of the things that she's shown me that she's making great strides in her profession and her teaching the kids down in Melbourne how to be their best selves. Now, when it comes to teaching, and I'm sure those opposite probably didn't mention this, but Sarah Mitchell is doing some great things as the Education Minister in New South Wales. I know there's an election on, And the sorts of things that this motion talks about, the unprecedented teacher shortage, having consequences across our society. Indeed, they are being addressed by the New South Wales Coalition. They have been for the 12 years they've been in government. They are being, as we go into this March 25 poll, a new cash incentive of $4,000 to public school teachers who obtain nationally highly accomplished and lead teacher accreditation. A $10,000 incentive as part of a push to address shortages outside cities. And I know that my daughter Georgina won one of those scholarships to teach in a remote location. She could have easily, once she'd graduated, taught at Wagga Wagga, and schools there would have actually paid for that equivalent of that incentive for her HECS and whatever else. But she still chose to go to Griffith, where the New South Wales Education Department had assigned her, and I was so proud of her for doing that because, as I say, she could have quite easily continued to live at home, probably save more money, but she said, no, I'm going to do this because that's what I signed up to do, and she fulfilled that obligation to the department, to the children in those remote areas. In that remote, Griffith was seen to be remote, even though it's a city of 27,500, or was at the time. And those 3 years at Griffith High made her as a teacher, because I can remember her very first day at school. It was difficult. She had a very difficult student who was quite aggressive towards her, and by the end of the year, he was in the school play, as I understand, wearing a pink tutu and really getting involved because of the education that he'd been given and the part that he'd been played in making sure that there was teamwork was first and foremost. And that's what teaching is about. It's about inspiring kids, transforming them to be their best selves. And I compliment Minister Mitchell for the work that she's doing. She's a regional person herself. And even whether it's education, no matter what the case is, right across every endeavour of society, there are 80,000 vacancies, full-time vacancies in regional Australia. You'd know that yourself, Speaker, at the moment, that we need to fill. And education is certainly one of those. And we know that teachers do not work school hours. I know teachers who routinely get to work very early, just a bit after 7 in the morning. They're still there at 5:30 at night. They take their work home with them. And I have to say, during COVID, it was so difficult not having that face-to-face interaction with students. I'm told particularly boys, anecdotal of course, but now that school's back in the classroom and it's face-to-face learning again, teachers are fast trying to make up the gap between those students, particularly the Year 8s and 9s, who lost those years of education. It's all right for the primary school kids, they adapt and they get on with things, but for the high school children it was very, very difficult, and I commend teachers, and like the member for Hunter, I thank them very much earnestly and honestly for the job they do.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is an absolute pleasure to rise to speak on the motion put forward by the member for Reid, and I thank her for doing so. And I would acknowledge the member for Hunter's contribution today, and as well as the member for Riverina, and thank him for his words about my contribution to education in my time as a teacher and as a principal. The member for Hunter thanked the teachers that had taught him. I'd echo that and thank the teachers who taught the member for Hunter. Having been a teacher, I can imagine the member for Hunter in a classroom. He would have been obviously one of my favourite students sitting in the back row of Year 9 at a school in Melton. I spent my years, 27 years, in state education in the state of Victoria, and I wanted to use this 5 minutes to nut down to what it is that teachers do. Because one of the issues we have with teaching in terms of lifting people's thoughts and the way they think about teachers and elevating them in the community is that, of course, everyone was a student, and therefore everyone's an expert in education. Everyone knows the teacher that inspired them, or the teacher that got them to nail down to task, or just the teacher that opened the world to them or challenged them. But people don't understand that the complexity of this work. As an English teacher or a maths teacher, I would have on average most years 100 students in a secondary school, 100 students that I am intrinsically working with across a year. 5 classes, I'm teaching English. If I'm teaching SOS, if I'm teaching science, if I'm teaching phys ed, I've only got this potentially for 3 classes a week, so I've got more students. I'm likely to have 150 to 175 students. Teaching is not about delivering a lesson plan. You can't reduce the workload by creating lesson plans and assuming that teachers can then pick up this generic lesson plan and walk in and deliver the information, because that's not what teaching is. Yes, teachers teach to a curriculum, but the lesson plan isn't the lesson. The lesson plan has to be created with the 25 students that are going to be involved in this lesson at the forefront of your mind. That's the complex nature of the work. We can know the curriculum, but you need to know the students to shape that curriculum so that you get maximum benefit, maximum uptake, if you like, maximum engagement in the material and therefore maximum learning. There are other factors that go into play. Of those 100 children that I'm working with in a secondary school as an English teacher across a week, every single one of those children comes through the door with their own background, their own ideas and their own experiences. If 2 of those children across a week are having a particularly rough time, then it doesn't matter how well I've planned my curriculum for those 2 children if I don't get in there and make them feel connected. So there's the complexity of the work around the human-to-human element. And when we talk, and we've heard lots of it here about teachers spending all of this time not in face-to-face teaching, and there's an assumption that it's all paperwork. It isn't. It's going and finding the students you teach during the week when you're not teaching another class and connecting to them that way. It's being the year-level leader or the year-level coordinator who is following up on students across that week. So lots of it is face-to-face human work, but not necessarily face-to-face teaching. But it takes hours and hours and hours. And then there's that third element around assessment and reporting that has become, if you talk to teachers, one of the most onerous parts. And that is being driven by our governments driving us to perform better. So we've found new ways to assure that our assessment and reporting regimes are measuring student achievement. This is two-pronged. First, it tells a teacher where that child is so they can help them take the next steps to the next place. 100 students, I repeat, across a week, 100 pieces of assessment and reporting. In a normal week, I'm trying to touch base 3 times in assessment with every one of those children. And the assessments aren't all written. They've got to be creative, but I'm trying to create that scenario where I know that child's learning, I know how to get them to the next step. This is incredibly complex work, and it needs governments to stand up and take notice and make sure that we're enumerating our teachers properly.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the member for Reid for this motion and acknowledge the work of the member for Lalor, who just spoke as well. And I also want to acknowledge and thank the extraordinary effort of our teachers, our school support staff and our principals right around Australia in the extraordinary work that they do. And as we know, at times the true value of the teachers' commitment in educating their students and being part of a community can be undervalued. And in addition, we see an increasing number of children presenting with a range of special needs into schools, and this is something else that the teachers have to deal with. And there's always an extraordinary impact, I think, of the effect that teachers have had on most of us in our time at school. And most of us can pick out 1 or 2 teachers who really had that made a difference to us. Even the students who had great difficulties or challenges at school for different reasons, in their time, there was possibly 1 teacher that cut through and made a difference to that individual student. And I remember an amazing teacher by the name of Fiore Rando at the Harvey High School. And Fiore was, in those days it was called social studies, but he provoked a great interest in those of us attending his classes in broader affairs, not just locally, state-wise, nationally and globally. But the measure of the man was not only his great personal values, but I remember the effort he put into each student. And I particularly remember one paper of mine in an exam where he'd marked it 3 times, 82%, 83 and then 84. He'd made the effort, which teachers do, to try to make sure the student got the best encouragement they could get to perform at their best. And I see that all of the time in the schools that I visit and the teachers that are so dedicated to their students. But not only the students, often there's a family behind that they are also dealing with, and also they have a great involvement in the community, particularly in regional, rural and remote communities. Teachers are really such a strong part of our community, and they have a special respect because of what they do for our kids. We really, really need them, and we really value them being in our part of the world, because often it isn't the first place of choice for those seeking a career. But I really want to offer a special thank you to the teachers who make the effort to understand those who are having great challenges, whether it's with a particular subject or an issue or others. Maybe they don't fit that strictly academic box, and they may not be the top students or the best students. They're the kids that need someone to make an effort to understand them and know that each one has something that they can do very well, and encourages that out of that student to give them so much more confidence in what it is that they are good at or the skill that they have. And I want to acknowledge those who work also in our agricultural colleges as well. And there's one particular offering in Bunbury called ShedWorks. And this is a fantastic opportunity for some of the students who've had a range of challenges in their schooling or their family or in their lives. And perhaps they don't fit that traditional model of education, and they go to ShedWorks, where they learn all sorts of new skills that they find they're very good at. It can be whether they're in woodwork or in making a range of new products and then marketing them, and being exposed to a whole lot of other people who are creative in different ways. At times they go off and sell these items at the markets and learn about how to market, and so many of them have gone on to other education or training beyond ShedWorks. But the most important thing when I've been to their relatively small graduations is that the parents and the families are so grateful that those teachers in that particular ShedWorks environment have encouraged and inspired these young people who potentially thought that they didn't have the same opportunities as others to go on and make the very, very best of themselves, which they do once they leave ShedWorks. And often there's a job beyond that as well for those students. What an amazing outcome when you're working with kids who need that extra help and finding themselves. And the amount of teachers I meet who are working countless hours, not just in formal education, but in the support and encouragement of young people, making sure they're checking in with these kids. Are you okay? That wonderful, those wonderful words, are you okay? And if you're not, how can I help you? And that's what our teachers do best.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, child sexual abuse. Motion to be moved by the member for Herbert.
And I call the member for Herbert.
I move the motion relating to child sexual assault in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Some of the most disgusting, heinous crimes are committed against our children. Young boys and girls who are growing up, who have their whole lives ahead of them, innocent victims of crimes which rob them of their innocence. Child sex offenders are the lowest of the low. They are vile scum, they are putrid, they are despicable. They deserve nothing more than to be removed from our society. They should be stripped of the privileges and freedoms that law-abiding citizens of Australia enjoy, and they should be kept as far away from our children as possible. While some of us might like to see child sex offenders locked up and the key thrown away, we know that some are released back into our community. In some states, they live largely anonymously among us. Sometimes they're monitored, but no one can be watched 24/7. And that's why we in our communities deserve to have the information we need to be able to stay aware. Not to be vigilantes, but be vigilant. That is why we need to have a national child sex offender register. This register must be a single point of truth, no matter what the state or territory, which makes public the identities, offences and postcodes of convicted child sex offenders to keep our kids safe. In Townsville, we have a large number of child sex offenders living in our community. It was revealed in 2020 that 180 of them live at large across the Townsville Police District, a number that is constantly on the increase. At the same time, it was revealed that there was only 22 police officers across Queensland with the task of monitoring 3,000 offenders. We can't afford to let more innocent children fall victim to these predators. Too many of these offenders get out of jail and re-offend, which is why we need to know where they are. You have to have a sign on your fence if you have a dangerous dog. But these people who have snatched the innocence away from young children get to walk freely among the community. In this age of the internet, we have too many stories of mothers meeting men on dating apps who aren't interested in them, but getting to their children. A recent Australian Institute of Criminology report found more than 1 in 10 on these apps had received a request to facilitate child sexual exploitation. 1 in 10. That is absolutely disgusting. Another study by the AIC found recidivist child sexual assault offenders comprise a small group of motivated, persistent offenders who are willing to adapt their offending to target new and different victims in different contexts, and that we need to apply situational prevention strategies which aim to restrict the opportunity to offend. There are other statistics mentioned in this motion before us today which demonstrate how tragic the situation has become. There were 18,925 victim survivors of child sexual assault reported in 2021. This is almost 2/3 of reported victim survivors of all ages that year. That means that the majority of victims of sexual assault in our communities are children. A national child sex offender register is not a new idea. This is something the former coalition government did a lot of work on. In fact, it was the coalition that implemented mandatory minimum sentences for child sex offenders. We created the world's first e-safety commissioner to tackle child exploitation online, and we launched the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse, a 10-year whole-of-nation framework targeting child sex abuse in all settings with the funding to implement it. We also began the important work to implement a register through the Council of Attorney General and Ministerial Council for Police and Emergency Management. This work must be progressed and followed through, and I urge the government to take it up. We must always do everything we can to protect the most vulnerable members of our community. A child sex offender register is not just something we should do, but must do for the safety of our children.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Bowman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Discussions about child sexual abuse and the perpetrators are always emotive. Only the survivors of child sexual abuse can truly understand the lifelong damage and the burden they carry from such cruel, evil, cold-hearted events. You just had to read from some of the testimony from the Royal Commission into Child Sexual Abuse, detailing the horrors inflicted on them and how that can affect people for the rest of their lives, sometimes lives that end all too early. And this is why this is such an emotive issue. The natural inclination of civilised society is to protect children. They are our hope distilled. And so if society fails to protect them, we feel that we have failed them as a society. I hope this urge to protect is what has motivated the member for Herbert, who has submitted this motion, rather than any political opportunism. However, when we look clinically at the facts, it is hard to see how a publicly available National Child Sex Offender Register would contribute to keeping our children safe. Just having a quick look through some of the data from the Australian Institute of Criminology outlines some of the facts around child sexual assault that weren't mentioned in his introduction. The personal safety study by the Australian Bureau of Statistics highlighted that only 11.11% of abusers were actually strangers, that is, people not known to the child. Most monsters are family monsters. Sadly, the highest percentage of perpetrators are male relatives. It showed almost 45% of victims were abused by male relatives, so for example an uncle, a brother, a father or a stepfather. Further, around 40% of abusers were a male family friend or an acquaintance of the family. These abusers were not just known to the child, but were responsible for the care and protection of these children. It was only last sitting that I spoke about Chris, my constituent, who was abused by his school counsellor at Brisbane Boys Grammar, a person who was supposed to be caring for him, not some stranger on the street. If the member for Herbert or anyone points out how a publicly available register would have helped people like Chris, then I could support it. But we know that the best place for this information about pedophiles and perpetrators is for it to be held by law enforcement and the courts. The statistics show that the vast majority of offenders are those who have not previously identified or have been convicted of these crimes. As I mentioned before, there will be a male family member or a close family friend who's probably known the child since birth. So strangers lurking in the shadows aren't the major perpetrators of child abuse. They are more likely to be sharing the same roof or the same meal with the child. Data shows that the recidivism rates of those who have been convicted of child sexual assault is actually relatively low when they're monitored by law enforcement and restrictions are placed upon them by the courts. The member for Herbert's plan would drive such people underground. At the moment, they must report where they live, they must report who lives in their household, what internet accounts they have, what they do for a living, all that can be investigated by the police, and if they don't provide the information, they can return to prison for a breach. The member for Herbert's ill-thought-out plan would actually drive such perpetrators underground. There is absolutely no data to support the notion that vigilantism makes children safer, for all that being claimed by people on the airwave. What will make our kids safer is if people who are told or aware of abuse is happening don't move these people onto another parish or another school or another church or another mosque so they can then abuse other children. We need to educate children from a young age about safe and respectful relationships, and I mean a very young age, in an age-appropriate way. We should talk to children about consent and about bodily autonomy. That phrase that I heard as a kid, such as "come and give me a kiss," that we hear from our relatives, older relatives, that should be considered carefully. What are we telling the child who doesn't wish to give that person the hug or the kiss, what they should do accordingly? And lastly, we must believe children when they tell us about what happened. Too often in the past, as we heard again and again during the Royal Commission into Institutional Child Abuse, children weren't believed. Adults either didn't believe them or refused to deal with it. Let us never make that mistake again. But also, let us not delude ourselves into thinking that a flashing warning sign placed publicly out front of every pedophile's home will make us safe from the boogeyman designed by the Liberal and National Party. Life is a little bit more complicated, more fraught, more nuanced. Let's leave the vigilante work to the 1890s. Let's leave the public lynchings to the 1800s.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure that I was due to speak just then, but that's fine. I can jump. Child sexual abuse and child sexual exploitation are Australia's great and silent shame. The harm inflicted upon our kids at home, at school, in the community, and importantly, online, often goes unreported. Bravehearts estimates that 8% of boys and 1 in 5 girls are sexual abuse survivors in this country. Just think about those stats again, in particular for young girls. 1 in 5. Vulnerable, dependent, innocent children. I want to acknowledge the work of the AFP and the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, launched by the Coalition Government. Since its inception in 2018, the ACE, as it is commonly referred to, has supported the AFP to rescue 517 children from harm. Tragically, with nearly 37,000 reports of online child abuse in 2021-22, the problem is only getting worse. In the past 4 years, the number of reports received by the ACE has more than doubled. The scourge of child sexual abuse and child sexual exploitation is heinous and hidden, and it requires a whole-of-nation response. I want to pay tribute to the bold organisations in my electorate of Fisher doing vital work in this space. Rachel Downey and her team at Stymie, employing digital technology to support schools in stamping out bullying and child abuse. Conrad and his team at IFYS Project Paradigm are leading the way when it comes to countering child sexual exploitation. Annie, Tracy, Jeanette and the team at No More Fake Smiles, who are supporting victim survivors in their fight for justice and bringing light to the issue. Paul Murgard and his team at Destiny Rescue, working across the world to free people, especially children trapped in sexual slavery. And just on that note, Madam Deputy Speaker, the stats, I was watching a television program the other day that showed that Australian men are the second greatest cohort of anywhere in the world, second only to the United States, that go particularly to Asia to sexually exploit children. Now, you know, this is an unbelievable blight on this nation. Australian men, the second worst recidivists, travelling to Asia in particular to sexually exploit children. That is just unbelievable, and I want to commend the now opposition leader who, when he was in the relevant portfolio, put in place the ability to be able to block some of these individuals if we suspected that they were travelling overseas to commit these sort of heinous crimes. And of course we know that there are many instances, hundreds of thousands of incidents where children are exploited online for the sexual gratification, let's face it, of men. You know, I can't remember the last time I heard a story of, well, I can think of one, but I won't go there. But it is absolutely overwhelmingly men that are the perpetrators. And this is not beating up on men, but we have got to, men of good character, have got to call this out. If we don't, who will? I want to send a very big shout out also to Bruce and Denise Morecambe of the Morecambe Foundation. My eldest daughter went to school with Daniel Morecambe. We were in the same area in Palmwoods. I remember the day vividly when Daniel was taken. I want to thank Bruce and Denise for their absolutely tireless work in protecting young children from sexual exploitation.
I thank the member and call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Child abuse is abhorrent and a pervasive crime in Australia. And I think it's important that we remember that it is indeed a crime. The impact on child sexual abuse survivors over a lifetime can be really extreme and, as I say, lifelong and debilitating. The effects will include post-traumatic stress, the inability to form lasting relationships, identity difficulties, parenting difficulties, alcohol and substance abuse, depression, anxiety, suicide ideation, just to name some.
Sadly, child sexual abuse is not a new issue. It's been around a long time. We've had an entire Royal Commission into the institutional, the types of sexual abuse that occurred in what should have been our most trusted institutions, but failed on every level for those children in their care. I'm from Newcastle. We have an entire volume and more from the Royal Commission attached to the sorts of horrific abuse that took place in those institutions over decades. But this is not something of the past either. It's an issue that sadly and shockingly seems to be seeing some increase in the Australian community. And according to the ABS, more than 1 million women have experienced sexual abuse by the age of 15. Just let that sink in for a moment. And of those 1 million women who've experienced sexual abuse by the age of 15, 90% of them knew their perpetrators, 55% of whom were a relative. So let's not assume that home is a safe place for everyone. And with those stats in mind, I would say to the member for Herbert who moved this motion that this is no time to be self-congratulatory about the performance of the previous government. Any policy changes must be supported by robust evidence and prevent unintended risks to victims and survivors and the wider community. The Albanese Labor government is committed, deeply committed, to protecting children from sexual abuse in all settings and to ensure criminal justice responses adequately reflect the profound harm that is caused to victims, survivors and communities. And this includes working with all Australian jurisdictions under the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse, a plan that spans from 2021 through to 2030 in order to combat all forms of child sexual abuse in all settings. The national strategy is underpinned by an investment from the Australian government of more than $160 million over 4 years in offender prevention and intervention measures, a critical part of addressing this issue. We've also launched a national framework for protecting Australia's children and committed $30 million in the 2022-23 budget to support this national framework. Safe and Supported is an ambitious 10-year strategy focused on making significant and sustained progress in reducing the rates of child abuse and neglect and its profound intergenerational impacts. The First Action Plan from 23 to 26 and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander First Action Plan for the same period put the voices of children right at the centre of policy making. And that's where they should be. The Action Plan sets out how governments, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leaders and non-government sector must work together to help children, young people and families in need of support. All governments agree that all children and young people in Australia have the right to grow up in safe, connected and supported environments in their families, communities and cultures. Decisions about child safety, whether through the courts, government or the community sector, should always be evidence-based and in the best interest of the child. That has to be the defining principle for law-making and decision-making in this country. To be very clear, this government will not tolerate the sexual abuse of children in any form. Our children deserve our protection and support, and we will continue to do everything we can to protect children here and overseas from exploitation and abuse.
Thank the member and call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of this excellent motion moved by my good friend, the member for Herbert. It should be the first job of any Australian government to protect its citizens, and paramount in that objective needs to be the protection of our most vulnerable citizens, particularly our nation's children. It is an unfortunate fact that we live in a society where our children are under threat from criminals who seek to do them harm. As the motion states, there were a staggering 18,925 victim survivors of child sexual assault reported in Australia in 2021. Federal and state governments have been engaged for many decades in the fight to bring these predators to justice and in undertaking other initiatives aimed at minimising this threat. However, when we are faced with these confronting statistics and in recognising that behind every number is an innocent young life that has been horrendously violated, we must ask an important question. What else can we do to empower Australians with the information that they need to protect their families? The member for Fisher mentioned the horrific case, of course, of Daniel Morcombe, and the parents of Daniel Morcombe know this nightmare all too well. And they have long campaigned for a national register for sex offenders to be established to provide the community with greater protection against these heinous offenders. We aren't suggesting that a national register will prevent all offending. A lot of the previous speakers have mentioned that most of the offending that takes place in Australia, of course, is taken place by individuals who are known to the victim. But it will give families some information on known local offenders that could be utilised to minimise risk. It will give schools, community groups, sporting organisations the information that they need to better ensure the safety of the children entrusted to their care. And by having the identities, offences and postcode of convicted child sex offenders publicly available, parents could determine if anyone who interacts with their child is a convicted offender, make informed decisions on their children's movements, and have a heightened vigilance to the known threats that may be present in their daily lives and routines. As a father of young children, I see this as a concept that has considerable merit, and I know that a vast majority of the Redlands community that I represent in this building share my enthusiasm for it. Anything that can be done to help shine a light on those who seek to dwell in the shadows should be something worthy of strong consideration from government. Where it related to child sexual offences committed against federal law, the former coalition government made the tough calls. The coalition implemented mandatory minimum sentencing and other measures for child sex offenders through the passing of the Crimes Legislation Amendment, Sexual Crimes Against Children and Community Protection Measures Bill back in 2019. The motion rightfully acknowledges this as a move worthy of the House's praise. In 2021, the Coalition also launched the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse, a 10-year whole-of-nation, first-of-its-kind framework which targets child sexual abuse. This included an initial $307 million investment to implement that strategy. The first phase of the strategy saw funding for the first National Action Plan, which included important initiatives such as $18 million to implement the National Victim Identification Framework, $22.3 million to deliver national awareness-raising campaigns, and $24 million to strengthen the Commonwealth's capacity to prosecute child sexual abuse offenders. And it was the now opposition leaders who established the AFP-led Australian Centre for Counter Child Exploitation, which has made a real difference, with almost 700 arrests and more than 6,000 charges that have been laid since 2018. This motion calls on the federal government to take this good work to the next level. It calls on the government to implement, in conjunction with state and territory governments, a national child sex offender register. The federal coalition committed $8 million in 2019 to advance a national register, but encountered strong opposition from the states and territories. To establish a national register, of course, the Commonwealth needs law and policy reforms from all jurisdictions. And I should give a shout out to Western Australia, which is the only jurisdiction where people can apply to access information on the Child Sex Offender Register. If a national register could save one child from being offended against, I think it's something worthy of consideration. Thank you.
I thank the member and call the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention.
Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge the member for Herbert for moving this motion today. Every day in my role as Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, I'm presented hard facts and realities about suicide in Australia. The strongest point is this. Over the last 2 decades, child abuse and neglect has consistently been the leading risk factor contributing to the years of healthy lives lost due to suicide and self-inflicted injuries. more than mental ill health, more than relationship breakdown, more than a lack of housing, a lack of employment, or a lack of financial security. Deputy Speaker, the highest contributor to years of healthy lives lost is child abuse and neglect. It is associated with 24% of the years of healthy life lost in males and 33% of the years of healthy life lost in females. That's absolutely unacceptable. We also know that 1.4 million Australians, or about 1 in every dozen, has experienced childhood sexual abuse. Given the sensitivities, we are cognizant that that figure is likely far higher. Child sexual abuse is confronting. It is also devastating for victim survivors and those who are vicariously impacted: parents, teachers, siblings, friends. And as such, our response must be robust. It must be evidence-based. Firstly, we are addressing childhood sexual abuse at the cause by stopping abuse before it happens. This work is being led by the Attorney-General's Department through the National Office for Child Safety. The work of the Office is underpinned by the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse, a first-of-its-kind, whole-of-nation policy approach that was created in response to the Royal Commission into Institutionalised Responses to Child Sexual Abuse that the member for Newcastle has just spoken of. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, we are determined to support victim survivors. In January, we brought together Australia's leading advocates for mental health and suicide prevention. We also brought to that same group those with lived and living experience of mental ill health. Their voice has for too long been missing from this conversation. We often talk about person-centred care while not properly including those with lived and living experience. We're changing that. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is investing $8.5 million to support those with a lived experience of mental health, to shape the policies and programs that affect them. We're establishing 2 independent national mental health lived experience peak bodies, one representing consumers and the other representing carers, families and kin. Deputy Speaker, this investment puts the voices of people with lived and living experience of mental ill health and suicide at the centre of decision-making as we work together to create a fairer, improved system that meets the needs of all Australians, young and old, wherever they live. These bodies will also inform how we support victims of child sexual abuse, because we will only see the real change when we put the voices of those who are impacted at the centre, where we amplify the voices of those with lived and living experience in decision-making and leadership. It will make robust sexual abuse policy, and robust policy will inform effective care for those in distress. It will make significant progress in suicide prevention by addressing the drivers of distress and reducing the likelihood that individuals experience suicidal ideation. Deputy Speaker, and it is not just good suicide prevention policy. It will significantly reduce cost to and pressure on and build capacity of our healthcare and in particular mental health care system. This conversation is difficult. It's confronting, but it must be had. And I look forward to continuing to work to progress this work with all members of Parliament and senators in a genuine cooperation while keeping focused on who this work is for, our young people.
Thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, Ukraine. Motion to be moved by the member for Adelaide.
I call the member for Adelaide.
I move the motion relating to the Ukraine in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper.
Do we have a seconder? Oh, okay. Sorry. The member for Adelaide has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to move this motion. Friday the 24th marks 1 year since the full-scale unlawful invasion of the Ukraine by Russia. On that day, the lives of 40 million Ukrainians changed forever. The invasion has resulted in a toll of destruction, many thousands of human casualties, and the displacement of over 14 million Ukrainians. Ukrainian families have been torn apart as they were forced to make the difficult decision whether to stay or to go. But the world order has changed as well on that day, Deputy Speaker. Suddenly there was a war in Europe, a war that could spread to other territories, a war that threatens to escalate and threatens democratic values, a war that impacts on the availability of basic essentials for people around the world. On February 24th, the world became a more dangerous and precarious place for everyone. The stability we had come to take for granted over the years was over. And yet, for all the ways this war has impacted people in countries around the world, it is the Ukrainian people who are truly suffering. To the people of Ukraine, I say, our thoughts and our prayers are with you. I commend your strength, courage and resilience in the face of this aggression. And, Deputy Speaker, we will continue to support the people of Ukraine. We will continue to support you and stand with you. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was an unprovoked attack. It was in blatant disregard for the intentional rule of law, and it is a direct violation of the UN Charter, which protects everyone's sovereignty. Deputy Speaker, we must continue to speak loudly and clearly against such acts. This invasion continues a pattern of illegal and immoral aggression against Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Australia continues to stand with Ukraine against Russian aggression. This immoral and illegal invasion is something the whole of the Australian Parliament stands in unity against. And I was proud to stand with my parliamentary colleagues in the House of Representatives from and the members of the opposition, everyone in the chamber, in solidarity with the Ukrainian people. We have provided Ukraine with military and humanitarian support, as well as refuge for displaced people, and will continue to do so. On the 24th of February, 1 year from Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the government reaffirmed its support for the people of Ukraine. We announced additional support in the form of uncrewed aerial systems or drones. In February, 200 Ukrainian soldiers graduated from the Australian-based training that's occurring in the UK under Operation Kudu. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the Australian Armed Forces for the vital role that they are playing and have played, Deputy Speaker. We also announced additional sanctions against the further 90 people and organisations who are involved in the Russian war machine. Our sanctions have hit more than 1,000, and we will continue to act in coalition with other democratic forces around the world to impose these sanctions. This war is causing damage, not to just the people of the Ukraine, but also the Russian soldiers and the people of Russia as well, who have no idea of what the future holds, and especially the soldiers who are being sent to the front line. This war will result in only death, destruction on both sides. The people of Ukraine, led by President Zelensky, have shown incredible resolve when we see what they've been through in the last 12 months. Incredible resolve and courage to withstand an invasion by a much larger and more powerful country. But this has come with enormous sacrifice, of course. In the face of this sacrifice and constant pressure from air raids, attacks and atrocities committed by the invading forces in Ukraine, the Ukrainian people have stood tall, Deputy Speaker. The Ukrainian people are not only fighting for their country and their sovereignty, they are not only protecting themselves, they are also fighting for every person in the country who cares about democratic values and the rule of law, the rule of international law. And that's why we here in Australia and in this Parliament and in this place will continue to stand with the people and government of the Ukraine.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. And can I just commend the member for Adelaide for his fine words and just say on this issue, all of us stand at one. All of us stand at one. What is happening in the Ukraine is beyond despicable. It's beyond deplorable. it is absolutely devastating, and all of us know and agree that Russia should immediately cease its hostilities and withdraw from all territory in Ukraine. That is the only way that this abhorrent war can be brought to an end. And I'm sure all of us call on Russia, and in particular President Putin, to cease and to withdraw and to take the responsible action that he needs to take at this time, because the suffering is too great. And it's suffering not only are we seeing in Ukraine, but we're also seeing as a consequence in Russia as well, through the loss of life of Russian soldiers, through the harm that it's doing to the Russian economy and to the very fabric of Russian society. So there is very good self-interest for Putin himself to act in the morally, ethically and responsible way as well. But for the people of Ukraine, our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to you for what you are bearing at the moment. And all of us in this parliament and right across our nation stand with you in your bravery and extraordinary courage in the way that you have tackled the current war that you are fighting. I think all of us have been absolutely almost taken to a place where we never thought we could be taken when it comes to such courage, when it comes to just an extraordinary ability to defend one's sovereignty, to defend one's liberty in a way that I think we often wondered we all had in us. But the Ukrainians have shown that they do have it in them. And it has been nothing but inspirational, the way that they have fought. I think many of us were worried that the war could have been over in 1 week or 2 weeks. But the way the Ukrainians have fought has been quite remarkable. But it is not over. And as we've read recently, just in the last couple of days, Russian forces are continuing to advance in some territories in the Ukraine. And that is why the rest of the world has to stand with Ukraine in its fight. We have to make sure that we continue to provide the military aid. Now, Australia has gone beyond what most countries have, and I think it's time all countries stepped up and followed our lead, led by the immediate response by the Morrison government, followed by the response we've seen from the Albanese government. We have to ensure that the rest of the world continues to provide that military aid, and in particular military hardware, to enable the Ukrainians to respond, and respond in a way that will see the Russians defeated. We've also got to make sure that we continue to look after the Ukrainian people. Now, we've done that here in Australia. We've taken thousands of Ukrainians and we've given them the option to be able to spend some time here, to settle here while the war continues. And we've got to make sure that we continue to provide that sanctuary for the Ukrainian people while they deal with this abhorrent war with Russia. Can I just end by acknowledging the contribution that has been made by the Ukrainian ambassador here in Australia, and also by the leaders of the Ukrainian community here in Australia. Vasil and Stefan have done an extraordinary job in rallying the Ukrainian people here in Australia and making sure that their interests are incredibly well represented. I had the great honour of going to the Ukrainian Catholic Cathedral in Melbourne to commemorate the 1 year anniversary of the war starting, and to see the Ukrainian community still with that strong spirit of the need to make sure they defeat this adversary and protect their sovereignty was extraordinarily special.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. The anniversary of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine was a sad realisation that many had made in recent times. it is difficult to believe this war began just over a year ago. For some of us, this realisation occurred upon the visit by Ukraine's ambassador to Australia in this building just a few weeks ago. It certainly would not feel like yesterday to him. It certainly doesn't feel like yesterday to the thousands of brave men and women fighting against the Russian troops across their home soil. It certainly did not feel like just yesterday to the thousands of Ukrainian Australians, many with family who have come under harm's way or have, like millions of Ukrainians, become displaced by this senseless war of aggression. The day was spent in many ways across this country, such as a vigil held on the steps of Parliament House in my home state of South Australia, to protest in front of the Russian embassy right here in Canberra. Some may say that Russia would take little notice of such things, but we cannot sit idly by and let the world see, let Russia see, that day pass without any reaction on our part. We must maintain this vigil with our words and with our actions until peace is restored again to the region. And without such vigilance, we play right into the hands of Vladimir Putin, for I am sure he is banking on the West to have a short attention span or an empathy deficit due to conflict being far away enough to be merely a spectator sport. We cannot allow for this to happen. This is why we stand up in places like this, the Parliament of our nation, in order to amplify and deliver messages such as this. Acting Deputy Speaker, I thank my South Australian colleague, the member for Adelaide, for moving this motion here today. It gives me the opportunity to speak out in support of Ukraine, in support of our local Ukrainian diaspora, in support of scores of Russian Australians out there who are equally as horrified by the actions of the Russian government of Putin. And to speak in support of the hopes of all of us, the restoration of peace and the return of Ukraine's sovereign territory, so they can take care of their wounded and rebuild many shattered cities and critical infrastructure across ever-changing front lines over the course of this conflict. The admonishment of Vladimir Putin and Russia's government is not one of Russia's people. After all, we're not all tarred and feathered by the actions of our governments, whether those actions are that of policy failures or, in this case, vaulting well over the bar of what we would define as an atrocity and an affront to peace and decency. In Australia, we can all speak up and speak out on the decisions made by our governments and elected officials. But as we know, this is not the case everywhere in the world. It is certainly not the case in Russia. Speaking out against Putin, the Kremlin or other senior government officials often puts one in as much peril as the soldiers on the front lines. Many have attempted to escape, but Putin has made it difficult to evade his wrath. Though many deaths remain inconclusive as to what exactly happened or who was ultimately responsible, it is a common theme that speaking out against Putin is a very dangerous endeavour. Australia's place in the world is one of the peacekeeper. We were a founding member of the United Nations after its establishment at the conclusion of World War II. We, along with 50 other nations, ratified the United Nations Charter. We were the first president of the United Nations Security Council all the way back in 1946. Back in a day where the West and East joined together to stamp out evil, to stamp out the hubris of petty despots and tyrants. But, Acting Deputy Speaker, the peacekeeper though we may be, we play our part well and in lockstep with the rest of the free world in this ever-changing global paradigm. Dr Geoff Raby put it quite well in Australian Foreign Affairs 16, which was published late last year. Upon the election of our government, you would expect many countries to have received a visit before venturing into Eastern Europe. It doesn't signify a lack of importance that we place in the region. But the fact our Prime Minister chose to visit Ukraine within months of taking office shows a shift in our view and the world's view. For if we divert our gaze for a moment at a time, we run the risk of atrocities to go unchecked and a proud people to suffer further. I stand with the Ukrainian people. We cannot give up or halt our efforts until peace exists. Slava Ukraini.
Thank the member and call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 1 year on from the illegal invasion of Ukraine, of course, the toll on the world stands very, very high. And it's appropriate that this Parliament mark solemnly the deaths of 7,000 people that we know of, the displacement of 14 million people in Ukraine, and a world torn apart by the consequences of Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And Australia, of course, is a nation dedicated to individual freedoms, human rights, individual rights, stands very firmly with our allies in Europe and around the world to stand up for Ukraine and the citizens that are fighting this war, the people that have banded together to stand up to this great evil. And it's a situation that we've seen on repeat in recent years, an investment that we have made as a country far away on another side of the world in a people who are fighting for their liberty and fighting for their basic individual and human rights. Vladimir Putin in recent times has been responsible for atrocities around the world, whether it started in Chechnya, in Syria, in Georgia, in Ossetia, in Crimea, and now in Ukraine. The pattern is clear. The tyrant that is Vladimir Putin, who has publicly stated he asserts to re-establish the Soviet Empire, an empire that was responsible for the deaths of 60 million people. He seems to think that that is a worthy objective, and he certainly made a good fist of it with that horrible list of atrocities through all of those countries and his wrecking ball that he is now applying to the world and to Europe. So it's only right that Australia is sending our military aid, $655 million in total aid, but $475 million in military assistance, and of course our humanitarian aid and compassion to aid the Ukraine people in their defence. It's allowed Ukraine to recapture 54% of the territory that Russia has initially invaded. And given the awful surprise attack and the overwhelming odds against the Ukrainian people, this is a stunning achievement. But it's been bought at the cost of the lives of several thousand people already and 14 million people without a home. We welcomed people from Ukraine here at the beginning of this conflict, and we continue to welcome those that need safe harbour, that need temporary protection, that need to flee. But of course people who've come from Ukraine want to return to a safe and secure country that is protected from Russia. And so we continue to support the effort, the war that is being waged on behalf of free peoples all around the world. And I commend very much our partners in Europe for the leadership they've shown. In recent times, Europe has faced strife economically, it's faced social strife, it's faced a refugee crisis, the greatest displacement of people that we've seen since World War II hit Europe. And Vladimir Putin at every turn has sought not to be a good partner or friend to the countries of Europe, but he has sought to take advantage of each of these crises, whether economic unrest, with his unconscionable actions in cutting off power and controlling the power supply through the gas to Europe, whether it be through his deliberate manipulation of refugees and the greatest refugee crisis since World War II in Europe, whether it be through his illegal invasions and activities in countries in the Middle East and throughout Europe. And when we think about our partners and friends in this regard, the countries of Poland and Lithuania, Romania, Hungary, these are great countries who have come to Australia after World War II before, migrants who've come here and established a home and built communities fleeing a great evil in Europe. Many of us are here because of that great evil, and many Ukrainians will come here again and we welcome them. But we must not give up 1 year on the people of Ukraine or the nation that Ukraine has shown itself to be, forging itself in the fire of an illegal invasion against a hideous despot, a new tyrant of our age, one of the world's worst dictators who has no regard for individual rights, human rights or human life. The people of Ukraine are fighting a war for freedom in the world today. They're fighting a war for their families, they're fighting a war for Europe, and they're doing so at their own expense. It's right and proper that the Australian government continues to support it. It's right and proper that we have a united and bipartisan commitment to support Ukraine through this period. And I know that Australia, being the nation that it is, the carefree, the happy-go-lucky people that we are, will never forget the downing of MH17, of the people who died from the Netherlands, from Australia, our citizens shot down by Russian tyranny. We will never forget that. We'll never forget our friends in Europe. We'll never forget the people of Ukraine. And we fully support 1 year on everything that Ukraine is doing to defend itself and establish itself as a country of freedom in Europe.
Thank the member and call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. 24th of February marked 1 year since Russia launched its illegal and immoral full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The war raging as we speak is an unlawful attack against Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It has now resulted, according to US estimates, in 200,000 dead and many injured. At least 40,000 civilians have likely died in the conflict. 140,000 buildings have been destroyed, costing around $350 billion US. 14 million Ukrainians fled the country when war broke out, and 7 million are internally displaced, and these are mainly women. Deputy Speaker, the Russian invasion is not a limited war bound by the laws of armed conflict and the UN Charter. The images of civilian bodies lying in the streets of Bucha with their arms tied, shot after being tortured, which are clear war crimes, are too fresh in our minds for any of us to fall for that. Russia is pursuing a total war that aims at nothing less than the destruction of the national, cultural, religious and democratic institutions of the Ukrainian people. The initial Russian war aim was not, as Moscow's propaganda machine parroted to its own population, a clinical intervention to denazify a country led by a Jewish leader. It was not. The goal was regime change. The initial Russian war plan was to storm Kyiv, kill President Zelensky and install a puppet regime. And this plan failed because it met with the irresistible force of the heroic and effective resistance of the Ukrainian armed forces, which frankly stunned the world. And Russia's plan also failed because it met with the awe-inspiring reaction of a genuinely people's war. Within days, Ukrainian society mobilised en masse. Many young and old Ukrainians joined the armed forces and territorial defence units by the thousands, not simply because they had to, but because they wanted to. Compare that, if you will, with the 700,000 young people who fled the country during mass mobilisation in Russia. Countless Ukrainian civilians also joined the war effort by flying reconnaissance drones, raising funds, and even, in the case of Ukrainian farmers, literally towing away enemy tanks. Now, the Russians have greatly underestimated the Ukrainian people. They also dramatically underestimated the sympathy and solidarity that their resistance would kindle for Ukraine around the world. The Kiel Institute for the World Economy estimates that 46 countries gave the equivalent of $168 billion in financial, humanitarian and military aid from the start of the war. Now, that's immense when you consider that Ukraine's GDP was $290 billion in 2021. Deputy Speaker, I wish to acknowledge local advocates in Darwin, including Northern Territory Ukrainian Society President Tatiana Hoffman, for their leadership on this issue. With Tatiana and supporters, we gathered in front of the NC Parliament to mark a year of the war. And last week in Melbourne, I caught up with the Ambassador, Vasil, and reiterated our solidarity with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member and call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When His Excellency Vasyl Moroshenko pitched to be Ukraine's ambassador to Australia, he felt, given his background, it would be a role all about commerce, economic development and trade. Building business links between his nation and ours was to be a priority for this Chevening scholar, who is a Master of Sciences in Politics of the World Economy from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Mr Moroshenko arrived in Australia directly from the Ukraine capital, Kiev, on 26 March 2022. Russia had invaded his homeland little more than a month earlier. As Mr Moroshenko told the National Press Club in Canberra on 24 February 2023, marking 12 months since the invasion began, his work here has been chiefly military matters, not enhancing trade opportunities as originally intended. In fact, he's had to be more of an arms dealer than an ambassador. So much so he has earned the nickname Vassal the Bushmaster for his advocacy to obtain the world-renowned Bendigo-built infantry mobility vehicle. Australia has delivered upwards of 90 Bushmasters to Ukraine to help in the fight against Russia. Describing the Bushmaster as handy and hardy, Mr Moroshenko went even further, saying it is the Anzac spirit on wheels. He added, Ukraine is lucky that Australia is in our blue and gold corner. And that said, 140 other countries are also on Ukraine's side. Mr Moroshenko said Russia's actions were not only a war on Ukraine, but a war on democracy. How very true. He said Ukraine was being hit with, wait for it, 20,000 Russian bombs a day. That's about 15 every minute. 15 every minute. You could just imagine. The goal for Ukraine, he told the press club, is to win in 2023 for the world's sake. It will be won by all on the side of democracy, being beyond brave. Earlier in his address, Mr Moroshenko said thousands of Ukrainian citizens had been killed during the illegal and immoral invasion. And we've all seen those images of the maternity wards of hospitals being bombed beyond repair. This is an outrage. This is disgraceful. And the world needs to unite even further to do all we can to help those Ukrainians. Now, Ukraine is a major supplier of grain and food for countries in the Horn of Africa, and they are now facing starvation. They are facing famine, and the member for Moreton knows this. He and I have had a number of discussions about this. This is because of the disruption to supplies and supply chains because of the Russian invasion. Russia has compromised the food and energy security of so many countries, Mr Moroshenko said. Australia has been a real mate to Ukraine, standing up to a bully. Now, closer to home, my hometown, Wagga Wagga, we have a Ukrainian musician there. Her name is Larissa Burak. She is a beautiful human being, Deputy Speaker. She continues to raise funds and awareness through concerts, and she can play the traditional Ukrainian instruments. She can sing. Her version of the Ukrainian anthem has to be seen to be believed. It makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck. And she's been speaking at many events about the plight of her beloved country. And while she's a long, long way from home, being in Wagga Wagga, her heart is still very much with her homeland. And I understand that. It must be so difficult for her. She said she believed Ukraine would ultimately prevail, but we need a lot of help. And she's right. Now, Ukrainian embassy's charge d'affaires, Vladimir Shelevinsky, was given a civic reception by Wagga Wagga City Council on 16 September last year, and he returned to town on the 21st of December to catch up with Uranquinny veteran Damien Nye. And he is doing a fantastic job, Damien this is, to provide humanitarian aid to those in Ukraine. And he's being supported in that cause by Wagga Wagga Rotary Clubs, and particularly the Rotary Club of Wagga Wagga. And I well recall on the 3rd of March last year, Wagga Wagga held a prayer vigil in the Victory Memorial Gardens for those in Ukraine. The number of people who came out from all backgrounds, all sides of politics, young and old, was quite frankly astonishing. But not really when you think about it, because Wagga Wagga is a very much peace-loving community. Wagga Wagga is very much a diverse, multicultural community. And when our friends get the treatment that they're receiving from Russia, we stand as one. And that's what Wagga Wagga did, and we will continue to help the national efforts to help Ukraine.
Thank you. Call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on this motion and commend my good friend, the member for Adelaide, for moving it. 24th of February marked a year since Russia launched its illegal invasion of Ukraine. It's a sombre occasion for the people of Ukraine. We mourn the incalculable loss this country has endured, a scale of war we've not seen in Europe since 1945. And we're deeply saddened by the human suffering and the global crisis in food and energy security that's affecting Europe and Africa, as the previous speaker said, caused by Russia's action. We honour the unwavering resolve and strength of the Ukrainian people as they stand up to Russia's continual aggression. We're proud to stand with Ukraine as it defends its people, its territory and its sovereignty.
At its core, this is an unwillingness of the Putin regime in Russia to accept the independence of Ukraine. Russia's attack on Ukraine was an attack on all countries and on the fundamental norm of territorial integrity and sovereignty. It's not new. Just under a decade ago, the aggression in Crimea was on full display and, sadly, without significant international condemnation or response. The Russian president, in an act of real doublespeak that George Orwell would have been proud of, signed the Treaty of Accession on the 18th of March 2014. That act of accession actually is an act of annexation, illegally taking Crimea into the Russian orbit. It's got nothing to do with denazification. It's got nothing to do with Christianity. And it's everything to do with what Simon Sebag Montefiore in his brilliant books, The Romanovs, and Stalin, The Court of the Red Tsar, talks about. The act of Putin could be anything that Peter the Great or Catherine the Great did during the Romanov era from 1613 to 1917, or indeed the affliction and oppression and starvation perpetrated by Joseph Stalin on the people of Ukraine in the 1930s, forcing the dispossession and dislocation of millions and the starvation of millions in the Ukraine. This has got nothing to do with democracy. It's got everything to do with the dictatorial regime that cannot understand and cannot accept international rules or liberal democracy. And the attacks and this defence of so-called the family and of religion by Vladimir Putin offends me and offends people who call Christianity their faith and who believe in family values. It's got nothing to do with that. The international community must take and has taken collective action in relation to this. For our part, as an Australian government, we've imposed costs on Russia. We're proud of doing partners in contributing to the defence, economic and humanitarian assistance. And recently, when I was in Belgium and France, meeting with politicians and people in the EU, it was quite clear they recognise Australia's contribution to the support, humanitarian as well as military. In addition to the Bushmasters, we have provided additional military assistance. We have provided, for example, uncrewed aerial systems to the Ukrainian government. This support's provided battlefield intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance capability to the Ukrainian armed forces as they continue to fight against Russia. The announcement coincides with the first graduation of about 200 Australian-trained Ukrainian soldiers as part of the UK-led multinational training effort to the Ukrainian armed forces. And they leave with skills and knowledge that will save lives. Just think of the damage done to the economy. We're seeing an assault, the number of bombs being inflicted and dropped on the Ukrainian people that is like Verdun or the Somme. It's like the Battle of Kursk or Stalingrad that they're getting inflicted upon them and they're suffering from. We've joined 140 other nations to support a resolution calling for a just peace in Ukraine. A just peace involves Russia leaving the Ukraine and I think paying reparations to the Ukrainian people for what they've inflicted upon them. It's an utter disgrace. It's not only unethical, it's immoral what they've done. Children being taken from their families, there's sexual assaults and raping of women and children, and it is utterly offensive, can I say, for those people who claim that they're doing it in face of what they think is a country that's opposing them. It's not about faith, it's about war.
Thank you. I'll call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Adelaide for moving this motion. It's a motion that I support, along with all of my parliamentary colleagues. There has not been one dissenting voice in this chamber, and that's a good thing for Ukraine, it's a good thing for Australia, and it's a good thing for democracy. Just over a year ago, Russia unlawfully invaded Ukraine. The decision was illegal, it was immoral. It is the invasion of a democratic state, another democratic state, is, in this case, absolutely illegal and immoral and unethical. It is an assault on democracy. It's an assault on decency, brought by a man who, I don't use this term lightly, but I believe him to be evil. It's right that we continue to call out Vladimir Putin for his war crimes, his hate and aggression. And I'm glad to see that a bipartisan international effort on the part of the West is supporting the Ukrainian people. When I was Speaker in the last Parliament, it was one of my proudest days when the President was given the honour of addressing a joint parliamentary sitting. It's something that I believe that Australia should press for, to show the world and the people of Ukraine that Australia stands with Ukraine. And I want to send a shout out to the Ukraine ambassador to Australia. He has done an absolutely sensational job in defending the rights of his country, men and women. Vasyl Marashenchenko is a remarkable human being, and he really deserves all the praise that we can give him. The Australian government, when we were in power, and I'm very pleased to see that the Labor government has continued with the same sort of assistance that we have provided as a nation to the people of Ukraine. 70 ADF personnel are currently training Ukraine armed forces in England as part of Operation Interflex. We've provided $655 million in direct support, including $475 million in military aid. Australia is the largest non-NATO member that has provided the largest support to Ukraine, and that's something that Australians should be very proud of. Australia has sanctioned some 1,000 Russian oligarchs and defence and politicians, and I'm very proud to say that every single one of the members and senators who sit in the House of Representatives and the Senate have had the same so-called honour bestowed upon them. We have been sanctioned by the Russian government, and I'm very proud to be sanctioned by the Russian government. We've provided 90 Bushmasters, and I'm proud to say that a local company, Anyquest, in my electorate provides the generators for those Bushmaster vehicles. At the same time, we continue to raise international pressure on Russia to do the right thing, with a coalition of 140 United Nations member states calling for a just peace. I want to also send a shout out to a local business, whilst not in my electorate, is on the Sunshine Coast. It is the efforts of this local business which has heartened me most, and I know that they've been of encouragement to the Ukraine-Australian population as well. From church services and vigils to protests and flash mobs to school projects and street art, Australians have shown solidarity with the people of Ukraine and with international democratic values. Just last week, an organisation called Sunshine and Sons have donated money from the sale of their gin to the war effort and the people of Ukraine. It is a good cause, and we stand with the people of Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The chair will resume at 4 p.m.
Okay. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Wannon. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I rise this afternoon to speak on an extremely difficult issue, but one which has brought out incredible bravery and courage from a mother in my electorate, Tash Lambert. Tash lost her daughter at age 17 years. Sadly, Josie took her own life, and this has obviously caused devastation to Tash and her family. But Tash is absolutely determined to make sure that something good comes out of this absolute tragedy. And so she's doing what she can to raise awareness around suicide prevention, making sure, especially in regional communities, that we can get the services that we need and the support to young people in our community to make sure that we do not see young people taking their lives. We all know that we have to continue to act and continue to make sure that we're doing all we can when it comes to suicide prevention. And Tash Lambert is leading the charge in southwest Victoria, and I commend her for everything that she's doing.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday, I was proud to host the first ever Babies of Bennelong Family Fun Day. Over 100 families from across Bennelong gathered together at North Ryde School of Arts to celebrate babies born across our community in the last 18 months. Families and kids from across the electorate had their faces painted, connected with local playgroups and health organisations, and visited stalls from community small businesses. As part of the festivities, we hosted a Welcoming the Babies ceremony where we formally welcomed the newest and littlest members of our community, and some of them were really, really very little. We had babies as young as 5 weeks old who we welcomed to Bennelong with loud applause. Each family went home with a special certificate to commemorate their day, a gift bag full of goodies and a commemorative photo. I'd like to thank Lyndall Howison, the state candidate for Ryde, for the upcoming election, for her enormous efforts to help on the day. She emceed the event, she ran the reading thing where we read out little stories to the children, and she used her skills as a teacher really, really well. I'd love to thank Ryde District Mums, the Northern Centre, Johnson & Johnson, the Pharmacy Guild, My Gym at Top Ryde, Caratan, St John's Anglican Church in North Ryde, Beyond the Book, One Smart Piano, Wukong, Brick for Kids, Global Arts, and of course all the families and lovely little children who joined us on the day. I look forward to making this an annual tradition and to celebrating many more babies and many more families in Bennelong.
I thank the member, and I call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you. Tarman Public School is a large primary school located in the heart of my electorate. Its community is typical of North Sydney, with many students having at least one parent who was not born in Australia and many others speaking a language other than English at home. In years 5 and 6 alone, there are 440 students, many of whom I had the pleasure of recently meeting when I spent an hour talking to them about all things federal politics. At the end of my time with them, I left them with some homework to let me know, if you were me for a day, what would you prioritise? I received thoughtful and articulate responses from over 100 students because, as it turns out, these guys know exactly what to prioritise. These young Australians are concerned about climate change, about the impact on sea levels, wildlife and the increasing frequency and cost of natural disasters. They're concerned about pollution, about plastics in our oceans, waste management and recycling. They're concerned about local infrastructure and getting the balance between development and housing needs and public green spaces right. They are particularly concerned about the plight of refugees and racism. Given their backgrounds, many of them relate strongly with experiences of others, and they are openly perplexed about our country's detention policies and what they say about our sense of humanity. I feel heartened to know that students so young are so engaged with their community, and I thank everyone at Tarman Public School. You are truly among the best of us, and I am proud to speak for you.
Thank the member. I call the member for McNamara.
Speaker. Yesterday, the iconic Sydney Harbour Bridge became a sea of vibrant colour as 50,000 people walked together, marking the final day of World Pride. From Midsummer to Mardi Gras, the last few weeks have been a celebration of equality and love. But we must never forget that these celebrations have a dark past, one of protest and brutality. Despite significant achievements like decriminalisation, anti-discrimination protections and marriage equality, there is still more work to do. LGBTQI+ people have had the poorest mental health outcomes of any single cohort in Australia. Sadly, nearly half of all transgender people have attempted suicide in their lifetimes. LGBTQI+ people are also less likely to access healthcare services due to barriers such as discrimination. This is why I'm proud that our government, under the leadership of my friend and colleague Jed Carney, will deliver a 10-year national action plan for the health and wellbeing of the LGBTIQ community. This plan will be developed in consultation with the community because this is a government committed to listening to people and centring their lived experience and expertise. Celebrating diversity and striving for equality is not something reserved for Mardi Gras. It's something that must be the heart of what we do all year round.
I thank the member. I call the member for Kennedy.
Speaker, the Mareeba Pistol and Rifle Club raised the issue that it's taking 40 weeks to get a gun licence. Clearly, the state government wants to eliminate guns altogether in the state of Queensland. Now, these intellectual giants pit themselves against Archbishop Stephen Langton, who wrote the Magna Carta and put in the right to bear arms in the Magna Carta. They pit themselves against Thomas Jefferson, who wrote the American Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, these intellectual giants that run Queensland. And it may be more than passing strange that we have a 1,000% increase in crime in the state of Queensland. And we're hopeless with the police turning up, not because the police are not good guys, but because there's just not enough of them to handle the crime problem that is skyrocketing out of control. At least give the person the right to protect and defend his own home and his own family. And that right is sacred, and it has been recognised by every single group of intelligent people that have ever sat down to put a document there. So, Mr Speaker, the right to bear arms, and I don't hesitate to say that, the right to bear arms is the fundamental right. And that people opposed to that are the people that will never be happy until the only people with guns are the people in uniform.
The member's time has expired. Thank you. And I call the member for Chisholm.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Recently, I had the privilege of meeting with representatives of Health Ability, a terrific not-for-profit organisation based in Box Hill in my electorate of Chisholm, which is committed to providing integrated, quality, person-focused health and wellbeing services. As we know, prevention is far better than cure, and enjoying good health is far more than just being physically healthy or without disease. Helping to prevent illness and providing a holistic approach to care are two core objectives of Health Ability. Their broad range of services include helping empower people with disabilities to achieve their goals and get the best possible value from their NDIS package, assistance navigating the My Aged Care system. They offer a comprehensive range of therapies, groups and programs, mental health and dental services for children, youth and families. They more broadly enable access to friendly local dental care and provide a mental health service that is person-centred, focused on moving with people as their needs change. During our meeting, I was also briefed on Baby Makes 3, an innovative, evidence-based mental health promotion, social change and family violence prevention initiative. It works to improve the mental health and wellbeing of first-time parents and their kids by fostering equal and respective relationships and collaborative co-parenting. To the CEO, Agatar and the team, thanks for all the great work you do supporting our community, and I look forward to meeting again soon.
I thank the member, and I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. And since the ALP announced their live export policy, or rather Australian Animals Alliance announced their live export policy last May, the live export trade in WA, and particularly in my electorate, has been in absolute turmoil. The uncertainty that it's created has created already significant negative economic impacts. And last week, the minister announced a panel to consult with the industry to close itself down. So effectively, a condemned man being invited to plan his own execution. So as a result of that, I've received a copy of a letter written to the Honourable Murray Watt, Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, from 25 peak industry groups. Now, I've been in agricultural politics for 20 years before I came to this place, another 10 years since I've been here. I've never seen such a coordinated group come together to protest against this terrible policy. And just to quote from the letter, the policy represents a red line that cannot be crossed. We will never support legitimate agricultural industries being closed for political reasons or to suit activist agendas. They go on to say, in relation to the extremely good results the industry is getting, the reform has been recognised by the West Australian Premier and his Agricultural Minister. We note that you have also acknowledged the improvement the industry has made, and yet the Minister is still pressing ahead, closing down this legal, effective and important industry of West Australia.
I thank the member. I'll call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, I was proud to visit Backpacks for Vic Kids, a wonderful charity headquarter around the corner from my office in Cranbourne West. I loved the tour of their warehouse with the founder Sally Beard and a team member Shion, who support Victorian kids in need of material aid such as those in emergency accommodation, kinship care and foster care. Often these children have nothing but the clothes on themselves when being placed into these services. Backpacks for Vic Kids ensure they receive backpacks worth of crucial supplies for various ages and genders so they know someone somewhere cares about them. I am so proud to have charities like Backpack for Vic Kids in my electorate of Holt. It is a symbol of our community's kindness and desire to help those who need it the most. While Backpack for Vic Kids is proud to call Holt their home, I am confident each and every one of my Victorian colleagues have at least one constituent who are thankful for their work. Kudos to Sally and the team. I am confident Australia is a better place because of the support that you provide. I thank the House.
I thank the member and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last week I was very pleased to attend the opening of the new Balaclava pool. And it's the first time the kids in Balaclava have been able to have a swim for 3 years. It was funded under the BBRF, 50% funding, about 1.58 million. And I congratulate Mayor Rodney Reid and his team there for putting together now 8 lanes instead of 6, a splash pad and disability entry into the pool. Fantastic facility. However, it was funded by the BBRF, which is a scheme which has now been scrapped by the current government. Given that they scrapped round 6, with all the assessments have been done, and here we are 9 months later, Mr Deputy Speaker, and despite the government telling us they're going to have a new funding program, we're yet to see anything of it and how my local and any local communities in Australia may apply to it. I'm urging the government to get on with the job. I'm also giving the government the advice that this scheme, whatever it may look like, should not be reclassifying suburban metropolitan seats as regional, as they did with their previous effort in this area. Just in closing, I would say, and it's a bit of a gripe, I must say, I was pretty disappointed after being invited to speak on the opening agenda that the government, through the department, leaned on the council with 24 hours notice and told them to scratch me off the list, which they had to do. I spoke at the end in any case, but let me say that's petty politics.
Time has expired. I call the member for Adelaide.
Deputy Speaker, Tuesday the 28th of February will be remembered as a black day for the nation of Greece. A serious and tragic train disaster has left at least 57 people dead, dozens more injured, and some of them extremely seriously. We've all seen the scenes on our TVs in the last week or so and in the media. So our deepest condolences go to the families, the friends of the people killed and their relatives, but also to all Greeks in Greece and all Greek Australians here in the Australian community who are mourning this terrible incident and many say avoidable tragedy. There are still many bodies that haven't been recovered and many people have relatives. I haven't heard of any Australian victims thus far, but there are still many bodies being recovered. Rescue workers are still going through burnt and buckled carriages and still searching for victims. The accident happened as the passenger train travelling from Athens to Salonika emerged from a tunnel in the area of Denbigh. At the same time, a freight train
A
was
division has
travelling in the
been called
opposite
for the
direction.
House. Order. A division has been called in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Okay, are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, the Jack Beazley Foundation held its annual fundraiser Legends Lunch, and I'd like to take the opportunity to commend the tireless advocacy by Brett and Belinda Beazley to make Gold Coast streets safer. Since its inception, the foundation advocated for wanding, and a 12-month police wanding trial commenced in Surfers Paradise and Broadbeach in the Safe Nights precinct on the 30th of April 2021 with great success. In late 2022, the Queensland Premier announced the wanding trial would continue for a further 2 years and be rolled out into all the Safe Night precincts and on all Queensland public transport, and will be known as Jack's Law. Years on from the tragic loss of their son, Brett and Belinda continue to channel their grief into an inspirational passion to ensure no other parent goes through what they have. Their motto, "Detect Knives, Save Lives," is now saving young people's lives right across the state of Queensland, and I praise Brett and Belinda Beazley for their courage and determination to create this lasting legacy in honour of their son, Jack Beazley. What they've done is simply extraordinary, and it's important that the House take note of this wonderful family and the legacy they're leaving.
Thank the member. And I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, 90+ people came out to Belair National Park to hear about the Voice to Parliament. We were welcomed to country by emerging Kaurna elder Tamaroo, who conducted a smoking ceremony, and South Australian Attorney-General Kyan Ma spoke about the South Australian Government's legislation currently before that parliament to legislate South Australian Voice. And then I spoke about Ullaruo's statement to the Heart and Voice to Parliament. In public health, there is a well-known saying, "Nothing about me without me," and this basic principle can be applied to a wide range of situations. For me, this is the principle behind the Voice. The Closing the Gap campaign, set up in 2007, aims to address the significant disparity in health and social outcomes experienced by First Nations people in this country. 16 years later, only 4 of the 18 targets are on track, and some are going backwards. First Nations Australians still have a life expectancy almost a decade less than other Australians. And now this is not to say that there has been no effort, resources put to closing the gap. However, it's clear that we aren't making a difference. Maybe it's time to ask First Nations people what will work. And that's what Voice is about. At Belair, we had a number of people asking questions, many identifying themselves as undecided. And this was a great opportunity to ask those questions and understand more about the proposal and the process in a relaxed setting. Many thanks to those who came out.
The member's time has expired. I thank the member and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise to thank the tens of thousands of my constituents and millions of Australians who are self-funded retirees, and thank them so much for what they have done to work hard, save and provision for their retirement. And we need to be ever grateful for the contribution that they're making through their independence, economic independence to this country, and the burden that they take off the taxpayer for services they are absolutely entitled to, but equally, through their hard work and savings, they've done the work to be self-sufficient. And we need to always acknowledge them for that hard work and stand by them and stand up for them. And I want to send them a particular message that if you feel that there are some in politics that are treating you like you've done the wrong thing, or that there's something wrong with working hard, saving and provisioning for your retirement, you need to know that the Coalition stands behind you and will absolutely fight to protect the savings that you've worked hard to provision for your own retirement. Now, it is a big decision to leave the workforce, and it is very stressful to make a decision about whether or not you've saved enough to live a retirement that you hope to. And the worst thing that can happen to people is to have the rules changed on them, to have the goalposts shift. And on this side of the House, we will fight against those disgraceful changes at every and any
The member's time has
opportunity.
expired. I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, I made a submission on behalf of my community to the Treasury consultation about how the government should measure what matters. And I was thinking about this on the weekend, where so many members of my community took part in Clean Up Australia Day, because the health of our environment is so important to the people of Dunkley, with our beautiful coastline and our flora and fauna parks and our creeks. A wellbeing budget, or measuring what matters, is designed to help us monitor things like the health of our environment. Whenever people talk about how you should measure what matters or what should be in a wellbeing budget, the environment always features, because spending time in nature, we know it decreases stress and anxiety and depression. It has positive effects on cognitive function, physical activity and creativity. Natural spaces need to be available to all Australians, no matter where we live. And we know that climate change is impacting that, and that any government that cares about the future of its citizens needs to act urgently to not just reduce global warming, but to protect precious species, flora and fauna. If we position economic growth and wellbeing alongside each other, but as indivisible, we can enable more integrated problem solving. If we measure how our environment is faring, we can bring in policies that will protect it now into the future.
I thank the member. The member's time has expired, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was insightful to join so many community-minded residents from Callista who are fighting for improvements to local roads and drains last week. Gleghorn Road, Emberson Road and Rivington Avenue in Callista were due to be sealed under the Roads for Community program, which had funding cut by the Albanese Labor government despite them committing to this funding previously. This would have drastically improved the flooding situation faced by the Callista Township and reduced the amount of gravel ending up in local waterways. So thank you to Sam from the Callista Tea Rooms for hosting the community forum, and to Karen and Mark from the Callista Floodwatch Group for their ongoing advocacy. And I'll keep advocating to the Albanese Labor government to fund these works in the upcoming budget. And I'll continue to call on the Albanese Labor government to reinstate the Roads for Communities program in the upcoming budget to ensure hundreds of dirt roads across our Yarra Ranges community are sealed. From Hillsville to Warburton, from Coldstream to Wandon, from Mount Evelyn to Monbulk, out to Belgrave and Tacoma and every other township in between. I will keep working hard to ensure this funding is restored to seal our local roads and improve the safety of our community. This funding had bipartisan support, and it's another broken promise from this tricky Prime Minister.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, on Saturday evening in New York, after 2 decades of negotiations, the global community achieved a very significant milestone. The United Nations High Seas Treaty is an historic global agreement which will place 30% of the world's oceans into protected areas by 2030. It will help protect and sustain marine biodiversity outside of our national jurisdictions and extend legally binding protection into international waters. There's no question that overfishing and pollution threaten the health and sustainability of our oceans. This treaty will put in place measures to protect marine life, establish new ocean sanctuaries and help deliver nature-positive outcomes through stronger impact assessments. It will safeguard food security and all the livelihoods that depend on the high seas. Deputy Speaker, we should take some pride in the fact that Australia worked hard to achieve this ambitious treaty and also supported the participation of our friends in the Pacific. Of course, it was Labor that created Australia's national network of marine parks, and I congratulate the Minister for Environment for announcing the effective tripling of the Macquarie Island Marine Park just the other day. I also commend the work of civil society groups and all those who have campaigned for this long sought-after high seas agreement. Not only demonstrates how the Albanese Labor government recognises the need for stronger environmental protection, but also what the international community can achieve through focused negotiation when it's guided by the science.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, summer
And autumn in Barker is show season, and it's one of my favourite times of the year. In fact, with over 25 shows across the electorate, we also have spring shows. It's just winter we don't have shows, and it's my favourite time of the year, not because I'm the first person to line up at the Lions Club for donuts or the Rotary Club for a sausage chisel, but because I get to take my electorate office on the road. And like I said, 25 or so shows across 12 months in my electorate. Recently, I had the pleasure of being at the 126th Anguston Show. I was also on the weekend at the Mannum Show. The Mundalla Show was taking place at the same time, and my office was set up there. I'm looking forward in coming weeks to being at the Tanunda Show. The Lucendale Field Days, I'll have staff at the Mount Pleasant Show as well. Well, why these mobile offices are important? They're important because constituents can come right up to you, have a chat, talk to you about the things that matter to them. Shows are important because it allows regional communities to showcase the best of what they have, and it's about communities coming together. I want to give a huge thanks and congratulations to the volunteers across all of those communities who deliver these shows, and I want to thank everyone for stopping and having a yarn to me about the things that matter to them. There's nothing more grassroots than a conversation with a constituent at a show.
I thank the member. I call a member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In January of this year, I attended the National Corrections Day celebrations at Shortland Correctional Centre in Cessnock. On this day, I was joined with custodial officers, community officers, industry workers, psychologists and programs officers, security intelligence staff and dedicated administrative team, support teams to recognise the amazing work and, importantly, the amazing staff at the Shortland Correctional Centre in Cessnock. And Deputy Speaker, what an eye-opening experience it was for me. I was amazed at how big this complex was, with 3 jails on site ranging from minimum through to maximum security. Our corrections staff do a great deal of work with offenders for very little recognition. But, Deputy Speaker, National Corrections Day is an opportunity to acknowledge the great work the staff do. I was honoured to have the chance to present awards to staff and congratulate them on their hard work and their achievements that they have made. I was then lucky enough to take a tour of the facility before sampling some of the bread that was made that day on site. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you to all the custodial officers, community corrections staff, industry workers, psychologists and programs officers, security and intelligence staff for all the work they do within our community. We are very lucky to have you part of it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call a member for Griffith.
Speaker, the cost of living and inflation crisis is being driven by corporate profiteering and price gouging. This has been confirmed by a recent Australia Institute report, which has found that corporations in Australia increase prices by $160 billion above the cost of wages, taxes and other inputs. Without those excess profits, inflation would have actually been within or near the Reserve Bank's targets. In other words, the higher prices you're paying on grocery bills, fuel, energy and even your mortgage are going almost entirely into the coffers of multinational corporations. Recent profit announcements from some of Australia's biggest corporations are stark. With food prices up over 11% since 2020, Coles and Woolies recorded a combined $1.5 billion profit, up 17% and 14% respectively. After a record set of interest rate increases and a record of consecutive rate of interest rate increases, mortgages are up over $1,000 extra a month for the average mortgage. Meanwhile, the Commonwealth Bank just recorded a $5.15 billion profit, up 9%. With household gas costs going through the roof, Santos and Woodside both announced tripling their profits. It's an absolute disgrace. There is a solution to this, though, and the first of it is that the government should finally come to the table and agree to freeze rent increases and use the existing powers they have to stop interest rate increases, and instead introduce a super profits tax on multinational corporations and scrap the stage 3 tax cuts and raise that $600 billion that we know could provide real cost of living relief to Australians.
Thank the member. I call the member for Solomon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are connected by our deep love of sport and shared values and history. Australia's rugby relations with the Pacific are increasingly important. Australia's presence in the Pacific sporting landscape creates a very successful vehicle for soft power through sports diplomacy, and Australia's Sports Diplomacy 2030 strategy highlights the role that sport plays in building Australia's ties with our neighbours. In 2021, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Rugby Australia entered the Australian Pacific Rugby Union Partnership under DFAT's multi-million-dollar Pacific Oz Sports program. And last year, the Australian government, backed by Rugby Australia, was a key player in enabling Fiji's entry into the Southern Hemisphere's premier professional rugby tournament. Australia is now embarking on a decade at the centre of world sport. Australia will host the 2027 Men's Rugby World Cup and the 2029 Women's Rugby World Cup. Rugby Sevens will also be played at the 2026 Melbourne Commonwealth Games and at the 2032 Brisbane Olympics. This once-in-a-generation opportunity will leave a lasting legacy for Australian diplomacy, rugby and Pacific Oz sports in the Pacific. And that is why rugby is a game that they play in heaven. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, motion relating to the Australian Parliament House Sports Club.
I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the motion relating to the Australian Parliamentary House Sports Club, in the terms of which it appears in the notice paper, and it gives me great pleasure to get to my feet and acknowledge the amazing work conducted not only in this place but on an international scene by a gentleman little known to the Australian public but well known to members and senators in this House. Andy Turner of the Australian Parliamentary Sports Club program is worthy of accolation and worthy of the great affirmation and praise that I am about to bestow on him. Because as the coordinator of the Parliamentary Sports program, we all know too well in this place the role that sports plays on the international scene of uniting nations, not only at the Commonwealth but more particularly at the international scene of the Olympic sportsmanship. Sport has the capacity to merge cultures. I mean, there's no greater 100-metre race when you see the Americans, the Chinese and the Russians all competing and someone taking that victorious gold, silver, bronze medal away, coming together united under the platform of sport. And not only does it unite the world, it unites our parliament. The bipartisan that environment that appears on a number of sports in this parliament is worthy of notation. Not only in this House, but we also have members of the Parliamentary Sports program that travel from the different state jurisdictions around this great nation. Some of the sports programs that are included in the Parliamentary Sports program, we just heard from the previous member for Solomon, that rugby is the game played in the world. It's the game played in heaven, sorry. And we'll be taking a rugby squad to France to play curtain raisers for the World Cup. That will consist of men and women from this parliament, state and federal, both sides of the House, and senators, where we'll travel up to France. And we'll probably tag team with our Australian cricket team. That'll be there a few months before playing cricket against an English squad. But more to the rugby, there are 7 competitions. There are 7 different competition competitors. There's the Australian government, there's the New Zealand government, the French government, of course, that'll be hosting. There's a Lions squad, which is the Irish government and the UK House of Commons and Senate. There's the South African government and Argentinian government and the Japanese government, who make a contribution to that tournament. And the relationships that exist in that environment, when you get to meet parliamentarians from around the world, from both sides of the House, is nothing short of inspiring. Now, this is not a phenomenon that just exists here in Australia, but the Parliamentary Sports Club exists to foster international relationships and develop those friendships as part of the worldwide movement. Members participate in a number of sporting events throughout the year, including cricket, football, golf, rugby, netball, tennis and many other sports. I also want to acknowledge the amazing work that Andy does with Women in Sports program, where for the last 10 years Andy has showcased women in sport. He has brought the Diamonds to the parliament, and if they haven't been here, they've been down at the Hyatt where he's ran functions. We've seen the female rowers that brought back gold from the Olympics. We've seen and promoted the Australian female soccer team. So he has been at the forefront well before it was sexy to be doing that. Andy Turnbull was a pioneer in this place. The other thing that it does, and the member for Solomon touched on it, is it also fosters wonderful relationships with our Pacific Islanders. You know, I mean, I should have always been the Pacific Islanders minister, because not only do I speak rugby, I'm their size. You know what I mean? And Andy Turnbull, thank you to the amazing work that you do for the Parliamentary Sports program. May you always have strength in your arm to continue to conduct this well-received initiative, notwithstanding the amount of money that you give to charities around the world. Andy Turnbull, you are worthy of notoriety. You are worthy of affirmation. Keep up the great work.
I thank the member. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to speak on this motion following the member for Wright, and I commend his contribution and I commend his action in bringing this to the attention of the House. The value of Australian Parliament sports is no better seen than in the lithe movement of the member across the football field. Gazelle-like is a description that comes to mind. I note too the contribution made by the member for Solomon. I note too the contribution made by the member for Solomon about the power of sport to do good, even though he seems to get injured in most of the sports that he plays here too. The Australian Sports Club does a great job in bringing so many of us here together in a friendly and non-partisan way. I do say non-partisan way, although that wouldn't be strictly true with our parliamentary state of origin matches. On that point alone, it is worth noting the strong correlation between my appearances for the New South Wales side and its victories. Deputy Speaker, I also note that my 2 appearances for the parliamentary cricket team have resulted in victories over the press gallery. However, as we all know too well, correlation does not necessarily mean causation. And as those who've witnessed my efforts, that's pretty clear. But, Deputy Speaker, whether it be netball, tennis, touch football, soccer, basketball or cricket, the Sports Club provides a way to bring parliamentarians and staff together in a way that can foster broader cooperation, understanding and unity, elements that can never be in short supply in this place. And it does more than that though, Deputy Speaker. Underpinned by the great work of Andy Turnbull, the Sports Club plays a deeper role in promoting sport and healthy activity, fostering international relations development and friendship as part of a worldwide movement, not just in our region, but across the world. And as the member for Wright and the member for Solomon have put it so well, it makes us part of a broader movement that brings together like-minded democracies that unite the world through sport, such as the cricket and tennis teams visiting the United Kingdom later this year and the rugby team visiting France later this year as well too. The sport supported by the club provides combined benefits, both physical and mental, by encouraging participation in sport for people of all abilities, that includes me, with a view to improving both fitness and enjoyment. In this sense, Deputy Speaker, the work of the club is a microcosm of the work of community sport, not just across Bean, but across all of our electorates. Community sport through participation at all levels, including as a volunteer in the roles that make sport work, is a critical part of our social fabric. And for me, it's been a real joy to be involved with sports clubs across Bean, whether it be football, tennis, cricket, bowls, netball, boccia and Bhutanese archery, which has a particular focus in Bean. My time is always enriched, and it's been a particular privilege for me to be able to bring the Brumbies W team and the Capitals here to the Parliament as well. But Deputy Speaker, as I stated before, the Parliament Sports Club exists to foster local and international relations, development and friendship as part of a worldwide movement. It's progressive, open-minded and inclusive, providing opportunities for all in a positive and vibrant way. The club advocates diplomacy and development through connection and collaboration. And it operates in a professional and bipartisan manner, with membership comprising not just federal members and senators of all parties and independents, as well as members of state parliaments. Since being established in 2005, over 500 politicians have taken to the sports fields and courts. In the last 15 years, the club has raised over $750,000 for charitable causes through the efforts of members and the generosity of their many corporate partners. And much of that work is down to the extraordinary organisation of Andy Turnbull and his whole team. And again, I'd like to pay tribute to work that they do and encourage more of our colleagues to get involved in sports here at Parliament.
I thank the member. And the question is that motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and wish to align myself with the comments of the member for Wright and thank him particularly for bringing this motion to the House. And as we look at the activity of the Australian Parliamentary Sports Club, just this morning, for example, we had Graham Arnold, the recently re-signed Australian football coach, come down and give us some tips and tricks, and it was a very worthwhile and enjoyable morning. But along with football, you've got basketball, netball, cricket, golf. Wherever your sporting passions lie, I think it's fair to say that Andy Turnbull, as the driving force behind the Australian Parliament House Sports Club, has got you covered, hosting a range of matches, events, coaching sessions, as we saw this morning, and connecting the world of sport with politics. Sport's a fantastic way to bring us together, as others have said, connecting people from different cultures, backgrounds and beliefs. Usually, we're all in furious and unanimous agreement with one thing in any sport: our disagreement with the referees when they make decisions. As happened this morning, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thought it was completely uncalled for, the penalty call against the parliamentary team's goalkeeper. It was completely untoward. There was no contact whatsoever. But what better example can you have of this connectedness than the Parliamentary Sports Club? As others have mentioned, the club has a number of events this year, both in cricket and tennis in the UK, as well as the rugby trip to France. But there will also be a number of football games this year, and particularly one in Brisbane in July, which I'm looking forward to, but hopefully we organise some others as well. The club brings all of us together, and whilst we've mentioned the number of MPs and senators that come down and play, I think one of the other valuable aspects of the sporting club is the fact that staff come down and play and be part of it as well, and that they can come and enjoy being part of the sporting environment in this parliament. The vision statement of the club says it exists to foster local and international relations, development and friendship as part of a worldwide movement. Its foundation is built around three central themes, which are encouraging the participation in sport for people of all abilities with a view to improving fitness, health and enjoyment. And as I said, the sports membership covers federal members and senators, and importantly from all parties and across state and federal parliaments, as those that have mentioned previously. Established in August of 2005, it has gone on from strength to strength. And I'd say in my time here, it's probably in one of the best shapes I've seen it for a number of years, and it's fantastic to see. Some of our community partners because all of this is done in partnership. The A-Leagues, the Australian Sports Foundation, Basketball Australia, Brumbies Rugby, Football Australia, Golf Australia, National Rugby League, Paralympics Australia and Tennis Australia. These community partners and our corporate sponsors as well are vital to ensuring the club continues to succeed and thrive. And as the member for Wright mentioned in his contribution, the terrific program of Women in Sport that Andy has run over the years. Sport's ability to connect different communities and groups together extends to the international diplomacy, and we've already touched on the international trips that will occur this year. But it's also the community development, and as a number have mentioned, the ability of the club to fundraise very significant amounts of money over the years that go into a variety of programs and charities right around Australia, and long-standing relationships with foundations supporting causes focused on areas such as health, young people, veterans, homelessness and natural disasters. And I know one of the events that we all enjoy every year is the soccer tournament for the Big Issue, where we all get to play on the small-sided fields as if we're playing indoor soccer, and that's a great tournament and thoroughly enjoyable and a great opportunity to see what they're doing in the world supporting those less fortunate. So congratulations to Andy and the whole team for the fabulous job they do, and thank you for your vision to make this a creation in the first place.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Because I don't know how long the member for Ford's going to be in the chamber, I wanted to point out to all honourable members that we are launching the Parliamentary Friends of Motorsports tomorrow morning out front. Barbecue, coffee, breakfast. We'll see you there. There's going to be heaps of cars and motorbikes to have your photo with. But I digress, and I do rise to join members in recognising the really valuable role that sport plays in this place. And the club, under the stewardship of Andy Turnbull, helps to promote sport and fosters international linkages and friendship as part of a worldwide movement, particularly when it comes to the connectedness with like-minded democracies. Sport really unites. We see this in the cricket team that will be visiting the United Kingdom from our parliament, and then our rugby team, which will visit France this year, to hopefully knock the Kiwis off, who may or may not have cheated in the final in Japan 4 years ago. For the record, I have no evidence of that, but we very much look forward to it. It's going to be held in Paris a week before the actual Rugby World Cup. Teams from Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Africa, the UK, Ireland, France, Georgia, the European Parliament and hopefully the Pacific will be represented. Participants should include a Prime Minister, a Foreign Secretary, Trade and Defence Ministers and many more. Hard-hitting people, whether it's on the rugby field or off. Parliamentary rugby is just one example among many other codes of the power of sports diplomacy. The first Parliamentary Rugby World Cup took place in 1995 in Cape Town in South Africa. The tournament included an economic conference to discuss the inbound investment South Africa needed at the time. These games occurred only 1 year after Nelson Mandela's release. It was such an important event that New Zealanders delayed the opening of their parliament by 1 week to attend. Now that is a great example for all of us. And most of South Africa's cabinet attended each event. It was seen as that important. The functions were hosted by former Presidents Mandela and Mbeki. It was so popular because, as Nelson Mandela later said, and I quote, "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does." End quote. From those games in 1995 alone, 200 parliaments forged friendships on the pitch and in the conference room. Deputy Speaker, this is a very significant competition and Paris will be no different this year. Alongside the member for Wright, the member for Moreton, Also in Japan a few years ago, we had the member for Hinkler. But many other MPs and senators in this place have felt, as I did in Japan, very, very proud to wear the uniform of our parliament. It's an incredible feeling to represent your country, even if it's the parliament. And also to represent in such a noble sport. And in a previous contribution in this place, Deputy Speaker, I've noted that rugby is indeed the game that they play in heaven. And I know that all our parliamentarians who play netball or golf or touch football, cricket, tennis, or that other soccer, football, feel the same. And for all people, there are huge benefits, both physical and mental benefits of playing sports, particularly in the workplace. I'm proud of everything that our government's doing in terms of sports diplomacy, but it is a truly bipartisan effort, sports diplomacy and the Parliamentary Sports Club. Finally, I just want to acknowledge the work of the Parliamentary Sports Club with the veterans in Invictus. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And first I must commend the member for Wright and all speakers on this motion. It is a very important one, and I will talk briefly about sport, the importance it plays in the workplace for health and mental health, also in my community in Casey. But I do have to commend the member for Ford for his words, and it was a truly outrageous decision on the penalty today. But he is modest. His efforts in goal during the penalty shootout to lead the yellow team, our team, to victory at the end there was heroic and brought back memories of the Australian World Cup qualifiers. So congratulations to the member for Ford for that amazing effort. But Deputy Speaker, that is one of the reasons I want to talk about Andy Turnbull and the Australian Parliamentary House Sports Club and the important role that it plays here. As a new member of this parliament, it's a big place. There's a lot happens. There's a lot to learn. But sport and the parliamentary club has been a great way to get to know my colleagues on this side of the House, and importantly my colleagues on the other side of the House, and that leads to better decision making, better collaboration. And yes, we're going to have disagreements on policy, and question time is always very robust, but it's important that we're representing our constituents and maintaining strong relationships across the aisle and with our colleagues. And I've found sport has been a great way to make new friends and meet new people in this new workplace. And very importantly, it has played a great role in ensuring we spend a lot of hours in this House talking, debating, making decisions, but to have that release from a physical and a mental health perspective is really important. I've found it a great part of my routine here in Canberra, and it's a reminder not just for parliamentarians but for all Australians to make sure that you are spending time getting your exercise, spending time with sport or running or whatever exercise you need to look after your mental and physical health. In Casey, in my electorate, sport is a big part of our electorate. It's been a big part of my life, as I talked about in my maiden speech, playing for many soccer clubs, football clubs and cricket clubs, and making lifelong friendships. And it's something that I'll always make sure I'm backing the sporting clubs in Casey. And we're heading into, we had the first week of cricket finals this week in Casey, so there's tensions are high. Some local teams beat other local teams, so I'm being very bipartisan. I'm not supporting anyone, although I do have to give one very special shout out to a good friend of mine, a former premiership teammate, a man that's a legend in many ways in Yarra Valley cricket. The great Matthew Tilney is still rolling the arm over, still batting. He made 53 not out and got 2 for 21 on the weekend to lead the Seville Boroughs to their grand final next weekend. So it's great to see that Matty is still making runs and taking wickets. Maybe not terrorising batsmen like he used to, but relying on the guile that comes with old age and wisdom to get those wickets. We've also got football, soccer and netball about to start. I know the players are deep in pre-season for all those sports. Practice matches have started. It's exciting to see the optimism that all local clubs have at this time of year. Recruits are going to be superstars. Everyone is excited, but most importantly, when I go to clubs and talk to them, it's about that community spirit of seeing their friends, spending time with their community and with their friends, and the bit of banter, again, so important for their mental health and for their physical health, especially after the challenges we've had in sport in the last few years. And the third part of sport that's played a big role in our communities is with our ethnic community. As a third-generation Italian resident of Casey, I speak to my uncles and my dad a lot about how soccer played such a big part in their life, and now it's just part of our community. But we're really fortunate in Casey to have the wonderful Chin community that are creating their own home in our electorate and in the neighbouring electorate of Deakin. And the Chin and the Karen community have come from Burma, and I was excited to be at the 17th anniversary of the Karen Baptist Church on the weekend, but talking to them about soccer. And I know at the Mooroolbark Soccer Club, where I spent 10 years playing, and I'm fortunate that my son is following in my footsteps, and I think he'll be a lot better than me, which is good for his teammates. But it's nice to see the Chin community creating their own legacy at the Mooroolbark Soccer Club and other sports clubs as well, because that's what sport does. It brings us together here in Parliament, and it brings us together in our communities of Casey and across the nation. So I commend the member for Wright for this wonderful motion.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Andy Turnbull and his Australian Parliament House Sports Club usually bring out the best and only occasionally the worst in the people who work in this building. The best being a time, as other speakers have said, when political rivalries are put aside to enjoy a game of touchdown on the Senate Oval, or soccer, or basketball, or netball, or tennis, or even a brilliant catch by the wicket-keeper, the member for Casey, playing against the press gallery. Obviously, the worst is when one of us tries to emulate Lionel Messi down on the football field but end up falling on the backside or even breaking their leg, as the Senator Watt did. Although we all need a good laugh first thing in the morning and should never take ourselves too seriously in this place, as touched on by the member for Wright and other speakers. But sport is so much more than organising a bit of exercise. Under the leadership of Andy Turnbull, over the years the club has become all about fostering relationships and friendships through sport, and that bit of early morning exercise, which obviously gets people to bed nice and early. Some people say nothing good happens in Canberra after midnight. My wife says nothing good happens after 8 p.m, but that's another story I won't go into. But as my wife can attest, sport isn't just limited to Canberra. She joined me in Japan a few years ago when we attended the Parliament Rugby Union World Cup, just before the real World Cup. Because Andy Turnbull well knows that sport is a type of diplomacy that connects the globe, that transcends language and cultural barriers. We can use sport to build soft diplomatic bridges and stronger relationships, particularly in the Pacific. Later this year, a number of politicians from all around the world will again pack their boots and head off to participate in the Parliamentary World Rugby Cup in France. Unlike the professional rugby players who are competing in the real World Cup, our standard of play, except maybe for a certain senator from the ACT, if he is fortunate enough to join us, will be a lot slower and less skillful. But the real importance will be in the connections that will be made with other countries' parliamentarians and the opportunities that come from building those stronger bonds between countries. As part of the trip, we're working with some of our Pacific Island neighbours to join and become either members of our team or to put in their own team. Rugby is a language that all of the Pacific understands, and we speak that language. And I note that Prime Minister Albanese and Minister Conroy, like me, and many of us are also happy to talk rugby league to our Pacific neighbours. And similar tales can be told when it comes to netball and cricket and other sports. As politicians, we reach out a sporting hand, not just for some Pacific wizardry, though that would be a big part of it. I hope to see some 6'7", very fast Pacific Islander MPs. But as a nation, we can build long-lasting bridges between our nations through rugby and other sports. That's when I'm always a little bit confused when people say, take the politics out of sport. Sport can actually be a great driver of change and acceptance. Sport played its part in the ending apartheid in South Africa, when countries refused to play against South Africa. On a more local level, it can be an opportunity to open your eyes to different people and cultures, where sport can be the common language, as touched on by earlier speakers. You get to hang around with people you may not normally meet, people from different towns, states and other countries. They may speak a different language, have a different religion, different culture, but you play the same sport. It's a way to break down barriers by being part of a team, irrespective of your background or your ability. That is the great power of sport, something that I look forward to working with the member for Ford on behalf of the Parliamentary Friends of the Olympics, as also being a member of the organising committee. We know that Olympic unifying opportunity will come to Brisbane in 10 years' time. We also know probably that the Pacific probably won't host the Olympics. So this can be a great opportunity for Brisbane to reach out to our Pacific neighbours and make sure that we've got a strong Pacific flavour. Obviously, people from all sorts of political stripes get involved in parliamentary sport. We've had the member for Wright and I have had some fun travels together, playing on the same side as we see out in the Senate Oval in the morning, or the basketball courts, or the netball courts, or the tennis courts, and other places around this building. Sport is a great unifier. It's a language that we can speak in the Pacific that other countries that are trying to insert their influence cannot speak. And I look forward to a few projects that I'd like sporting diplomacy to attempt. One of them is to attempt to take an Australian parliamentary cricket team to India. That would be something that I'd like to take on, and I'm sure Senator Canavan and other cricketers will be keen to get on board with that cricketing sporting endeavour.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business, notice number 6, motion relating to International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance.
I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I move the motion relating to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Acting Speaker, I move the motion in my name, and I thank the member for Wentworth for seconding this motion before the House, and also thank and acknowledge the member for Barawa for his co-chairmanship, along with the member for Wentworth on our Parliamentary Committee on the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Earlier this year, by the beautiful shoreline in my community in McNamara, we witnessed an ugly display of hate. A group of neo-Nazis in my electorate in Elwood gave a Nazi salute while posing for a photo. It was an awful contradiction against the welcoming, inclusive and quiet suburbs of Elwood. We know from our security agencies that more and more resources are now devoted to addressing the threats posed by the far-right fringe groups. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism is on the rise again, occurring far too frequently and increasing in hostility. It's why the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance came up with a definition of anti-Semitism. The University of Melbourne recently adopted this definition of anti-Semitism, and alongside of it, they adopted a definition of Islamophobia, another form of discrimination that has no place in our great country. The IHRA definition is not legislation. It is simply a framework to help identify and combat this particular form of racism. Just as the British Parliament formulated a definition of Islamophobia, IHRA created a definition of anti-Semitism. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism was created by international Holocaust and genocide scholars to academically understand what anti-Semitism is. Unfortunately, the Greens are opposed to recognising the IHRA working definition, and they cite the contemporary examples that accompany the working definition as their justification. So what are the contemporary examples that are pretty frankly straightforward that the Greens are unwilling to support? Let's go through them so we can better understand exactly what the Greens are opposing. According to IHRA, one cannot call for aiding or justifying the killing or harming of Jews. It seems pretty forward, but apparently not for the Greens. You cannot make mendacious, dehumanising, demonising or stereotypical allegations about Jews, such as the power of Jews as a collective. Seems straightforward, apparently not for the Greens. You cannot mention a myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or Jews controlling the media or economy, government or other societal issues. Seems pretty straightforward. You cannot accuse the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Are the Greens really trying to argue that they want to engage in Holocaust denial? IRA also states that you cannot accuse Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. I am an Australian, and proudly so. This is a clear definition to better understand what anti-Semitism is. Now, some people try and argue that a few of the working examples try to shut down criticism against Israel, but this is not true. Let me read clearly from the IRA website. Criticism of Israel, similar to that levelled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. In other words, as clearly set out in the IRA definition, you can be critical of Israel. Being critical of Israel is not anti-Semitic. Nor does this definition shut down debate, limit freedom of speech. It simply creates a framework about how to engage in free and robust debate without descending into bigotry. There are more working examples that people can and should read, and then you can make up your own mind. But let me say this. It sits extremely uncomfortably with me that the Greens presume to know more about the manifestations of anti-Semitism than the Jewish community themselves. And by opposing the IRA definition, what message does that actually send when one examines the examples of what the Greens are actually opposing? After all, it is unfathomable to imagine the Greens or anyone else imposing their own definition of racism against any other minority in this country. Yet they do this for the Jewish community. I sincerely hope that the Greens reconsider their position on this matter, and I hope that all of us across this parliament work together to oppose all forms of bigotry and racism.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my friends, the member for McNamara and the member for Wentworth, for moving this motion. With the two of them, I'm pleased to be one of the co-chairs of the Parliamentary Friends of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. I also want to acknowledge the outstanding work of the Executive Council of Australian Jury, led by their President Gillian Siegel and their co-CEOs Peter Wertheim and Alex Rivchin. The ECAJ monitors instances of racial hatred and racial abuse directed at the Jewish community. For 10 years, Julie Nathan has produced the ECAJ's annual report on anti-Semitism in Australia. The 2022 report found that anti-Semitic incidents had increased by more than 40% over the last 2 years. Many of those incidents involved the growth in politically motivated extremism from neo-Nazi groups like National Socialist Network and the European Australian Movement. But there was another sort of anti-Semitism Julie Nathan identified, and I quote, ostensibly left-leaning progressive groups, including so-called anti-racism activists, are mainstreaming anti-Semitism and are actively undermining the fight against anti-Semitism. Some perceive Jews as wealthy and powerful and therefore excuse any attacks on Jews as punching up and not racism. Some ignore anti-Israel discourse, which crosses the line into hateful conceptualisations of Jews. In 2019, David Badiol, a British author on the political left, wrote a book called Jews Don't Count. His book chronicles the blind eye that is turned to anti-Semitism on the left and the double standards of progressives, including minimising anti-Semitism as a form of racism. Most often, it's hidden behind the double standards of demonisation of the State of Israel. In 2019, Australia became the 33rd member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. I'm proud Australia has joined this movement. This union of nations underscores the importance of confronting evil and in educating the next generation of Australians. The Parliamentary Friends of IRA is encouraging the adoption of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism in all aspects of government and acknowledged by institutions across the public and private sector. That definition of anti-Semitism includes examples such as making mendacious, dehumanising, demonising or stereotypical allegations about Jews, accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel than to the interests of their own nations, and holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the State of Israel. Sadly today, the epicentre of anti-Semitic activity is in our universities. The situation on campus for Jews is particularly bad. In 2022, SRCs at Sydney, Melbourne, ANU, Adelaide and Wollongong passed motions supporting the anti-Semitic boycott, divestments and sanction movement. At Sydney University, when Jewish students spoke out against the motion, they were shouted down. At Adelaide, the student publication On D published multiple articles calling for death to Israel and glory to the Intifada, may it be merciless. Jewish students expressed concern to the university and told that this is a student issue. One student was told that they were just more sensitive because they were Jewish. At the SRC meeting at Adelaide University, there was a motion put forward condemning Ondi. Jewish students attended the meeting to express their concerns. They were not treated with respect. Instead, several students shouted them down with the words "Death to Israel." In response, on social media, Jewish students were accused on old anti-Semitic tropes of divided loyalties and creating, and I quote, an unnecessary Holocaust industry and having sinister money, power and influence. At QUT, an academic posted comments on his Facebook in respect to a student that included references to Nazi Jews and "your lies and propaganda make you even more hated in the world." Those examples from 2022, which are by no means an exhaustive list of disturbing anti-Semitic incidents, is the reason why the first step of the Parliamentary Friends of IHRA has been to write to all university vice-chancellors encouraging them to adopt the IHRA definition. Already Melbourne University has agreed to adopt the definition, and I commend and thank Melbourne, and we're calling on other universities to follow suit. I was on university campus in the 1990s, and while there was some anti-Semitism in those days, it was certainly a minority view. You could be publicly Jewish on campus and would feel a sense of belonging. But all that's changed now. As the National President of the Australian Union of Jewish Students, Alyssa Foster, told me, and I quote, "Many students don't feel safe being identifiably Jewish on campus, and part of that is because our experiences of anti-Semitism aren't yet recognised by our universities. Adopting the IHRA definition is not only a way for universities to show their Jewish students that they're listening, but it's a way for them to tangibly work with us to address these concerns." Alyssa Foster is right. Jewish students should not have to put up with this sort of behaviour on campus. All too often universities speak the words of diversity, inclusion and acceptance, but they don't live it. When confronted by their failure, these same universities continue to hide behind banal bureaucratic language. There should be no place for anti-Semitism on Australian campuses. It's time for Australian universities to live their values again. That's why we need all universities to follow the lead of Melbourne, adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, to call out anti-Semitism where it occurs, take action against it and send it back to the dark place from whence it came.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of the motion moved by my good friend, the member for Macnamara. I'd also like to acknowledge the member for Barol's fine contribution. Most importantly, I rise to speak in favour of a motion that seeks to stamp out hate. Hate is something that we should abhor, whether it exists as a flashpoint or whether it festers, whether it occurs in the hearts of our communities or abroad. Anti-Semitism has existed throughout the centuries in varying forms, though with many common similarities and themes. Anti-Semitism is something that exists right here in Australia, and its prevalence is increasing in a number of ways. Speaking against anti-Semitism, in a place like this is important. It is important that the community sees its leaders, its elected representatives, condemn discrimination and hatred. It goes to the heart of who we purport to be as Australians. At our best, we are a people who go out of our way to be inclusive. At our best, our society is one that looks to eliminate negative forms of discrimination wherever it takes place. Discrimination, whether it be due to someone's race, their sexual orientation, their gender, the colour of their skin, their ethnic origins, their religion or lack thereof. We as a people, at our core, hate hatred in all of the insidious forms it can manifest in. Sadly, anti-Semitism is not something of the past. It is not something happening in a faraway place. It is something that happens every day. It happens in our backyards, in our communities, on our doorsteps. And with the prevalence of anti-Semitism rising at home, it beggars belief that we should be importing it from abroad. The Executive Council of the Australian Jewry is keeping score on this, and we cannot stand idly by while the number of anti-Semitic incidents here continue to rise. I look towards a recent example straight from my home state of South Australia at the Adelaide Writers' Week. Adelaide Writers' Week is a regular fixture amongst what is affectionately known as Mad March, and in this case, that name could not be more spot on. In short, the festival organisers decided to bring in two international authors who are well known for their anti-Semitic views. This has had wide media coverage. I will not name them,
as doing so in this place provides them with the notoriety that they crave. As such, I have no intention of validating their business model, which is one of outrage merchantry. It is not a business model that I intend to reward. Not here, not now. Quite plainly, I wish the organisers of Adelaide Riders Week had the cognizance to have the same level of good judgment. They may say that they have zero tolerance for hate speech, and I most definitely believe there's sincerity in this. But this explains the importance of maintaining an established definition of what anti-Semitism is. And this is what the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, has endeavoured to do across several countries and jurisdictions across the globe. Whilst it may not be as simple as it's set out, a number of examples are provided to encompass a number of different circumstances where this definition would apply. Some who are against IHRA definition point to the broad-based nature of this, almost as if includes but is not limited to is not regularly incorporated in some form or another of laws we make. I wish there were more time permitted to speak to the contention used by many that the IHRA definition is an affront to academic freedom, an affront to free speech. To that point, I'd ask them a simple question, one which I hope is seen as being about animus without rancour. What is it that, when looking at this definition of what anti-Semitism is, what is it that you would like to say? What is it that they would condone being said that would otherwise be prescribed as anti-Semitic by the IHRA definition? Acting Deputy Speaker, I'd like to think that we have moved on from saying that everyone has a right to be bigots. We are a little bit better than that, or at least I'd like to think so. You will find me standing up to speak out against this form of hatred every time it rears its ugly head. You will find me standing up against any form of hatred where it exists, in plain sight or in the bowels of Telegram channels by people who would walk past on the streets without thinking anything insidious about what values they hold in their hearts. Because hatred, if left unchecked, undermines our values as Australians. It undermines the success that we have at being such a successful multicultural nation of so many different cultures and creeds. It's what makes us special. And most importantly, if we don't stand boldly against hate, we run the ever-present risk that we normalise it. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you so much. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Macnamara and for moving this motion and offering me the opportunity to second it and speak as to why I believe the work of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA, is so important. And I also want to acknowledge the member for Macnamara, and member for Berowra for also speaking on this motion and for also his co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of IHRA. Australia's society has come a long way in my lifetime, in many, many ways, but not in this. You know, certain behaviours, views which were once considered acceptable are now increasingly considered unacceptable, as they perpetuate attitudes and stereotypes which are not just wrong but harmful. Australians should be proud that our community is more open, more tolerant and more respectful in so many ways now than it was historically. But in terms of anti-Semitism, that is not the case. The member for Berowra spoke personally about his time and experience at universities 20-odd years ago, and how as a Jewish student he felt there was elements of anti-Semitism, but he felt broadly accepted. Sadly, talking to the students today, of Jewish students in my community of Wentworth, that is not the case. Many of them that spoke to me talked about some of the horrors of trying to live with expressions of anti-Semitism, of money being thrown at their feet, of abusive notes being put into their pockets, of students, hiding their identity, hiding jewellery or other things that might give away that they are Jewish, because they do not feel welcome, and they do not feel welcome most particularly on our Australian campuses. And this is most concerning, because universities have always been the forefront of social progress. But in this particular issue of anti-Semitism, it seems that we have gone backwards, and particularly in the universities. And this is why the work of IHRA is so important. By proposing a working definition of anti-Semitism, it provides a tool for organisations, including government and universities, to frame what constitutes anti-Semitism, to set clear expectations, and to help ensure that the behaviour of individuals in these organisations is appropriate and respectful. And I note that there has been some criticism of the IHRA definition, both in the other place but also from members of the community, including the Jewish community. But I believe these criticisms are misplaced, because I think the strongest criticism against IHRA has been that the definition is there to stifle reasonable debate, and I really take issue with that. You can't have a conversation about IHRA without talking about the State of Israel, and really criticism around the State of Israel goes to the heart of this, because many say that the IHRA definition stops criticism of Israel. However, in the IHRA definition, it explicitly notes that any criticism against Israel that is similar, levelled against any other country, cannot be described as anti-Semitic. So if Israel is seen and judged on the same conditions as other countries, then it cannot be described as anti-Semitic. But I will say, thinking of the example from the member for Barara, if somebody screams "death to Israel" in a university, that is something you can see that is deeply disturbing to Jewish students, because Israel has been the home of the Jews for over 3,000 years, and is the one place in the world where the land, name and language is the same, essentially, as it was 3,000 years ago. So I commend the University of Melbourne for adopting the IHRA definition alongside the definition of Islamophobia as part of its 4-part anti-racism commitment, because individuals who are subject to racism should be listened to as we try and define what racism is in relation to these people. My vision and of other people is of universities continue to be a place where everybody feels welcomed, safe, and that they belong. This is a goal I think that every university in Australia and institution shares, and I believe that the University of Melbourne should continue to commit to embedding this value throughout their work, actions and their words, and other universities should follow their guidance. I also want to commend the Executive Council of Australian Jewry for the work that they have done on this, and particularly the work that they are doing in measuring anti-Semitism, because it has had significant rises in the last 2 years, and it is through this continuous vigilance that we can, and through examining these issues and seeking change at the universities, that we will make this greatest difference. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I too rise to speak on this important motion, and I'd like to thank the member for Macnamara for moving it. I want to state first and foremost that all of us in this place should think, I certainly do and my colleagues do, abhor any form of racism, discrimination based on race, religion, gender or sexuality, including anti-Semitism. And we need to call it out, Deputy Speaker. We shouldn't stand for it, ever. But, Deputy Speaker, it is a problem that persists. And we've seen a very worrying trend in recent years. Just in the past year, there's been a 6.9%, nearly 7% increase in anti-Semitic incidents logged in the Australian community. 7% increase. This comes on top of the 35% increase over the 2020-2021 reporting period. And this is extremely worrying. It should be worrying and inexcusable. So what can we do? As a government and a parliament, we can take every opportunity to raise this, as we're doing today, to have good legislation that prevents it. We can also work together with other parliaments and international groups and international bodies and organisations. Now, for example, Australia became a member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, the IHRA, in 2019. We can also take a clear stand against anti-Semitism and any form of racism, just as the EU did last year when it outlawed the Greek political party Golden Dawn, a neo-fascist political party that used its status to legitimise its own aggressive agenda, anti-Semitic, anti-immigrant, xenophobic and anti-human rights agendas. And it was a very vocal I was vocal at the time, in particular because there was a branch of this particular party operating right here in Australia, So this was a party that had been deemed illegal overseas, and they were right, they had actually had a branch here in Australia. So as a government, we can also take steps to protect Australia's strong social cohesion. It is the cornerstone of which makes us the most successful liberal democracies and multicultural societies in the world. And this is why the Australian government has committed $7.5 million to fund the Australian Human Rights Commission to complete its national anti-racism framework and implement a comprehensive national anti-racism strategy. So as Members of Parliament, Deputy Speaker, we can also support our local groups and institutions that promote understanding and counter discrimination. For example, in South Australia, my own home state, we have the Adelaide Holocaust Museum and Steiner Education Centre. And it's a fantastic centre, has school children coming through learning the history of what took place during the Holocaust and the Second World War, etc. The South Australian Jewish community, in particular Andrew Steiner, fought long and hard for the establishment of this museum and education centre, and they do amazing, valuable work in South Australia. Its mission is to tell the story, as I said, of the Holocaust, to inspire and educate South Australians to stand up against anti-Semitism and racism. So it's important to remember that Holocaust denial and distortion are also forms of anti-Semitism. Holocaust denial, Deputy Speaker, and distortion generally claim that the Holocaust was invented or exaggerated as part of a plot to advance Jewish interests. This is why places like the Adelaide Holocaust Museum and the Steiner Education Centre play such an important role in fighting anti-Semitism and those sort of notions. And I sincerely commend the centre, its supporters, staff and volunteers for their dedication and commitment, and support them at every opportunity. And as individual members of society, we also have a role. We must condemn anti-Semitism and every form of racism and discrimination, and we must do this whenever and wherever we witness it. It's never funny, it's not a joke, and it's not just somebody throwing a line at you. It should never, ever be tolerated. In addition, we can ensure that we educate ourselves, and we can do this by visiting the museums and centres and speaking to people that have been directly affected by anti-Semitism. And this can help us recognise anti-Semitism and racism and call it out when we see it. But it can also help dispel, Deputy Speaker, unhelpful and potential dangerous stereotypes that we may not even know that we hold. Anti-Semitism and indeed any form of racism is possible because people or a group become dehumanised to it and accept it. History has taught us that this is so much harder to do if we meet and get to know people and hear their stories. Standing up to and condemning anti-Semitism and any form of racism and discrimination is something we can and must all play a part in. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, do you remember reading a book in high school that had a specific impact on you? I do, and it was in Year 12, and it was called Schindler's Ark. It was the story of Oskar Schindler, who was a German industrialist, how he saved hundreds, if not thousands, of Jews from concentration camps. And I remember, I would have been 17 when I read that book, and then the book was put into a movie, and I think I would have been in my late 20s, and it came out as Schindler's List, and it starred Liam Neeson as Oskar Schindler. And I remember sitting in the movies watching that show and having read the book. I'll never forget, I sat in the cinema crying like a baby. And to this day, it still has an impact on me when you think about the horrible things that we humans can do to other human beings. And I had the fortune of going to Israel in this job on several occasions, and I visited the Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem, and that was a very emotional time for me as well. I'm not Jewish, I'm Catholic, but I think as people of the Judeo-Christian faith, we all share a horror of what happened to the Jews in World War II. On a brighter note, only a few months ago I joined the Jewish community on the Sunshine Coast for a fantastic celebration in Mooloolbar. Families from across the world converged on the wharf to celebrate the completion and consecration of the Sunshine Coast's very own Torah. The Judeo-Christian ethic of community-mindedness, service above self and of truth in love is one which is deeply ingrained within Australia's culture and our institutions. That's why the idea of anti-Semitism is so repugnant to our Australian egalitarian way of life. It is an assault on who we are as Australian people, and yet anti-Semitism is rife within our community. I've been shocked by some of the reports coming from even within my own electorate and from schools across the country where students are being recruited and radicalised by neo-Nazi and white supremacist groups through social media, often disguised as recreational clubs. I reported one such group in 2021, and at the time I said that there's no place in Australia for hate groups, whether they be ideologically or religious-based. Reporting matters, and our words matter. In reaffirming our commitment to the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism, we reiterate anti-Semitism has no place in Australia or in the global rules-based order. But we must do more than define and delineate. We must act to counter anti-Semitism. I was proud to join PJCIS colleagues from across the aisle in listing Hamas and the National Socialist Order as terrorist groups in September of last year. And just last week I was pleased to see that New South Wales Liberal National Government announced that it will take steps to eradicate hate and anti-Semitism from schools as part of a landmark 10-year partnership between faith communities, government agencies and schools. We all have a role to play and to call out and uproot anti-Semitism. We also have a duty to defend the State of Israel, the world's only Jewish state and our friend and ally. The people of Australia and Israel have a long and enduring relationship, forged in moments like the liberation of Beersheba and throughout the Second World War. Our nations are innovators. Together, we're pioneers, we're researchers and we're entrepreneurs. We are democratic partners, egalitarian people, and owe much of our way of life to founders of great faith. And every hour of every day there are nations and non-state actors intent on destroying the Jewish people and their homeland, often with worldwide reach on social media and at UN lecterns. We can't tolerate anti-Semitism in our schools or our community, nor can we tolerate anti-Semitism in our parliaments and UN agencies. As Henry Kissinger once said, the security of Israel is a moral imperative for all free peoples.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 7, motion relating to the stage 3 tax cut.
I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to stage 3 tax cuts in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. It's a sad fact that the way things are set up now in Australia, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And tragically, in times of crisis, this intensifies. The gap widens, the pain increases, and we are in crisis. Right now, renters in Brisbane are paying around 24% more than 12 months ago, while real wages have dropped back to 2010 levels. And the share of national income going to wages is the lowest ever recorded. Mortgage holders in Ryan are paying about $300 per week, that's per week, not per month, more on their mortgages since last year. Even the price of groceries has gone up more than inflation, rising by about 10% in the last year, not to mention the exponential rise in energy costs. This is causing untold pain for so many. But how's the other end of town doing? We've just learned that 2022 was the best year on record for corporate profits, an absolute profit bonanza. More than $5 billion profit in 6 months to Commonwealth Bank, courtesy of much higher interest rates for mortgage holders. Coles and Woolies have also been doing quite well. Woolworths just posted almost $1 billion in profit last year, up 14%. Coles profits went up by 17%. Santos profits increased by an eye-watering 221% in 2022, profiteering from both a war and the climate crisis. Woodside tripled their profits. This is not okay. This is simply outrageous. While so many Australians are struggling to put food on the table, to pay their bills, to pay their rent or mortgage, Qantas just posted a record half-yearly profit of $1.43 billion. Are they going to use that money to help workers, the ones that they illegally fired, or perhaps pay back some of the JobKeeper money they took during the pandemic? Of course not. They're planning to spend that money on stock buybacks to pump up their own share price. What's the government doing about this, you might ask? The government is choosing to spend our money on $250 billion in tax cuts for the wealthy. Does Clive Palmer really need an extra $9,000 a year, or should that money go towards tackling this cost of living crisis? The government's choosing to continue giving $12 billion per year in fossil fuel tax concessions. The government is choosing to continue $12 billion per year in tax concessions for property investors instead of tackling the housing crisis. The government is apparently happy to see ordinary Australians exploited so these companies can post record profits. Interestingly, most of these companies are major donors to the Labor Party. In the last financial year alone, the last year, Labor got nearly $1 million from the fossil fuel industry, nearly $1.2 million from the property industry, and $5.2 million from the banks. Not okay. While people are sacrificing meals to pay for their rising rents and mortgages, instead of actually addressing the housing crisis, this government wants to gamble $10 billion on the stock market, paying fund managers millions of dollars in the process to, if that gamble pays off, maybe build a few thousand homes a year. This is completely inadequate. This response will make the housing crisis substantially worse. Their plan does absolutely nothing to address rising rents in the private market, absolutely nothing to address rising rates for mortgage holders, and absolutely nothing for hundreds of thousands of Australians stuck on the social housing wait list and at extreme risk of homelessness. Is this good policy? Is this good economic management? Is this looking after ordinary Australians? I say no. It's making things worse. So how did we get here, Australia? To this point where our government is preferencing huge for-profit corporations over ordinary Australians. We got here from decades of policies that reinforce this divide. That's poisoned the well. Obviously, a major overhaul is needed for our very survival, and it needs to start with demolishing the corporate capture of our government. Thank you.
Is there a seconder to the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my rights.
I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Ryan. And she is quite right. It is time to have a look at our taxation system, and I've certainly called for that. I do, however, believe in trust in government. We went to the last election promising that the Stage 3 tax cuts would go ahead, and I think that we actively campaigned on it, and people should be able to trust us in that commitment. I do agree with you that those tax cuts are poorly targeted, absolutely. They're targeted to the wealthy, although many people on those sort of incomes are not necessarily what I would call wealthy. If you live in Sydney, many people have $1 million mortgages or more. Transport costs are huge, education costs are huge, and I think that we need to be very careful about some of the language that's used around aspiration and people's want to improve themselves and the tax cuts. The member for Ryan is quite right. The previous decade has seen completely negligence
complete negligence in governance by successive coalition governments with stagnant wages, flattening productivity, weak business investment, skills shortages and complete energy policy chaos, thanks to the Greens, all deeply affecting the economy and Australian households. It's important to note that the rise of inflation and interest rates began well before our government came to power, and we're working now to provide the relief and assistance that we can to Australian households. Some of our policies, including things like cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, cheaper education policies, access to vocational education, in many cases free, thanks to our government and our new policies. And whilst we stick to our promises, I fully support review of the entire taxation system. And I can tell you housing is at the centre of that. I still believe in the Australian dream, but it's a dream that is slowly fading into the distance. And it breaks my heart every weekend to see young people going to property auctions, being outbid by property investors and wealthy people, and good on them, they've got money to spend, but we have given outrageous advantages to property investors. And I see my own children go to auctions every weekend and lose out to investors, and that is disgraceful. We have walked away from the Australian dream of home ownership, and I think that is incredibly important for social stability and for people to provide for themselves in their old age. We know that the biggest increase in homelessness and in difficulties in paying for rent and for mortgages is in older women. And it must be absolutely tragic to reach your 60s knowing that you have no stable roof over your head. I see, as a paediatrician, many families whose children have to change schools all the time as they have to move from one rental property to another. Governments have walked away from providing housing for the Australian population, and whatever we are doing now is tinkering at the edges until we change the taxation system. It is my unwavering belief that that system has to change. The $25 to $30 billion every year given to property investors to advantage them over first home buyers and poorer people trying to get a roof over their heads. That has to change. There is absolutely no question about it. The superannuation changes that we have mooted recently have led to squeals of opposition from, in particular, the Shadow Treasurer, the favoured son of the Bunyip aristocracy, screaming about those minor changes to superannuation. And it just shows you it is almost impossible to have a sensible discussion about taxation in this country. No one's happy to pay tax, but tax pays for the things that I've called for. The increases in Medicare funding, the better aged care, the better education system, public education system. It really is time we had a sensible debate in this country about taxation. But fiddling at the edges is not going to cut it. We need to change the system. I fully support discussion about our taxation system. I also support trust in government, and whatever we do, we should have a discussion with the Australian people about it. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I think one of probably the greatest untruths the Labor Party tells about themselves when it comes to tax and taxing big multinational corporations or repealing the stage 3 tax cuts is that somehow doing any of that would be electorally unpopular. But I can guarantee that the vast majority of Australians, when given the choice of making big multinational corporations pay their fair share in tax to fund the essential services we all need, or repeal the $254 billion stage 3 tax cuts and put that money towards dental into Medicare or universal free childcare, bringing mental health into Medicare, that will be overwhelmingly supported by the Australian people. Let's not forget that coming into this election, the Labor Party's national primary vote went backwards on one of the most mediocre milquetoast platforms we've seen from, and frankly already a Labor Party that has abandoned many of the principles that it once represented. And let's be clear again about the stage 3 tax cuts, because the last time I spoke in Parliament about them, I talked about the massive cost of living crisis facing Australia, and it has only gotten worse. And frankly, how governments allocate resources ultimately declares to the public their priorities about where they think money needs to go and who deserves it. And right now we have pensioners in this country choosing between paying the rent or paying the grocery bills. And this government thinks, rather than increasing the pension above the poverty line, that Gina Rinehart needs an extra $9,000 a year off on her tax. There are single parents right now who are on the brink of homelessness because they can't afford the rent, including in my electorate. And this government thinks Clive Palmer needs an extra $9,000 a year off on his tax. There are 640,000 people right now, households, who are in desperate need of social and affordable housing. And this government has thinks that we should spend $254 billion, $250 billion, on handing every politician in this place an extra $9,000 a year off in their tax, rather than make the investment that we actually need in tackling the housing crisis. Those are the priorities that the government has put to the electorate. That's what they think the money needs to go. And let's be clear about tackling the housing crisis. Earlier, the Prime Minister in Parliament said that the $5 billion figure the Greens have proposed as an amendment to the government's housing bill is somehow plucked out of thin air. Except he had failed to contemplate that even his own government body, the National Housing Finance Investment Corporation, had said that we need at least $15 billion of investment every year in social and affordable housing to tackle the housing crisis. To put that into context, the federal government want to cap, at most, $500 million a year on housing spending, at the same time as wanting to spend over $20 billion a year on tax cuts for people earning over $200,000 a year. There are people in my electorate right now who we've set up a free food pantry out the front of the office who will come every day to get canned tuna, canned chickpeas, canned tomatoes, will come occasionally, and actually one lady, after having collected every day for 2 weeks, came back with a thing of tea because she said, oh, you know what, I've taken from it so much this last 2 weeks that I thought I should give a little bit back. Now, the solidarity and the kindness and generosity of people like her compared the decisions that are made in this place to take from people like that and to put it into the hands of people who do not need that money makes my blood boil. And the frustration is that the only meek response now we hear from the government is, we promised we wouldn't repeal the stage 3 tax cuts. Now, let's just consider that in the context of this super tax debate. We welcome the decision to lower the threshold on tax concessions for super, but it is true that the government prior to the election said that they wouldn't touch super. Now, when circumstances change, governments also need to change their decisions. It makes sense in the context of a world historic cost of living and inflation crisis that we don't give $9,000 a year to people earning over $200,000 a year and instead put that money towards lifting the millions of people right now who are doing it tough out of poverty and financial stress. The Senate has the numbers to do that. The government could bring a bill right now to repeal the stage 3 tax cuts and the Greens would support it. You have the numbers. The only thing holding back this country from unleashing $250 billion and putting it towards building public and social housing, bringing dental into Medicare, introducing universal free childcare, the only thing holding us back is that the fact that the Labor Party don't have the guts to come and make a sort of proposal that we know will release millions of people out of unnecessary financial stress. That is the proposal that the Greens will put to the government today. Bring a proposal to the Senate, we'll vote for it, and we'll unleash $254 billion for people that actually need it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fremantle.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Ryan for bringing this motion forward for discussion. It's always worth having a conversation about how we manage our budget in a fair and responsible way that allows us to fulfil the role of good government. Good government is focused on the things we all share, like public health and education, community infrastructure, defence and our environment. Good government is focused on the well-being of people who experience disadvantage and exclusion, because that is core to our egalitarian values, and I'd say it's core to our humanity. And good government is definitely serious about sustainability, which is both a matter of planning for the future and of delivering intergenerational fairness. This motion talks about the need to improve universal public health system, early childhood education and access to affordable housing. The Albanese Labor government has already taken some key steps in all of these areas. We've delivered the largest cut to the maximum price of medicines on the PBS in its history. We're making childcare cheaper for 96% of families, and we've dedicated $10 billion to support affordable housing through the Housing Australia Future Fund. But, Deputy Speaker, the motion also argues in favour of a tax system that is fairly calibrated to support those kinds of investment in our shared wellbeing. And on that, I absolutely agree. That's why the Albanese Labor government is acting to ensure multinational corporations pay a fair share of tax in Australia, as they should. And we're making some common sense changes to the unsustainable tax concessions that have applied to the earnings derived from superannuation accounts in excess of $3 million. In substance, the government is achieving what the member for Ryan believes should occur. We're providing new investment in public health and childcare and affordable housing. And we've been prepared to identify fair and responsible sources of revenue to fund the things we share, to reduce disadvantage and to create a better future. But what I would say, respectfully to the member for Ryan, is that genuine and constructive conversations don't proceed in the way that we heard from the member just previously, and they don't start with a proposition that is intentionally narrow and selective in order to fit a specific political story. I mean, the terms of the motion include a vague and, I presume, intentionally scary reference to austerity measures, which is based on nothing as far as what's detailed in the motion. And there's no acknowledgement of government initiatives that are aimed precisely at areas of health and childcare and housing, which is what this government's done. It's clear that what is intended here, and we saw it most clearly from the member who just spoke, is a finger-wagging exercise, not a conversation. A finger-wagging exercise dripping in righteousness, a holier-than-thou finger-wagging exercise, and you know, that's politics. I mean, the Greens have a line to run. The line has always been and will always be that whatever Labor does is not good enough, and this motion runs that line, and that there's some political good sense in that, but it's not necessarily actually in the name of a constructive conversation. I come back, Deputy Speaker, to the question of how we deliver what the Australian community is entitled to expect. Government that is open, focused, responsive and stable. Government that gets on with the task of addressing present and future challenges in a way that's driven by the twin principles of fairness and sustainability. And we've just emerged from 9 years characterised by incompetence and dishonesty. We've just emerged from 9 years of inaction that's taken us in completely the opposite direction from fairness and sustainability. And until recently, people under the age of 27 had only experienced, as voters, the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government, a government that saw wages fall to the lowest share of national income in our history, while company profits rose to the highest share of national income in our history, a government that was in denial about climate change, that didn't deliver a single energy policy, a government that was only interested in budget repair if the burden of that task could be placed on the backs of the poor through unlawful measures like robo-debt. Deputy Speaker, all Australians deserve a much better standard of public service and policy leadership than that, especially young Australians. And in 9 months, this government has already delivered a number of key commitments: legislating a carbon emission reduction target, creating a National Anti-Corruption Commission, providing 10 days of family and domestic violence leave, achieving an increase in the minimum wage that benefited 2.7 million workers, delivering the largest increase in the maximum price of medicines on the PBS, and giving certainty to the thousands of asylum seekers stuck in the terrible and pointless limbo of the temporary protection visa system. After 9 years of nothing, we've had 9 months of steady, responsible, positive reform in the national interest. That's been achieved by working with all those in parliament who take a constructive approach, including the Greens. So while I understand the "what have the Romans done for us lately" flavour of the motion, the reality is the Albanese government is delivering positive and sustainable reform, and we're doing that through a fair and responsible approach to the budget.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. Clerk, wait a minute, sorry. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Sorry about that, everybody. Clerk.
Private member's business, notice number 8, motion relating to the National Cultural Policy.
Call the member for Macquarie.
I move that the motion relating to the National Cultural Policy in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Chair, Australia is emerging from a dark period for the arts. For 2 years, the pandemic separated audiences from the creative experiences that are so connected to our well-being, our connection to each other and our understanding of ourselves. Theatres and galleries fell silent, choirs couldn't sing, kids couldn't dance, school plays were banned and festivals were cancelled. But we gobbled up film and TV, put art on our walls, and we read to get us through. That difficult period reminded Australians how much art of all types matters to our lives. The cultural sector faced this storm in a more vulnerable position than it should have been in. The arts community had suffered from a decade of funding cuts. The infamous Brandis cuts devastated the small to medium arts sector. These smaller organisations are essential to the arts ecosystem, but they were abandoned by the previous government. Many organisations simply didn't survive. The previous government could never quite acknowledge that arts jobs are real jobs. When COVID hit, the government had to be dragged to support artists when they so desperately needed help. The Liberals' belated response, the RISE Fund, had no vision or strategy. The Albanese government takes a very different approach. We've listened to the arts community. The Minister for the Arts and I, alongside the Office of the Arts, have travelled the country holding 14 roundtable meetings to listen to ideas and concerns, insights and aspirations. We received more than 1,200 submissions and had countless one-on-one conversations. Our new National Cultural Policy, Revive, is based on the knowledge and expertise of people from right across the nation. Revive turns the page. This government will respect, support and uplift the horizons of the arts community. Unlike the previous government, we believe that artists should make decisions about artistic merit, not politicians. That's why we're investing in the agency that makes funding decisions at arm's length from government. We're reversing the brutal Brandis cuts and providing $199 million to the Australia Council. This means more support across all art forms, including underfunded areas like youth arts, small to medium organisations and independent artists. The Australia Council will be strengthened, modernised and given an expanded mandate. Its transformation into Creative Australia will be the most significant reform in its history. It'll have 4 new bodies. One is a Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces to provide advice on issues of pay, safety and welfare in the arts and entertainment sectors. It'll refer matters of workplace concern to relevant authorities and develop codes of conduct. It will address issues raised in the Raising Their Voices report, which detailed shocking levels of workplace harassment, sexism and prejudice in arts workplaces. Another body, Music Australia, will support that industry to grow through strategic initiatives and industry partnerships, helping with research, skills development and export promotion. We'll have the First Nations body to give First Nations people autonomy over arts decisions and investments. And Writers Australia will provide direct support to the literature sector for writers and publishers to grow local and international audiences for Australian books. They are all significant steps forward, but on top of this, we'll introduce quotas for Australian content for digital streaming platforms. We'll almost double investment in the Regional Arts Fund. We'll develop an arts and disability plan to enable people with disability to access and participate fully in the cultural and creative life of our nation. We'll provide $12 million to support digital games developers and independent game studios. We'll legislate to ban fake First Nations art, provide $3.8 million to digitise at-risk First Nations cultural material so it's preserved for future generations. We'll introduce digital lending rights for writers, establish the role of Poet Laureate for Australia, and we'll share the works of the National Gallery Collection with regional and suburban galleries. And I know, having been in country New South Wales in the last few days, that conversations about that are already starting. And we'll establish artist residencies to visit Australian World Heritage sites to produce artworks and tell stories of place and heritage. So how are arts workers feeling? As one said, I didn't realise how demoralising it had been until this light came through.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
My people are proud, strong people. We are the descendants of Manalagenna of the Parabina Trawulway clan. We grew up on Flinders Island in eastern Bass Strait. The bush and the beach were our playground. We were free there to hear country speaking to us. And so begins Sea Country, a children's book written by Auntie Patsy Cameron with beautiful collages and illustrations by Lisa Kennedy. Sea Country weaves a cultural homage to life on Flinders Island with stories of collecting, living in fishing in wooden dinghies with long oars and watching clouds snake their way down Mount Munro. I think it's really important to tell these stories for children to understand Aboriginal heritage and how Aboriginal people relate to the land, and how, as a young person, I related to the country, to the land and the seas and the skies, Auntie Patsy said when the book was launched. In the northern region of Lutruwita, the First Nations connection to Kanamaluka, our local estuary, has been explored at the newly built University of Tasmania Library at Inveresk, which I opened last year. Launceston-born and raised Aboriginal artist Caleb Mansell was commissioned to design feature carpets for the building's interior, where a proud and deep connection to country and culture drove the inspiration for the final pieces, which can be seen across the 3 levels of the new library. Titled Wetlands, Kanamaluka 1, 2 and 3 and Flats, the colour and patterns represent themes and features connected to the nearby waterway. Growing up in Launceston, I spent a lot of time exploring and connecting to country. There was always something mystical about this water that drew me in. It was like an energy, Caleb said. It was important that I brought Kanamaluka from outside into the campus and told the story of how it supported our old people and still connects and supports our community today, he continued. Ensuring the culture and historical significance of our First Nations people like Auntie Patsy and Caleb is heard through art is critical, and I welcome one of the key pillars of this new cultural policy, Revive, which has a focus on recognising and representing the crucial place of First Nations stories at the heart of our arts and culture, and importantly, legislating to ban fake First Nations art. I've spoken in Parliament on numerous occasions on how the arts sector in northern Tasmania is incredibly strong, despite our relatively small population. This coming Friday will see the launch of the biennial 10 Days on the Island Festival, presenting a number of exhibitions, performances and community events across the island. This comes off the back of another successful Mona Foma, and next week the award-winning Encore Theatre Company will hold their opening night of Priscilla, which I can't wait to see, with a 3-week run before heading into rehearsals for The Boy from Oz in October. And of course, later this year, Junction Arts Festival will be back, no doubt bigger than and better than ever, while across the region, smaller cultural, writing and poetry festivals and events are held throughout the year, giving dancers, actors, singers, writers, photographers, painters and creators a platform for their work to be performed or displayed. Over the past decade, a significant number of organisations and individual artists in my electorate of Bass have been supported through coalition funding to bring their creative pursuits to life. And as the pandemic was in its height and Tasmanian borders remained shut, I know firsthand from my continuing engagement with the local arts community how the Rise Fund gave local performers, pubs, theatre groups and art galleries a chance to get back on their feet and survive when the industry came to a complete standstill. When I look at the calendar of arts events in the year ahead, I'm full of absolute pride at how our local arts industry is thriving, given where we were just a few years ago, assisted largely by the community who have come out in droves to support local shows and artists. Art, in all its forms, is a reflection on our society and its culture, and is a source of inspiration and connection for our communities. I'm proud of the creative output that continues to grow in my electorate of Bass, and want to thank all artists who contribute to our local art scene. I'm hopeful that the establishment of Creative Australia and 4 new bodies, Music Australia, Writers Australia, First Nations First Body and a Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces will amplify opportunities for local artists in my region.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a red bell. The new National Cultural Policy presents a much-needed boost to our arts industry. and it promises a revival to the community of creative Australians, and it brings with it, for the first time in a very long time, government direction. This cultural policy is the third of its kind, following Paul Keating's Creative Nation and Julia Gillard's Creative Australia. It's a proud Labor legacy, and I'm proud to be of a government that is continuing it. And we have an amazing arts sector in Dunkley. For example, last weekend on Saturday night, it was on display in a magical way. The 4th Stellar Short Film Festival was at the McClelland Sculpture Park and Gallery on Saturday, and you couldn't find a more beautiful venue outside amongst the sculptures and the gum trees, the stars, local food vans and refreshments. That spirited lot gets a big shout out. Just amazing. It's one of those events that once you've been to, you can't stop coming back. It's everything that is great and innovative and inspiring about Australian cinematic culture. It's one of a kind in our country, and it's run by, created by, it's the heart and soul of Dunkley locals. There was about 1,000 people who were there on Saturday night enjoying film, as I said, food and beverages from locals. Many people went with their family and friends, and we had artists who, from all the sectors that are involved in making film from around the country. 12 of the best award-winning Australian films from 2020 to 2022 were showcased and competed for prizes from a panel of film judges. So impressive. Michael Caton, known for The Castle, and much more. Scott Major, you remember him from Heartbreak High. Natalie Erica James from Relic. Bradley Slade from Lost and Found. And Tilda Coben-Harvey from Hotel Mumbai, all enjoying everything that Langwarrin had to offer at McClelland Sculpture Park. Filmmakers and actors flew in from around the country. I want to make special mention of one of the films from the night, Tarneet, which was directed by John Sheedy, won an award on Saturday night, and I have to say, sorry everyone else, was my favourite. It's a beautiful film which tells the story of Tyrone and Clinton living in Tarneet, in Melbourne, deeply bonded teenage young men. They were deeply bonded partly because they were both deaf, partly through a shared sense of neglect and the hardships of life, and mostly because they shared a dream of one day escaping that harsh violence that swirled around them. The film was particularly special as the actors are deaf, and we were able to, with the organisers of Stella, make sure that they could attend the event, receive awards on the film's behalf on the night, and be genuinely, absolutely included, because the organisers of Stella arranged for Auslan interpreters, I must say at significant expense, to be able to be there to make sure that the brilliant young actors could be part of this event in a full and heartfelt way. So we know how important the arts sector is in my community. Frankston and Mount Eliza and the surrounds is full of visual artists, museums, writers, content creators and more, and I've spoken of many of them over the last 4 years in this parliament. These are people who went out of their way to contribute prior to the last election to shaping our national arts policy, being part of a forum online with the Arts Minister to share their experiences, their ideas and their encouragement to the then Shadow Minister to move forward with a comprehensive policy. So now that we've launched Revive, the cultural policy that my community were looking for, I'm very excited that in a few weeks the now Arts Minister is coming back to Dunkley to catch up again with many of these local voices to talk about where to from here. And in my last 5 seconds, I want to give a big shout out to the upcoming Big Picture Fest hosted by Frankston City Council and congratulate them. It will be something to be seen and not to be missed.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bean.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in favour of this motion and also to commend the long-term work of the members for Macquarie and Watson. The Albanese government has launched Revive, a place for every story, a story for every place, Australia's new national cultural policy that will set the course for Australia's arts, entertainment and cultural sector for the next 5 years. This government recognises the importance that this sector plays in Australia's cultural advancement and that the arts shouldn't be a privilege that only a few can access, but something that all Australians can experience and participate in. Deputy Speaker, at the peak of the pandemic, the arts sector worked overtime with little federal support to ensure that Australians could still engage with all aspects of the sector, from our cultural institutions, our learned societies, to our favourite indie artists. The industry was forced to completely change its ways. Our favourite musicians, artists, comedians or actors went to podcasts, Zoom concerts or other mediums to ensure that they could provide sought-after content for their dedicated followers. There are many Australians that are incredibly grateful for the services that the arts sector continued to provide during such difficult circumstances. Deputy Speaker, the former government were no friends to those interested in the arts or those that worked across the sector. The Brandis era cuts devastated the industry and left many industry participants without hope. But now, thanks to the Albanese government, small to medium-sized organisations will have the opportunity to grow again. Revive will also seek to modernise how the government supports the arts sector. Deputy Speaker, since its creation by the Whitlam government in 1975, the Australia Council has been the principal Commonwealth body that has supported the arts sector. The Albanese government will now restore its funding and modernise the program to create Creative Australia and create 4 new bodies: Music Australia, Writers Australia, First Nations First and a Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces. Revive will bring much-needed direction to an industry that was largely forgotten during the Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison governments. Deputy Speaker, this government recognises that you should not need to only travel to the centre of our capital cities to appreciate art, and that tourists should be encouraged to visit our regions to appreciate their story and cultural contribution to Australia. This policy will begin the process of restoring the cuts made under the previous government and increase funding for the Regional Arts Fund, which will increase its capacity to deliver more regional programs. Revive in this space will aim to share the national collections with all Australians by establishing a loan program that will deliver long-term loans of works from the National Gallery of Australia's collection to regional and suburban cultural institutions. And Deputy Speaker, I look forward to some of the potential programs that might run through the Tuggeranong Arts Centre in my seat of being. Deputy Speaker, our national collecting institutions have provided Australians, whether they are academic researchers, amateur family historians or visitors, with a crucial link not just to our national heritage, but also to an understanding of both our past and present. While Revive doesn't directly address the crippling neglect from the Liberal National Government's decade-long cultural war, I will continue to work with the Minister for Arts and Special Envoy for the Arts to ensure that the long-term financial sustainability for our national collecting institutions can be addressed in the upcoming budget process. Deputy Speaker, we owe Australians a policy that will help shape and grow this nation's ability to share its stories through cultural expression. When I first served in this great place, I had the privilege to be involved in the inquiry into Canberra's national institutions and the report that came out of that inquiry, telling Australia's story and why it's important. Many of that report's recommendations have remained on the shelf, gathering dust. Finally, we have a government that is not only committed to our national cultural institutions, but one that is committed to a national cultural policy that will tell our stories past, present and future. I commend the motion to the House.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and a resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day of the next sitting. Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 9, motion relating to the Pacific Australia Labor Mobility Scheme.
I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Pacific Australia Labor Mobility Scheme in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. And in doing so, Deputy Speaker, I want to reinforce the fact that this is a coalition policy. Indeed, PALM was introduced in April 2022. It replaced the seasonal workers program. They were under the Labor-Gillard years in 2012, and the Pacific Labor Scheme introduced during Malcolm Turnbull's Prime Ministership in 2018. And when PALM came in, Zedza Zelja was the Minister for International Development and the Pacific. And more's the pity that the Australian Capital Territory Senator is now no longer in the upper house, but he's certainly contributing to better outcomes in the Pacific in a private capacity. The Pacific Australia Labor Mobility Scheme allows for Australian businesses to hire workers from 9 Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste. The PALM scheme helps to fill labour gaps in rural and regional Australia by offering employers access to a pool of workers. And I have to say, it's not just in fruit picking and agriculture, indeed meat processing, that Pacific Island workers come to the fore. It's in aged care, as you would know, Deputy Speaker. It's in hospitality, and being a regional member, you would know that there are many gaps. Indeed, the Regional Australia Institute identifies 80,000 full-time vacancies in regional Australia right now. I see the member for Solomon nodding, because he'd know, representing Darwin, just how many jobs there are right across our great nation. The money sent home from Pacific workers in Australia to their families makes up a significant amount of gross domestic product for their home countries. It helps to contribute to raising standards of living, better health and education outcomes, particularly for children, and helping families achieve their hopes and aspirations for themselves and their young ones, even to buy a home. As I say, a significant proportion of GDP comes from Australian workers, PALM workers, sending their money back to their Pacific home nations. Now, once approved to recruit under the PALM scheme, employers can access 2 cohorts of workers, seasonal workers up to 9 months and longer-term workers between 1 and 4 years. And we welcome the 35,000 PALM workers now in Australia. On the 27th of October last year, Minister of the Pacific, the member for Shortland, said he wanted to see 35,000 PALM workers in Australia over the next 12 months. On the 31st of October, there were 31,500 PALM workers already in Australia. Now, the government appears to have deliberately set themselves an easy goal by giving 12 months to recruit just 3,500 people. Now, when you set your goals low, when you set the bar low, it's pretty easy to achieve. It's pretty easy to jump over the bar and pat yourself on the back and say, "Well done, look at me, aren't I good? Well done, fantastic." But on the 25th of March 2021, there were 22,500 PALM workers in Australia. Now, in 7 months, 9,000 workers come to Australia. What made the government think that it would take 12 months to get what they were trying to achieve, what Labor set its target at? Labor is not only setting themselves lowball goals, they're also taking credit for our work. But that's not surprising. That's not surprising. I mean, we're used to this situation. It was the coalition that streamlined the Pacific Labor Scheme and the seasonal workers program to ensure a more efficient and, I'll have to say, a safer PALM scheme. And the reason for this recent growth is one of the facts that it benefits both workers and farmers particularly. We know that the Pacific Islanders are so beneficial in so many areas of endeavour, but it's in agriculture where they really shine. Now, in November 2021, we announced the start of a new simplified and modernised approach to our Pacific Labor Mobility Scheme, the SWP and PLS. Now, the new PALM scheme we introduced had additional flexibilities, expanded access to the programs, additional support to boost worker arrivals and bolstered worker welfare measures. And this is so important because we want to give those Pacific Islanders the surety that they're going to be safe, that their conditions are going to be flexible and that they're going to be paid at the right amount. Now, I've been to Vanuatu a couple of times in recent months, Papua New Guinea, the Federated States of Micronesia, and one of the things that we also want to make sure is the right balance is met because what we don't want to do is take their best and brightest away from those nations and leave them short, leave them in a situation where they don't have skilled or unskilled workers, where they don't have those people in their own countries doing work for themselves. But I commend the PALM scheme. It is a very good scheme, and it was a coalition government that introduced it.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second it, and I reserve my right, I presume. And
Reserve your right to
follow
speak.
my colleague from Spence.
Excellent.
Good member.
The question is now that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion moved by the member for Riverina here today. He's someone I have a lot of time for in this place. A reason, of course, was spending a very valuable week with the member for Riverina on a delegation to Kenya late last year, an extremely rewarding experience, a place where we did a bit of soil sampling, if I remember rightly. One of the other reasons, especially given that this is my first term in this place, is that it seems rarer and rarer these days to see members of the National Party speaking on policy that looks at boosting our agricultural sector and policies that help our farmers. In this case, the Pacific Australian Labour Mobility Scheme, also known as the PALM scheme. Deputy Speaker, the textbooks say this used to happen a lot more back in yesteryear. I'm glad we'll have a practitioner of the old ways amongst us here today. It is a really good thing to see as a member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and I really do mean that. From the P and PALM scheme, the name would indicate that this is a program that doesn't just provide a huge boost to our agriculture sector. It is one that provides a great deal of benefit to the workers from a number of our friends and neighbours in the Pacific region that come to Australia to work under the scheme, and to their families and to their local economies. And they number in the tens of thousands. In fact, as the member for Riverina's motion notes, that the number is somewhere in the vicinity of 35,000. 35,000 workers here working in Australia under this scheme. They're from countries like Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, the Solomon Islands, Timor-Leste, Tonga, Tuvalu and lastly Vanuatu, a country I believe the member for Riverina knows quite intimately. I don't necessarily want to sour the mood of agreement here in that providing jobs, particularly in the agricultural sector, is a fantastic thing. And in turn, it provides a steady income for workers from Pacific nations to send back home. In fact, on average, a worker in the PALM scheme repatriates around $15,000 every year. This involves countries from a region where more than a third of the people are living on less than $1,000 a year. This quite accurately can bring families out of poverty. But agriculture is not the only sector that PALM workers are filling vacancies for. Catering for the hospitality sector all the way through to the care sector. But I can't help but notice the member for Riverina puts the jump in participant numbers down solely to the efforts of the former government. In the dying days of the Morrison government, the figure quoted of 25,000 is close enough to be accurate. But that jump by 44% to 35,000 in 7 months, 6 months earlier than projected figures had indicated, that it would be somewhat naive to the fact that the PALM scheme was a big item on the Albanese Labor government's agenda during the Jobs and Skills Summit that was held not long after the election. The program brings a collaborative approach from the government, bringing contributions from the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Minister for International Development and the Pacific, the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, the Minister for Agriculture, all the way up to the Prime Minister himself. With the includence in that list of the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, it draws me to another key distinction between the scheme under the previous government and the Albanese Labor government. We are making a focus on ensuring workers are treated fairly and not subject to horrendous conditions on their job sites. Ensuring a safe and respectful workplace should be just as important to us all as filling workforce shortages this scheme provides for. Any breach of the conditions of workers is serious, and I am glad the government views breaches of workplace laws of workers under schemes such as this to be serious. The story that gets painted of Australia by migrant workers can be clouded by the conduct of those who employ them. This can undermine the effectiveness of programs such as the PALM scheme and diminish our reputation abroad more generally. I'm sure this is something even that those opposite, who have seldom been friends and allies of workers, would see as a terrible thing. Deputy Speaker, I suppose we can try to look past what motivates us as long as we find ourselves at the same conclusion. Like those opposite, we see the inherent benefit of the PALM scheme, and with this government at the helm, I know this scheme can expand in a way that benefits us all. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm also very pleased to back my friend and colleague, the member for Riverina, for this very important motion, and I pay tribute to the member for Riverina, has taken the task of engagement with the Pacific nations very seriously and engaged in quite a lot of their cultural activities as well. And so I'm very pleased that I can support him in this bill. I'm aware of, in my electorate, personally aware of a couple of places where the Pacific, the PALM scheme is operating, and they're largely in citrus orchards, and it suits the that industry. So the work is not all year round. The citrus harvest goes for about 6 months, and so and the workers come across, do their 6 months, and then go home. What's important is, like in everything else, it's the personal relationships that build up between the workers that come across and the employers. And I spoke to some ladies from Vanuatu who were on an orchard in Moree. In one season, they saved enough money to buy their own land. The second year, they were saving enough money to build a house on it. And so they'd actually left their husbands at home with their children and were doing a sterling job in Moree. I've also spoken to some Fijians working in a similar situation in Gunnedah. And the reason this scheme works so well is because it's not full-time work, it's seasonal work. And I know there's an amendment coming through on the Pacific Engagement Scheme that's maybe going to be discussed this week in Parliament. I've got a few concerns about that one because it's a ballot, and so going into a ballot sort of removes at a distance that personal relationship that people have. It's also permanent migration and on a regular basis. The problem with that is then we could be removing some of the more motivated future leaders of our neighbours permanently to Australia, whereas the PALM scheme really acts as an economic stimulus for the villages of these islands where they come from. And the ladies that I met in Moree, they work really hard. They work 6 days a week. On Sunday, they go to church, look after their domestic affairs, and back to work on Monday. And they are thoroughly decent and nice people, and having the opportunity to lift their families out of poverty. And I heard anecdotally this week that a large proportion of the GDP for some of our Pacific neighbours is made up by income that comes from guest workers that come to Australia and send their money home. And so I back the member for Riverina. I think we need to continue this scheme. It's probably limited in its numbers because the countries where they come from aren't huge population areas, but as I say, I do have some reservations about the new engagement because, don't get me wrong, we are short in my electorate thousands of workers, but we actually need to be specific about the skill set and the aptitude that people come in, and just having people on a ballot I think is a little bit of a random nature. So, thankfully, and I know that the employers that I speak to treat these people very, very well. I've been to the accommodation that's
fully renovated with leather lounges and industrial kitchens, and very, very comfortable. I do. Member for Spence mentioned exploitation of workers, and I think that is something we need to watch for. I mean, that's about the lowest form of activity would be to bring people from overseas and then treat them poorly in an employment situation. So a great scheme instigated by the coalition government and in opposition supported well by my colleague and friend, the member for Riverina.
Question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Riverina as well for giving us this opportunity to talk about the PALM scheme. And of course, we acknowledge the background to this scheme, but we're also incredibly happy and confident in our ability to grow it, because our government understands the importance of the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, or the PALM scheme, to not only our Pacific family but also to those Australian producers that benefit so much from it. I was quite happy to listen to the history lesson on the program, but it's a serious thing. Honourable members might remember the current Leader of the Opposition making jokes about the future of people in the Pacific some time ago, and that is not the sort of empathy that we want or need to grow and further enhance our relationship with the Pacific Islands. And I hope that that's been a learning point for some of those opposite. I don't put the member for Riverina in that basket at all, but I think it goes to underscore a point about how important diplomacy is, but also real action on climate change and on the things that are important to people, such as employment in the Pacific. When our government came to office, the total number of palm workers in Australia was just over 24,400. The member for Riverina had some figures, but in the October 2022 budget, we committed to reaching 35,000 workers by June 2023, and we reached that goal in December, some 6 months ahead of schedule. And far from being a small increase or a low bar, this was a 44% increase in just 7 months, more than quadrupling the workers here in Australia from the Pacific compared to pre-COVID times. Reaching this milestone early is one demonstration of our commitment to immediately addressing long-standing workforce issues across key sectors in our economy. And I certainly understand that coming from the Northern Territory. But the workers coming under this scheme are earning incomes, developing skills and filling workforce shortages across 28 industries, including agriculture, food processing, hospitality and aged care, and all honourable members will be aware of workforce challenges in these industries. The scheme is vital for filling workplace shortages in regional Australia, ensuring businesses can continue supporting their communities when there are limited local workers available. The scheme remains uncapped and will continue to grow as long as there is demand from Australian businesses. There are currently more than 37,000 more pre-screened workers across the Pacific that are waiting to work in Australia. In the Northern Territory, which hosts over 1,000 workers, we've recently seen 215 arrive from Samoa and 151 from Vanuatu to pick mangoes. They were very welcome, of course, and the last of the mangoes are in the markets at the moment, actually, many of them picked by those workers. 35 Samoans have also served as aged care and disability support workers in remote areas of the Territory where we can really struggle for workforce. Last March, we saw 150 more seasonal workers from Fiji and Timor-Leste arrive in Darwin and Alice Springs to bolster the Territory's tourism, hospitality, aged care, disability and agriculture workforces. Indeed, just the other day, returning from the air show down at Avalon, I chatted with a bunch of great blokes from Timor-Leste. One of them, Tino, has worked at the Humpty Doo Barramundi farm, southeast of Darwin. He'd been using the opportunity to not only earn an income to support his brother's education, but to also develop his own skills and to learn more about leadership. He has a good reputation as a hard worker and dedicates himself to excellence. I try to be the best I can be, he said. Thanks to hundreds of workers like Tino, the scheme makes a massive contribution to the Territory. It also boosts the Pacific and Timor-Leste's economies by lifting families out of poverty. So this program is a real driver of economic development in the Pacific, and it will continue to succeed and grow under our government.
Order. Unfortunately, the member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and support the member for Riverina's fine motion in support of the PALM scheme, an initiative of the Coalition Government that succeeded in bringing so many workers from our Pacific family here to Australia to be able to earn a great Australian wage and, of course, have those remittances go back to their families and communities all across the Pacific, ensuring that they have a much higher GDP than they would otherwise, and real prosperity reaching the regions, not through government bureaucracies, but directly to families and villages, which I had the opportunity to visit as Minister for the Pacific in many, many occasions. And on those occasions where I did visit workers and the PALM scheme in action in different countries throughout the Pacific, I found exactly what this motion is speaking to the Parliament today. People who've been working in the scheme for a long time, people who were repeat workers, farmers who developed great relationships and links with the people. It's a very successful scheme that deserves great attention by the Albanese government. And I'll speak a little bit now about some of the reforms that the Albanese government has made and some of the challenges that they might face. But I would just endorse, of course, that for the Minister of the Pacific now, he really does need to set ambitious targets, because this is a temporary protection scheme, a temporary visa scheme, I should say, and a temporary visa scheme is entirely appropriate for this kind of genuine engagement with different Pacific countries, and has had great benefits, working very, very well. So I'd encourage them to expand it. We'd encourage them to keep meeting the shortages in regions, and to also look at the government's the former government's very successful agricultural visa that was proposed as a longer-term solution. One word of caution I would add to the government's plans in relation to the Migration Amendment engagement in the Pacific and other measures bill, that is, for people listening, the green card style system that the government did have in its election policy, to be fair to it, but was not spoken about, is that the unintended consequences of having a green card system for the Pacific could be quite severe. And the intention of the government in this regard for Pacific workers has been to say that it will deepen engagement with Pacific countries. But we've seen from New Zealand's system, and they speak to New Zealand's system, that often with these kinds of initiatives it can lead to depopulation of Pacific countries, which is not something that we want to see. It can also sometimes lead to what is colloquially referred to as a brain drain, where talented and smart young people migrate out of countries when Pacific societies need as much investment in them. And it was a policy objective of the previous government to invest in the countries, to invest in capacity, to invest in skills building. And this, to me, is a great concern that the government may not have thought through the impact of their amendment to the Migration Act in relation to the Pacific and other measures, the green card system that they're modelling off the United States. While some people will say that's fantastic to bring people from the Pacific here on a permanent basis, I think the impact on those Pacific communities may be underestimated, and it's not something I think Australia would like to see over the long term. So I'd urge the government to have some caution there. To bring people's families, of course, out with workers as well can present serious accommodation challenges around Australia, and we've seen that already. We have shortages of accommodation. We still don't have the formula right for rural and regional councils and mayors to build that low-cost accommodation that is good quality, but that is low cost and able to sustain workforces. And more family members, including women and children predominantly, but also other male family members, can put an additional burden on the accommodation system around Australia. So I would urge the government to look at the PALM scheme as a model of success, a very, very successful scheme, as the member for Riverina has highlighted. It deserves our full endorsement and our approach. Some of the measures the government is trialling are controversial, to my mind. They may have not thought through the direct policy work that is needed to back up a green card system, a total change of policy direction on the outcome that might happen on Pacific countries, but also for the detailed work that needs to go into the accommodation inside Australia and other factors that we've seen can be quite challenging when people come here for regional work. But of course the success of the PALM scheme was in its very successful design, the return that went to the workers. We're thrilled to see so many Pacific Island family members coming back to Australia, taking up those work opportunities. There will be many, many more, and we strongly support the PALM scheme. It is a temporary visa scheme, but it works, and it sends back skilled workers with high amounts of remittances over time back into those communities, in some cases forming a substantial part of the GDP of many of those Pacific countries. A great investment from a coalition government. We urge the government to strongly support PALM, to keep PALM going, but also to carefully consider the impact of their policy changes.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of visiting PNG on a multi-partisan delegation focused on health with the member for Riverina, and we had a great time. It was very educational. We were able to do our job thanks to a small army of personnel from Save the Children, DFAT and other organisations who got us safely from A to B. Our security detail was provided by a private contractor run by one of my constituents, David Saul. David is ex-military and through his company employs local people in a variety of occupations both here in Australia as well as in PNG. These tasks include private security, facilities management and training. I met David at the end of last year to discuss improvements to the PALM scheme. He shared his frustrations with red tape, prioritisation of rural above metropolitan areas, as well as how labour shortages were constraining his business growth. This was my first trip to PNG, and I must confess that I found the level of poverty confronting. As someone who has spent the first decade of my life in Zambia, I did not expect this degree of deprivation. People are poor, infrastructure crumbling or non-existent, connectivity is patchy, half the children are growth retarded, and gender-based violence is rife. Life is hard, and it seems to be getting harder under the demands of a growing population that may be somewhere between 15 to 20 million. Despite their hardships, the kindness and generosity of the people of PNG shone through. As a parliamentarian, however, I don't get to romanticise reality. Our Pacific family needs us, and we want to be their preferred partner of choice when it comes to economic development. The Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, or PALM scheme, speaks to mutual benefit. With key worker shortages in Australia gripping essential services like aged care, and with our businesses desperate for workers, the Albanese government wants to open the door to our Pacific family, thereby boosting remittance flows and connections with our region. Seasonal workers send on average $1,000 a month to their families, and longer-term workers remit $1,300 per month, transforming lives back home, boosting the GDP of their countries as well. It's a big deal in a region where more than 1/3 of people live on less than $1,000 a year, noting that long-term PALM workers send home on average $15,000 a year, 15 times the average. Since coming to government, the PALM program has swelled by 44%, going from 24,000 at the end of May when we took government to over 35,000 workers at the end of December. We have delivered a full 6 months ahead of schedule. The Albanese government from day one started to repair relationships in the Pacific and that had been neglected by those opposite, and it is paying a mutually beneficial economic dividend. Open to 9 Pacific islands, including Fiji, Kiribati, PNG, Nauru, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu and Timor-Leste, this temporary program is demand-driven and uncapped in order to fill gaps unmet by domestic labour supply. So far, over 400 approved businesses have taken up the scheme, but we would like more Australian businesses to join. Eligible businesses at this stage include any sector in rural or regional areas or in agriculture nationally. Temporary programs may be short-term, up to 9 months, or longer-term, ranging from 1 to 4 years. Until now, workers have been unable to bring their dependents to Australia. However, in 2023, 200 families of long-term workers will be allowed to stay. These lucky families will enjoy the benefits of the childcare subsidy, family assistance payments and access to health and education. Criticisms of the scheme include that it is too slow, with employers unable to recruit directly in-country except through a third party, and employers in city-based businesses are denied access to labour. The scheme has been marred by weak safeguards, which have invited exploitation of workers by unscrupulous operators. Implementing the recommendations of the Migrant Workers Task Force will improve workplace conditions bringing them in line with community expectations. This is being achieved with in-language pre-departure briefings of workers as well as employers meeting obligations around accommodation, worker well-being, sufficient hours of work, and so on. The PALM scheme will continue to grow as long as there is demand in Australia from businesses. Given widespread labour shortages across multiple sectors, I hope to see an expansion of the scheme to metropolitan areas. With more than 37,000 workers currently on a waitlist and yawning vacancies in aged care, we must expedite this process. The mutual benefits are clear. Our introduction of key aged care reforms means that we are going to need a whole lot more aged care workers, and currently we seem to be falling short by around 20,000. Under us, the PALM scheme has been strengthened by our intensified diplomatic push, commitment to worker security, and to the shared aspirations of the Australian business community. We hope to see it grow in tandem with business and our own economic interests. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased to speak on the PALM private member's motion and the member for Riverina and his work in this space. As we know, the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme has really been a vital component in fulfilling the labour needs of businesses across the country and particularly in regional Australia. And we know that currently there are 35,000 workers in the country doing exactly that. And over 3,400 of those people are in my state of Western Australia. This was reported in The Countryman, a local agricultural paper. And so that pretty well highlights how important this scheme is in my part of the world where there are such significant labour shortages. And in government we saw this as a really, really useful scheme, which has proven to be, as other speakers have acknowledged. And it really was a result of the former government's streamlining of the seasonal workers program and the Pacific Labour Scheme together. And of course that benefited the workers, the farmers, the businesses and even the communities from where the workers came. And they have filled absolutely critical roles throughout the electorate. Whether it's in seasonal work of various sorts in harvesting, in pruning, in picking and packing, or even in the longer-term positions like those in the food processing or care industry, aged care. Cape Care, which is an aged care facility in Dunsborough in my electorate, they have had difficulty securing workers, and through the PALM scheme they've been able to fill eight crucial vacancies and are looking at potentially increasing that number. Now, this is really important to Cape Care. They provide fantastic services for people in the aged care sector in my part of the world. And they've even recently, in the last few years, with some assistance through the Building Better Regions Fund, built an aged care facility, and that is providing just extraordinary services. But again, like so many other facilities, the biggest issue is not having sufficient staff. So this is replicated right across the regions and right across Australia. But to see the people from the PALM scheme part of this, they've been extremely valuable workers in each of the sectors that they've been engaged in. And the government basically encouraged those in the aged care worker space and supported aged care employers to recruit people through the PALM scheme, acknowledging that this was a real issue, and that was one of the focuses of the PALM scheme itself. Admittedly, for some of those people, with the great shortage of accommodation in regional areas, some of them have actually bought homes to house their workers in because there are no other options. And we've seen such broad worker shortages, whether it's in abattoirs. One of my abattoirs has 187 of the PALM scheme workers, and we know that they come from so many different countries, be it Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, PNG, Samoa, the Solomons, Timor-Leste, Tonga and Vanuatu, Tuvalu as well. And the amount of time they can stay. I think the people-to-people connections and the relationships that have been built as part of this have really been, in some smaller communities, a massive input into those smaller communities. And I just think the vital remittance flows that have gone back to the families in the communities that they've come from is just a major, major bonus for those economies and for the individual families. The opportunities that come into those communities as a result of the income that's earned out of Australia is incredibly vital. When I was in the Solomons going back a few years, Mr Deputy Speaker, there was a gentleman who'd, when Australia is so good at what it does in the Pacific, in supporting our Pacific neighbours, this is just one way. But there was one gentleman who walked several days to let me know that as a result of Australia's aid and what he was able to do with coconuts in the compression and the sale of those to various buyers, he was so delighted that he was able to put his grandson through school, and that young boy would have had no opportunity to do it otherwise, and that's what this scheme has also assisted with.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before the last federal election in April 2022, I was at a forum organised by AgForce Queensland, Politics in the Pub in the Grand Hotel in Esk in Somerset in my electorate. I was pleased to talk both formally in the debate and also informally outside about how Labor would reform, improve and expand the Pacific Australia Labor Mobility PALM scheme. I commend the member for Riverina for his optimism and his political chutzpah by saying that giving credit to the former government in relation to the expansion of the scheme under the current federal Labor government, where we've seen the total number of workers rise to over 35,000 by the end of last year. It's a milestone that we achieved 6 months early, and it's important for the Australian economy. It's important for my electorate of Blair, a regional and rural electorate in South East Queensland. And PALM workers are earning income, developing skills and filling workforce shortages across 28 industries, including agriculture, food processing, and it's particularly important, those two areas in my electorate, in terms of agriculture in rural Ipswich and the Somerset region, but food processing in places like JBS at Dinmore, and the meat processing facilities in Kaminya as well as in Kilcoy, but also in accommodation and hospitality and aged care. And with great shortages in aged care, it's important for this scheme to operate. It's vital, not just in my electorate but around the country. And workers in the scheme are employed under the same industry awards and legislation as Australian workers, and that's important for the integrity of the scheme. Employers must meet stringent criteria to participate, including compliance with workplace regulations and health and safety laws. Now, 9 Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste are participating in the scheme and boosting economies and lifting families out of poverty, and the reforms that we are making are familial in terms of bringing families across and financial and assisting people in the scheme. In a region where more than 1/3 of the people live on less than $1,000 a year, the ability to send home in excess of $10,000 or $15,000 in remittances is really a huge economic boost for that particular family in the region. So we're delivering on our commitment to expand, reform and improve the scheme. It's a commitment we made before the election. And of course we commit to both addressing the Pacific economic challenges and easing Australia's agricultural workforce shortages by reforming the scheme's seasonal worker program and expanding the PALM labour scheme. We said we're to ensure the federal government meets upfront travel costs for Pacific workers under the seasonal worker program, and that's the financial benefit, to increase the attractiveness of the program for Australian farmers, a point I made during the debate in April 2020 in a forum which wasn't always my way inclined in terms of their political disposition. We promised we'd make it easier for Pacific workers to fill labour shortages across the country and bring their family members there. It's exactly what we're doing. We've dedicated an agricultural visa stream under the PALM, created a robust and sustainable 4-year visa with portability, some strong oversight mechanisms and protection and rights for workers. So this is about improving lives and mitigating critical skill shortages and contributing to our economy, but also the economic resilience of the region. The member for Riverina's motion claims the recent additional growth in palm numbers is due to the previous government's commitment, but I think we should look back in the history of this particular scheme, because I would remind him it was actually the Rudd Labor government that introduced the first Pacific Labour Mobility Program in Australia, the Pacific Seasonal Worker Pilot Scheme, in 2008. And indeed, a lot of the policy work was done by Labor in opposition prior to the 2007 election by then Shadow Minister for the Pacific Islands, Bob Sercombe, and his office, which highlighted the two-way economic and foreign policy benefits of a Pacific Seasonal Worker Program. So don't have all those opposite claim credit for a program that we initiated initially and we've made improvements on since we've got in power. It's a bit important to not get engaged in a bit of historical revisionism here and tell the truth. It was a Labor government scheme, it's a Labor government improvement on the scheme, and Labor's making a big difference to people. So these workers will address important skills. It'll help farmers in my electorate and meat processors like JBS help in their workforce shortages, and I'm looking forward to working with those employers in my area to achieve better outcomes.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 10, broadband infrastructure. Motion to be moved by the member for Werriwa.
I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to broadband infrastructure in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. In 2009, the then federal government under Kevin Rudd proposed one of the most ambitious infrastructure builds in modern times. Much like any other infrastructure project initiated by government, whether it be sewage, road, energy systems, it is not only necessary but vital to a modern-day society. The National Broadband Network was designed to connect Australians to an increasingly interconnected and globalised world. It was to be built with the future in mind, ensuring that Australians could benefit for decades. However, many did not see that benefit. Instead, they claimed that Australians did not need faster internet speeds and labelled it as unnecessary and waste. We now know that Australians don't just want faster and more reliable internet, they need it. During the COVID pandemic, Australians had to work, see a doctor and attend school from home. It was clear how necessary reliable broadband was. We saw the impacts of the previous government's failed NBN policy. The NBN was meant to be a public infrastructure project with a goal of providing Australians the world-leading broadband. Instead, it was diverted into a politically determined path laid out by the former government that aimed to prove that fibre to the premises was unnecessary. The Abbott government's changes to the multi-technology mix, which championed fibre to the node, promised it would be cheaper for taxpayers and quicker to roll out. Instead, Australians received an outdated broadband network with reduced speeds and less reliability for an even higher price tag. In 2013, the Abbott government estimated that the project would cost $29.5 billion. It blew out to $56. It was an incredibly expensive and failed experiment, and as it became obvious, the previous government announced further funding of $4.5 billion in 2020. The Albanese government is committed to restoring the original intent of the NBN, fast and reliable internet for all Australians. The importance of fast internet, both economic and social growth, can't be understated. Businesses need to adapt to a digital business model as households are increasingly working or studying from home. The shift to online mediums didn't begin with COVID, but the pandemic has accelerated the change that was already occurring. And it will continue, which is why we are ensuring as a government that more households can access full fibre broadband. In the October 22-23 budget, the Albanese government committed a further $2.4 billion to expand full fibre access to 1.5 million premises. In Werriwa, that includes suburbs like Hinchinbrook and Middleton Grange, which will be able to order full fibre upgrade on demand from 2024. Those suburbs are in addition to many more in the electorate of Werriwa and surrounding southwest suburbs, like Leppington, Bringelly, Rossmore, Austral, Kemps Creek, Catherine Field, Denham Court, Gledswood Hills and Gregory Hills, who can already order their fibre connections and receive all the benefits of world-class, reliable broadband today. I encourage those residents to visit the NBN website for more information. These are suburbs with new families moving in, new schools and businesses being built. And with the opening of the Western Sydney Airport in the near future, it's vital that households and businesses have fast and reliable broadband. Whether you're in metropolitan, suburban or regional areas, everyone deserves the benefit of the nation-building infrastructure projects, and the NBN is no exception. A study commissioned by NBN Co, undertaken by Accenture in 2021, found that Australians derive an average of $1,920 in value every year from their NBN plan. It saves Australians an average of 170 hours a year by making essential tasks easier to do online. There is significant social and economic value in saving almost 4 working weeks a year. Australians can spend that time doing what matters most to them. By 2025, 90% of households and businesses in the NBN fixed line footprint will have access to gigabit speeds, 1,000 megabits per second, including 660,000 premises in regional Australians. I know that many residents in Werriwa look forward to having access to faster broadband, and that's what the Albanese government is delivering, so that they can take advantage of the world-class opportunities available for them, their children and businesses.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Motion is seconded. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to hold the Labor government to account for their dismal record on internet and phone connectivity for this country. Under Labor, the NBN was such a train wreck of a project that its network passed only 3% of Australian premises at a whopping amount of money called $6 billion. The rollout was so badly managed that contractors downed tools and stopped construction work in 4 states around the country. When the Coalition took over responsibility for the NBN, we set about fixing the problem in a methodical way. Our strategic review recommended using a combination of rollout technologies, the multi-technology mix. We invested $4.5 billion in 2020 to ensure that 75% of premises across Australia could connect to much faster broadband speeds. A key part of this commitment was to upgrade 2 million fibre-to-node sites to fibre to the premises to access these very high speeds. Importantly, this was financed through the NBN accessing private sector debt at low interest rates over the long term, meaning that no additional investment by the Commonwealth was required. As part of this initiative, NBN Co aimed to invest $700 million over the next 3 years to provide 90% of all Australian businesses with access to business-grade fibre at no upfront cost. Transforming the access and affordability of business-grade fibre and increasing competition and choice has proven to have been critical in our economic recovery from COVID-19. This was a game-changer for small and medium-sized businesses, boosting productivity, fostering innovation and allowing them to embrace opportunities for growth. If the NBN had not been rolled out with such speed and purpose by the former Coalition government, using all available technologies, millions of premises throughout Australia may have languished on ADSL speeds of 8 megabits per second on average, or endured, indeed, no internet service at all. Because of the Coalition's approach, the NBN was there for Australians when they desperately needed it after the pandemic hit. Almost overnight, we had to adapt to the way we worked, the way we learned, accessed vital services and kept in touch with our loved ones. Labor's record on the NBN is appalling. During 2013 election campaign, the then Minister for Communications, Anthony Albanese, member for Grayndler, announced with great fanfare that broadband was now available to 5,400 homes and businesses in Sydney. What he didn't say was that close to 1,000 of these homes were service class 0. and a massive 98.6% had no fibre connecting the home at all. At the time of the 2013 federal election, NBN Co said it had passed 209,000 premises, but close to 80% of these had no fibre going into the home. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've seen this all before, we've seen this play before. Typical Labor, very good with the PR, but absolutely hopeless when it comes to implementing policy. NBN is critically important to regional and remote Australian communities, but so too is mobile telephone connectivity. And sadly, Labor has poor form with this technology as well. Their mobile black spot program was a failure, riddled with dodgy deals and mismanagement. And let me be very clear, the coalition government takes the issue of mobile black spots very seriously. In fact, since 2013, we've invested $308 million in our mobile black spot program, delivering new or improved mobile coverage to more than 1,200 communities right across the country. Labor claimed their program would deliver 765 new base stations. In reality, it was only 499. And to make matters worse, Mr Deputy Speaker, many of the base stations were built in areas that already had coverage, while many areas with no coverage were left to languish. I was extremely disappointed, I'd have to say shocked even, to hear that in Labor's new round of mobile black spot funding, 74% of selected locations are in Labor's electorates. Whilst Labor has once again looked after our own, our regional communities have been ignored and they are suffering as a result. In my own electorate, very large electorate, largest electorate in the land, there was only one site that was selected from this latest round. Only one site. It is quite unbelievable. Minister Rowland needs to fully explain her role in personally selecting this list of sites so that we can clearly understand what was the basis of it. The Labor government has consistently demonstrated they don't understand Australia. This is another example.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Labor Party is the party that brings Australia forward. We're the party who introduced all of the things that make this country great, like paid parental leave, Medicare, just to name a couple of our nation-building changes put in place by us, the Labor Party. And Speaker, the NBN was meant to be another one of those things that made our country great. And it would have been if the Labor Party had remained in government, but as with many things implemented by those opposite, it became a massive flop. Instead of putting our country ahead of the rest of the world, we were left behind. Instead of making the most of the world-leading optic fibre that was available to us, they used copper, and it was Aussies that copped the consequences of this. They went for the cheap option instead of going for the job done once, job done right. So now, Speaker, we are here to do the job that should have been done properly the first time. Speaker, the internet isn't just a way of the world in the future, it's a way of the world right now. 13 years ago, we wanted to provide all Australians with fast, accessible and reliable broadband, but instead they got the cheap option, which was far from fast and reliable. It's ironic that this cheaper option turned out to be more expensive at the end of the day. Paying more for a product that is not as good, what sort of a deal is that, Speaker? Speaker, this is a government who has a lot of work to do. We have a lot of catching up to do if Australia is to keep up with the rest of the world when it comes to the stand of our broadband. But this is a government who doesn't want Australia or Australians to be left behind. So we're getting on with the job straight away. This government committed $2.4 billion in the October 2022-2023 budget to expand full fibre access to an additional 1.5 million premises by late 2025. We are ensuring all Australians can have access to fast and reliable broadband because Australian families deserve access to internet that is affordable, and it is just a simple fact that if our country is to advance, our internet must meet our needs of small business, education and recreation. Speaker, this is good news for my electorate of Hunter. My constituents will be jumping with joy because of these 1.5 million premises, and 660,000 of these are in regional Australia. Speaker, on this side of the House, We may not wear puffer vests with slogans on them, but we sure do care about regions like my electorate, the Hunter. This announcement is just one example of a focus on regional Australia that will bring practical and significant benefits for all parts of the community, from businesses to families. Speaker, our most recent announcement meant that a further 14,637 households in my electorate will be able to upgrade to full fibre broadband connection. This covers almost all corners of my electorate, from YE to Wangi, Wallsend, Singleton, Glendale, Edgeworth, Cooranbong, Cessnock, Cardiff and Bonalds Bay, and this is just the start. The NBN has been vital for our country. There is no two ways about that. The NBN has kept Australians connected, supported remote learning and telehealth, and expanded the reach of small business into new markets and customers. It is good for just about all parts of our country, but sadly, Speaker, there is a digital divide in this country which impacts regional and rural electorates like mine. But we are determined to narrow this divide, and that's why the Minister for Communications made available $480 million to upgrade the NBN, the fixed wireless network, within months of coming into government, something the Coalition promised but never actually delivered. We are also narrowing the digital divide between our major cities and regional communities. From upgrades to Sky Muster plus fixed wireless and the fixed line network, our government is determined to give Australians access to the 21st century communications infrastructure they need and they deserve. It's clear how important this infrastructure is for our country, and it's obvious how important it is for my electorate, the Hunter. This is why it's so important that we finish the job that we started and bring NBN up to scratch, giving Australia the world standard broadband that we first intended to provide. Only an Albanese Labor government delivers for all Australians. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for this important motion. In 2013, the then independent member for Indi, Cathy McGowan, spoke in this very chamber about the ageing and poorly maintained copper wire network for NBN in our electorate. Today, almost 10 years on, and here we are, still talking about the copper networks. Dissatisfied, disadvantaged and disconnected. That's how Strathbogie Shire, in my electorate of Indi, and its residents feel about the NBN. Fibre is only available in 2 towns and then only to some. Most of the residents rely on fixed wireless and satellite. The mobile phone system and NBN alike face congestion, slower speeds and dropouts. The NBN rollout has been disappointingly slow. If ever there was a case of over-promise and under-deliver, it has to be the NBN, most especially for rural, regional and remote Australians. In 2020, the Morrison government, however, announced that the NBN was complete. Well, we knew that nothing could be further from the truth. Even where people have an NBN connection, there's absolutely no guarantee that they'll get what they pay for. Broadband providers often advertise speeds which do not match what the customers actually receive. We knew in 2020, when that announcement was made of the completion of the NBN, and we know now that NBN service levels of 25 megabits per second are considered to have been met if a user's connection reached that speed just twice a day. We knew then, as we know now, that the standard of 19 days to provision a new service in regional Australia and up to 3 days to fix a network fault are too slow to attract businesses to regional areas. So when I introduced the Faster Internet for Regional Australia Bill 2022, I hoped it would establish ambitious standards for NBN and other service providers who own and operate broadband infrastructure so that they must meet service standards or face serious financial penalties. Standards such as an average minimum speed of 25 megabits per second. Deputy Speaker, we cannot accept another government putting regional communities in the too hard basket. Programs such as the Regional Co-Investment Fund was established by the former government to improve satellite or fixed wireless NBN connections, including upgrading both fibre to the premises
and supporting higher speeds. And this $300 million fund operates on a co-investment model, where governments stump up funding alongside NBN Co, where investment would be sub-commercial. However, smaller local councils have sounded the alarm that they are most disadvantaged by this system. Their low ratepayer base limits their ability to co-fund this new infrastructure. And when customers choose to explore other possibilities under the Technology Choice Program, it's not uncommon for them to be quoted a $330 fee. One constituent in the town of Bright in my electorate was quoted over $19,000 for the infrastructure installation to get fibre to the premises. We are talking about a service we have already paid for through our taxes. Why are we being asked to pay for it again? On top of this, last week a government discussion paper revealed that NBN Co Chief Executive Stephen Rue was paid almost $700,000 in bonuses for the last financial year. 3 NBN executives collectively received more than $1 million in bonuses during the same period. And these are bonuses. This isn't even their annual salary. By comparison, if the NBN, was to be delivered to every one of the 494 households in Little Violet Town in my electorate, a community who has no fibre network at all, it would cost about $2.2 million for fibre to the premises or $1.2 million for fibre to the node. In other words, it would cost about the same amount to finally give every household in Violet Town the NBN as it would to give 4 NBN executives their annual bonuses. Now, I appreciate the current government has recognised the shortfalls that have resulted from the previous policies on the NBN rollout, but I'm calling on this government to really do something concrete, remedy these failures and make meaningful improvements that will prepare us for the future and bring us what we need today: excellent speeds and reliable service in rural, regional and remote Australia.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded? Member for McKellar.
I second the motion.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, 7th of March.